Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 82. It was you that night. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't know who is dirty, staring at the little girl's buttocks and thighs all day long. Yang Kai replied mercilessly. You said this again. Meng Wuya was so frightened that he turned his head and looked around, not knowing who would overhear him, so he cupped his hands again and again. Master Yang, can we not mention this? The old man is just watching how they develop. No matter what, I don't want to treat them like that. Seeing that he was subdued, Yang Kai stopped chasing after him and said sternly, what do you want me to do? Is it related to these? Not bad. Speaking of business, Meng Wuya's expression also became serious. So Xiao Yang Kai, you must tell me the truth, have you been with the woman? Well. It's a big deal. Yang Kai's face was embarrassed, he sniffed and said, no. Okay. A stone hanging in Meng Wuya's heart finally fell. Great. Xiao Yang Kai, you are very good. In this day and age, many men have had skin-to-skin relationships with women when they were 14 or 15 years old. Needless to say, children from poor families are married very early, just to spread the incense. Not to mention the children of the wealthy family. I haven't seen those young masters and second-generation ancestors who haven't grown their hair altogether, and there are several maids in the house. There are only warriors who cultivate with one heart. As long as they are not too extreme, they will break down very late. Even some warriors will never have too close contact with the opposite sex in their lives. In the eyes of warriors who pursue cultivation and power, the world is only prosperous. Dream, Pink Lady is also a dead bone after 100 years, only the peak of martial arts is their pursuit. Are you afraid that you can't find a woman when you are strong? There are also many male disciples of High Heaven Pavilion who have been lingering in the land of fireworks at the age of 15 or 16. Although Meng Wuya believes that Yang Kai is not such a person, but to be cautious, he still has to ask more clearly. In other words, can I help you? Yang Kai squinted at Meng Wuya. If you can't, no one will be able to do it that day. You've passed my test. Meng Wuya was in a good mood and couldn't help laughing. Then you said just now that you want another person to be satisfied. Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Meng Wuya's smile faded, her expression became weird, she nodded and said, it has to satisfy her, if she is not satisfied, this will not happen. To tell you the truth, I also found a qualified one a few months ago. But she doesn't want to, so this matter can only be left. Forget it, I'll take you to see her, it can be accomplished, it can't be accomplished. It can't be accomplished. After talking for a long time, Meng Wuya didn't know how to go on, just sighed faintly, and then led Yang Kai out. Yang Kai hurriedly said, let's say it first, I'm just here to help you to thank you for your kindness. If that person wants me to do something too much, I won't agree. Stinky boy, Meng Wuya was in a depressed mood. Hearing Yang Kai pushing 3 and 4, he couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking that if your kid knew what to do, he would definitely be impatient to agree, and he actually got a bargain in front of me. Be good. As Meng Wuya walked all the way, while walking, Yang Kai found that the two of them were actually walking towards the Sleepy Dragon stream. Moreover, this direction is also the position where he often cultivates. What are you doing there? When I was cultivating on weekdays, I didn't see anyone in that place. Sleepy Dragon Stream is a dangerous place, and few people go there. When he was still about 100 meters away from the place where he usually cultivated, Meng Wuya suddenly stopped and pointed to the front, look there. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but be startled. At the place where I usually practice, there is a woman standing right now. She is standing in front of the sanyang fruit trees that I planted, wearing a light green dress. I don't know what she is thinking, but she has entered God, the body does not move, let the wind howl, the clothes are elegant. She was covered with a veil, making it difficult to see her true face. On her forehead, a faint blue gemstone was dotted, which made her look so beautiful and refined. She is slender and looks weak, but she has a graceful figure. Her cut-water eyes are full of innocence, and she looks like a child who hasn't grown up. Seeing her, Yang Kai remembered that night, under the moonlight, the sleeping beauty on his broken bed. It's her. Yang Kai's eyes softened suddenly. You know her. Meng Wuya suddenly became vigilant, but his precious apprentice told him that she never even said a word to Yang Kai. How did they arrive at Yang Kai, but the two of them have known each other for a long time? Is she the one who wants my help? Yang Kai asked Meng Wuya. Yes. Meng Wuya nodded. I helped. Contrary to Treasurer Meng's expectations, Yang Kai did not hesitate, simply agreed quickly. Let him prepare some words, what to know with reason to move with emotion, what to lure with advantage and intimidate with force, all have no place to use. Meng Wuya felt an unpleasant feeling for no reason, and he suddenly regretted finding Yang Kai. Why did you agree so readily? Old man Meng looked vigilant. Didn't you want me to help? Yang Kai frowned, looking at Meng Wuya with some puzzlement. The old man's attitude changed too quickly. I want your help, yes, but you agreed too readily. Meng Wuya waved his hands again and again. You have to give me an explanation. Then do you want me to help? Yang Kai became impatient. Yes, of course. Then what else are you asking? Isn't it a good thing that I promised? Yes, isn't it a good thing that he promised to be so straightforward? Why don't you feel right? Meng Wuya was stunned. Yang Kai walked over there step by step. The sound of footsteps disturbed Shan Ningqiang, who was contemplating. When she recovered, Yang Kai had already come to her side. Shan Ningqiang was obviously startled, and looked at Yang Kai at a loss. There is no way not to panic. I met him twice at night, and they all caused embarrassing things. How could Shan Ningqiang calm down? Senior Sister Sha. Yang Kai looked at her. Why are you here? I'm here to help you see the fruits. You haven't come for the past few days. I'm afraid that these fruits will be picked. Sha Ningqiang quickly explained. Yang Kai turned his head and found that all the fruits on the 3 fruit trees he had planted earlier had disappeared, but only the last one planted had 3 fruits that were about to ripen. This is your fruit. I made them into medicinal pills. Sha Ningqiang took out a small bottle and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and found that there were 9 red medicinal pills rolling in the bottle, exuding a strong energy of Yang Yuan. It is pure and unadulterated with any other material. It's just how to concoct alchemy with just one kind of sanyang fruit. Senior sister knows that I am cultivating here. Yang Kai raised his eyes and asked, if not, how could she have been here to help him guard the 3 suns fruit tree? Sha Ningqiang's eyes were dodging. I saw it by accident. The person that night was really you. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and his heart was filled with warmth. Chapter 83 Sha Ningqiang's Special. That night, when Yang Kai broke through the Kaiyuan realm, a masked woman attacked him. He originally thought that the other party was going to kill him, but in the end he found out that this was not the case. The other party just wanted to help him, otherwise he would use the strength of the masked woman. He couldn't resist at all. At that time, Yang Kai was a little suspicious, but now he has finally confirmed the identity of the masked woman. At this moment, Yang Kai was full of gratitude towards this senior sister Sha. Old man Meng flashed out at an inopportune moment, blocking Yang Kai and Sha Ningqiang, the old hen guarding his baby apprentice behind him like a chicken. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Do you know each other? Meng Wuya hummed, with a look of pride and pride. This is my apprentice. Your apprentice? Yang Kai's chin almost hit the ground, his eyes kept circling around Sha Ningqiang and Meng Wuya, full of inconceivable. I didn't expect that an unreliable person like Manager Meng actually accepted an apprentice. Isn't this a misunderstanding? You two know each other. Meng Wuya squinted at Yang Kai. I don't know, Sha Ningqiang answered quite decisively, hiding behind Meng Wuya and waving her small hands vigorously. Yang Kai understood and smiled. I don't know you, it's just that senior's sister helped me a little that night. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. Sha Ningqiang also told him about this. It was because of the fight that night that Sha Ningqiang realized the purity of Yang Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body. Treasurer Meng, what does senior sister Sha want me to do? Can you talk about it? Yang Kai straightened his expression. Since it was Sha Ningqiang's matter, Yang Kai would naturally not refuse. Meng Wuya didn't answer, just looked at his precious apprentice and asked, can he do it? Sha Ningqiang's delicate earlobes suddenly turned red. Her eyes were lowered, her long eyelashes trembled, and after a long while, she nodded indiscernibly. Seeing her like this, Meng Wuya couldn't help but sighed. Stop, time is short, it's him. Yang Kai watched in the clouds and fog, but did not ask. After a while, Meng Wuya suddenly asked seriously, Yang Kai, do you know that there are some people in this world who are born different, and these people are born with some skills that ordinary people can't spy on? Yang Kai's expression became positive, and he said softly, Treasurer Meng is talking about those people with special physiques. That's right, Meng Wuya nodded, these people are blessed by God, and they are also the children of heaven. Some people's physique is suitable for cultivation, some people's physique is easy to recover after injury, and some people's physique suitable for fighting. All kinds of physiques are all kinds of strange, but no matter which person, as long as he has a special physique, he can reach a height in a certain field that the predecessors could not attempt. The physique is very enviable, but people with special physiques are very rare, and there may not be one among millions of people. Xiao Yang Kai, you are blessed, and today I am fortunate to let you meet a person with a special physique. Yang Kai's expression froze, and he looked at Sha Ningxiang who was standing behind Meng Wuya in surprise. Could it be that senior sister Sha? Ha ha, Meng Wuya looked arrogant, smiled extremely happily, and nodded slightly. Yes, Ningxiang's physique is different from ordinary people. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated a little, but he never expected that this shy and timid senior sister would be such a lucky person. What kind of physique is senior sister? Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder. Meng Wuya didn't answer, but after pondering for a moment, he said, the fruits on this fruit tree are just ripe, you go and pick them, disciple. Sha Ningxiang walked to the last sanyang fruit tree according to her words, and then gently took down the 3 fruits from the tree. Yang Kai didn't interrupt to ask, he felt that his doubts would be solved soon. Tutor, let him see what you are capable of. Meng Wuya laughed. Sha Ningxiang nodded slightly, walked in front of Yang Kai, and then stretched out one of her jade-like hands. That hand was fair and slender, with 3 freshly picked sanyang fruits on her small palm. Junior brother, please take a look. Sha Ningxiang said softly, slightly running the vitality in her body. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became astonished, because he found that with Sha Ningxiang's luck, the sanyang fruit on that small hand actually overflowed with red energy. That is the Yang Yuan Qi contained in the fruit. Yang Kai is practicing the true Yang art. He is very sensitive to the Yang attribute Yuan Qi, so he can naturally detect that the energy in the 3 Yang fruit is frantically being drawn out. But, how is this done? These energies overflowing from the sanyang fruit gathered in front of Sha Ningxiang, and the wind whistled but it did not disperse. In less than 10 breaths, the 3 sanyang fruits all lost their original color and the energy contained in their internal strength. The trickle did not exist. Not only that, but these 3 fruits shriveled quickly, and when blown by the wind, they turned into powder and dissipated in the air. Sha Ningxiang moved again, holding the condensed Yang Yuan energy in one hand, and dancing in the void with the other. Following her movements, the Yang energy under the trapped dragon creek rose into the air like a water column. Chi rushed towards Sha Ningxiang's side, she grabbed it casually, and even grabbed a stream of energy and threw it into the red air mass in front of her. The movements of Su's hands are getting faster and faster, and every grasp can grab the Yang energy rushing out of the sleepy dragon stream and merge it into the red energy group in front of him. With the passage of time, the red energy group in front of him did not get much bigger, but shrank smaller and smaller. However, there is more and more Yang Yuan energy contained in it. After a while, Sha Ningxiang finally stopped grasping the Yang Yuan Qi under the trapped dragon stream, and pressed the red energy group to the middle with both hands. The 2 palms quickly closed, and when she opened her palm again, there were 3 bright red medicinal pills on her palm. The medicinal pills were round and attractive in color. Yang Kai has been stunned. This scene in front of me can no longer be described except to explain it with magical skills. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai understood how the bottle of medicinal pill that senior sister Sha gave him came from. It's all made like this. However, this is too simple and easy, right? Alchemists are rare, and there is a risk of failure when refining medicine pills. Moreover, when alchemists are refining medicine, they also need special tools, such as medicine stoves and fires. But this senior sister Sha in front of her was just moving her hands. Except for the sanyang fruit, all the materials were useless, so she made 3 medicinal pills with such ease. Here, Sha Ningxiang stretched out her hand in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed down the shock in his heart, picked up the 3 medicinal pills, and felt it carefully, and found that the Yang Yuan Qi contained in each medicinal pill was a little more than a 3 Yang fruit. After all, when refining these 3 medicinal pills, Sha Ningxiang borrowed the Yang energy from the sleepy dragon stream. Senior sister, if you go to alchemy, then the people in Medicine King Valley will probably not have any business. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, never seeing anyone who can simplify alchemy to such a degree. Chapter 84 The Holy Body of Medicine Spirit. Even those people in Medicine King Valley who claim to make a living by refining medicines, I am afraid that none of them can have the accomplishment of Shanning Shang. What kind of physique is senior sister? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Meng Wuya said solemnly, medicinal spirit holy body. Related to refining medicine, that's right. Meng Wuya nodded, this kind of physique is very special, and there may not be one for thousands of years. People who have the holy body of medicine spirit will not have any sequelae after taking any medicine. You should also know, medicine is 3-part poison. Although there are many medicinal herbs that can assist in cultivation and even greatly increase one's strength, there are limits to taking medicinal herbs by one person. The holy body itself is the best medicine furnace in the world. Medicine pills are in the stomach, and any harmful things can be refined. Your senior sister has only been cultivating for 5 years, and now it is the peak of the separation and reunion realm. Now, if I hadn't deliberately suppressed her cultivation, she would have been promoted to the true Yuan realm by now. Yang Kai was stunned. In 5 years, he cultivated to the peak of the separation and reunion realm, and Xie Hongqian was only at this realm. How long has he cultivated? There are always 10 years. And this is still an achievement after suppression. If it is not suppressed, doesn't it mean that she is more powerful than Su Yan? Yang Kai was ashamed of his death, and his aptitude compared to the senior sister in front of him was simply a sky and an underground. The one in front of him is the greatest genius of the High Heaven Pavilion. But senior sister Sha can grow so fast, and it is inseparable from a lot of panacea. Meng Wuya continued. The holy body of medicine spirit does not only have these benefits, if one cultivates the matching divine arts, all things in the world, as long as they have energy, can be refined into pills. Even the spiritual energy of this world, as long as the disciple is willing, if so, it can also be refined into medicinal pills. All things in the world, as long as there is energy, can become a pill. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be refined, and sanyang fruit is naturally no problem. Yang Kai could almost foresee that this senior sister Sha would definitely be the best alchemist in the world in the future. With this unique physique alone, no one could compare to her. This time, Ning Chong is going to be promoted to the true Yuan realm, but before that, she needs to refine something into her body, which she can't get by herself. Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai seriously and said. That's why you need my help? Yang Kai asked. Meng Wuya nodded. What kind of thing? Juyin condensing Yuanlu. This thing is of great benefit to condensing true essence. If I didn't want to refine this thing, I would not suppress her realm. When the separation and reunion realm is promoted to the real Yuan realm, the vitality in the body will be converted into real Yuan, and the quality must be improved by countless grades. This is also a process that every martial artist will go through, but in this process, if supplemented with some genius treasures, the quality of the transformed real essence will be better. This Juyin Ning Yuanlu is obviously such a genius treasure, and it is definitely the best genius treasure. Juyin Ning Yuanlu itself has spirituality, and it is very difficult to obtain it. If someone who does not meet the conditions touches it, it will turn into spiritual energy and disappear immediately. Only those who have cultivated the yang attribute energy can. It is possible to control it, and the yang attribute energy in this person must be pure to a certain extent, which is why I am looking for you. How to do it specifically? Yang Kai asked. Meng Wuya suddenly became impatient. If you ask so many questions, I will naturally tell you when the time comes. Yang Kai pinched his nose, wondering why old man Meng was so angry. Where is this thing? When are we going? In Haifeng Mountain, there is a place where the 9 yin converge. On July 7th, the yin qi gathers. Only at that time, the 9 yin condensing essence dew will appear and absorb the yin qi of the world. Then there are not many days left. Yang Kai calculated a little and found that it was only 10 days away from July 7th. If he wanted to go deep into the Black Wind Mountain, he would have to delay a lot of time on the road. So if you have nothing to do, I want to rush over as soon as possible. If you miss this time, you will have to wait for the next year. Meng Wuya said sternly. I can do it anytime. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Then you will find me in the contribution hall in 2 days. I still need to prepare some materials. Meng Wuya urged. Okay, then it's settled. The two parties made an appointment to gather at the contribution hall 2 days later, and Yang Kai left. Looking at his back, Meng Wuya sighed slightly, with a strange expression on his face, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Shanning Shang's dress fluttered, and she nodded lightly, N. Meng Wuya said. Actually, you don't need to refine Juyin condensing origin due to advance to the true essence realm, but your strength will be slightly lower in the future. Sha Ningxiang chuckled lightly. However, to help the master, isn't the purer the real essence, the better. The master saved me and raised me, and the disciple also wants to help the master. But, hey, why don't you think about it again? The reason why he stayed for 2 days was because Meng Wuya wanted Sha Ningxiang to think more. Sha Ningqiang blushed. It's nothing, I don't hate him. Meng Wuya sighed. This kid is cheap. Thinking of Yang Kai's indifferent look, Meng Wuya's teeth itch with hatred. You're just here to do it a favor, but you don't want to take advantage of it. Don't make any sparks. After all, this small place is not a place for disciples to live. Meng Wuya is full of worries and worries. Yang Kai didn't go to Su Yan's small attic anymore, but returned to the log cabin where he had been away for a few days. Although he hadn't returned for a few days, the cabin was still as clean as new, with no dust left, and he didn't know who was there. Help yourself clean up. Although the shopkeeper Meng said vaguely, Yang Kai basically knew where he was going and what he should do. Since it is the place where the 9 yin gather, there must be a lot of yin there. My true yang vitality is the nemesis of yin qi, so I am not afraid, but my current strength is slightly lower. It just so happened that senior sister Sha helped her to refine all the 3 yang fruits into medicinal pills, which was a good way to replenish yang liquid. There are 4 3-sun fruit trees, each of which bears 3 fruits, which are completely refined into 12 red elixir. If each pill can condense 3 drops of yang liquid, then oneself can harvest 36 drops of yang liquid. These yang liquids are of great use both in battle and in resisting yin qi. This is the reserve that they rely on to survive. It took Yang Kai a whole day to absorb all the effects of the 12 medicinal pills. The yang liquid obtained was not only 36 drops, but a full 40 drops. Counting the few drops that existed in the Dantian before, the reserves in the Dantian were already quite rich. This time, I finally have some capital. Not only did he harvest so much yang liquid, but when the last fruit was refined, Yang Kai found that his realm had broken through to the 4th level of Kaiyuan boundary. This time, there was really no sign of the breakthrough, and there was no psychological preparation at all. The breakthrough was quite natural, and it was completed without feeling anything at all. After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that it had something to do with the medicinal pills he had eaten in the past few days. First, he ate a dozen bottles of medicinal pills from Su Yan, and then he ate 12 sanyang pills. Such a huge amount of energy gathered. It is not surprising to be able to break through. Chapter 85 Dark Tide. In the early morning of the 2nd day, in front of the contribution hall, Yang Kai knocked gently. After a while, the door opened, and Sha Ningqiang flashed out, with a small package slung on her shoulders, and the package contained a lot of things. Junior brother, you are here. Sha Ningqiang greeted softly. Yang Kai nodded. Where is shopkeeper Meng? He suddenly relapsed yesterday, and then he had to stay for treatment, so he couldn't go. When Sha Ningqiang spoke, her eyes flickered non-stop, and the 2 rows of dense eyelashes trembled like a fan. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously, and Sha Ningqiang's eyes flashed a trace of panic. Then should we wait for him? Although Yang Kai had some guesses, he didn't point it out. No need, I know where that place is. And there's not much time left, the master said that there is no need to wait for him. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't get to the bottom of it, Sha Ningqiang couldn't help but feel relieved. That's fine. Yang Kai hesitated for a while, but agreed. I'm going to trouble junior brother this time. Sha Ningqiang let out a long sigh. Senior sister is polite. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The 2 of them left the high heaven pavilion lightly. In the partial room of the contribution hall, Meng Wuya was lying on the table and sleeping soundly at the moment. There were several dishes of delicate side dishes and a few pots of fine wine on the table. It could be seen that shopkeeper Meng should be tasting before he fell asleep. Food and wine. These delicacies are all from the hands of Sha Ningxiang, but there are some special seasonings in them. Even experts like Meng Wuya couldn't resist the special seasoning made from Sha Ningxiang's medicine spirit holy body. This sleep, it is estimated that at least a few days of sleep. Meng Wuya has been shrewd all his life, but he never thought that one day he would stumble and be carried in the hands of his precious apprentice. It is estimated that when Meng Wuya wakes up, everything will be a foregone conclusion. Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang came to Wumei town, bought 2 horses, and purchased some daily necessities, and then they drove all the way to the distance. When shopping, Yang Kai also inquired a little about the location of the place to go. According to Sha Ningxiang, it is about 10 days away from Wumei town, which is inside Haifeng Mountain. Overall, there is still plenty of time. Not long after the two left Lingxiao Pavilion, this news came to understand Hongchen's ears. After seeing the closeness of Su Yan and Yang Kai in the prison that day, Xie Hongchen used wine to drown his sorrows for several days. Things shouldn't be what they see. What kind of temperament Su Yan was, Xie Hongchen couldn't be more clear. With her arrogance and strength, how could she see Yang Kai, who was only on the third floor of Kaiyuan realm? What's more, the two seemed to have no contact at all before, and they were basically strangers. Only then did Xie Hongchen understand that Su Yan and Yang Kai were just acting on that day. At that time, jealousy turned into hatred, and the blood was surging. Xie Hongchen didn't have time to ponder the truth or falsehood. But after thinking about it, Xie Hongchen's spirit was greatly lifted, and yesterday he went to Su Yan to express his feelings. He was very personable, and he was no longer the crazy and gaff of that day. Although Su Yan was blasted out in the end, Xie Hongchen was heartbroken. As long as Su Yan has not been acquired by other men, she will be hers one day sooner or later. Xie Hongchen is very confident. After all, he is the best male disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, and Su Yan is the best female disciple. The combination of the two is naturally what the elders are willing to see. Early this morning, Xie Hongchen made some careful preparations and went to visit Su Yan in Haifengmao City later. But he didn't want to go out when a disciple of the law enforcement hall suddenly hurried in and said with surprise, "Senior brother Xie, Yang Kai just left the High Heaven Pavilion." Xie Hongchen's eyes lit up. He left alone. No, he left with a disciple of the Dark Hall named Shaning Shang. The man replied. Shaning Shang. Xie Hongchen narrowed his eyes. I know her. Her strength is comparable to mine, but she is not a core disciple. This woman has always been weird. Where did they go? Xie Hongchen thought for a moment, and a hint of madness suddenly appeared in his eyes. It's really God's pity that trash actually left the High Heaven Pavilion at this time. If he could kill him outside, wouldn't it just relieve his hatred? I don't know their destination, but it looks like they are going to travel far, because they bought 2 horses in Wumei town. Going far? Xie Hongchen raised his brows. Good, great. After saying a few good words in a row, Xie Hongchen suddenly turned his head and said with a sullen face, look for a few brothers who have believed in, and at least have the level of separation and reunion, and accompany me on a trip. Brother, what do you want to do? Hey, isn't it very clear what I want to do? What else are you asking? Xie Hongchen's face was twisted. He was going to chase out Yang Kai and kill this rival in love, and even Shaning Shang couldn't let it go. Leaking news is no joke. Senior brother, this is not right. That law enforcement hall disciple looked a little panicked, but Yang Kai didn't take him seriously. Even if he died outside, no one would care. But the Shaning Shang in the Dark Hall is different. No one knows her details, but since she has the strength of the peak of the separation and reunion realm, she is definitely not a small person. If she dies, the cabinet will track it down again. No one escaped. Just do it if you tell me to do it. What are you talking about? Xie Hongchen was impatient. Do you want me to find someone in person? Crazy jealousy has made Xie Hongchen unable to keep his heart, and there is only one thought of killing Yang Kai in his mind. Senior brother, since the last incident, the Great Elder has strictly ordered that no one can make Yang Kai's ideas during this time. Have you forgotten? After being reminded by him, Xie Hongchen suddenly woke up. Yes, the last time the Great Elder suddenly sent an order, which made everyone stop looking for trouble with Yang Kai for a short time, but this order made people feel inexplicable, and Xie Hongchen didn't take it to heart. However, such a great opportunity, was it just let go in vain? If you don't kill Yang Kai this time, will you have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse moon? What if he keeps shrinking in the sect and doesn't go out? Just when he was unwilling, the disciple of the law enforcement hall seemed to have thought of something, and said with a thief, Senior brother Jia, we can't do it, but others can do it. There are many people who care about Yang Kai's life. What do you mean? Xie Hongchen asked with narrowed eyes. The man said, it is said that Long Wei, the little grandson of Long Zaishan, the deputy leader of the Blood War Gang, has been inquiring about Yang Kai's news for the past month. Long Zaishan, Xie Hongchen naturally knows that in the Bloody Battle Gang, they are all powerful figures, and their own strength is also a powerhouse in the Immortal Ascension boundary. There is nothing outstanding about his little grandson. This year seems to be just aerodynamic. Well, Xie Hongchen was confused. Long Wei asked him what he was doing. The man's expression couldn't help but become ambiguous. It seems to have something to do with Humayer, the demon girl. Long Wei has been pursuing Hu Meier and regards her as his ban, but the relationship between Yang Kai and Hu Meier is unclear. Long Wei said, always one day I will kill Yang Kai and let him know the fate of daring to attack his own woman. Hu Meier. In front of Xie Hongchen's eyes, a girl with big breasts and buttocks appeared, with a charming demeanor. Her breath was a little heavy for a while. This demon girl is good at seducing people's hearts, and almost all the young disciples of the three factions have heard of her, and Xie Hongchen once had the fate to meet her once. That waist is really not a good thing, but it has something to do with this demon girl. Xie Hongchen was jealous, but he scolded righteously. After thinking for a while, he said suspiciously, no, where did you find such detailed information? Even if Long Wei wanted to take Yang Kai's life, it would be impossible to spread the word around so much. If Yang Kai listened to it, how could he have the courage to leave High Heaven Pavilion? As long as Long Wei has no problem with his brain, he will not make such publicity. The man's face was embarrassed and he was murmuring, not knowing how to answer. Speak. Xie Hongchen's face sank. Yes. In desperation, this person could only tell the truth. I was in the Spring Breeze and Drizzle building in Wumei Town a few days ago. When I was drinking, Long Wei happened to live next door, and I heard him say to the woman in the room, of Spring Breeze and Drizzle building. Xie Hongchen glanced at this junior brother angrily. It was a spring building in Wumei Town. Naturally, there was no need to ask him what he was doing there. It couldn't be just drinking. The man said again, Senior brother Xie, if Long Wei knew this news, he would not let Yang Kai go easily. We don't need to do it ourselves, let alone Long Hui's lustful nature. If we tell him again, there is a stunning woman beside Yang Kai, what do you think he will do? Xie Hongchen's eyes lit up, and he smiled grimly, a brilliant idea. This trick is really good to use a knife to kill people. After a moment of indifference, Xie Hongchen said, since Long Wei wants to find him, let's spread the news, but this matter must be kept secret, and it must not be exposed. We must not let him know that the news was passed on by us. In addition, we must tell Long Wei that the woman beside Yang Kai has the strength of the peak of the separation and reunion realm, so don't let him steal the chicken and lose the rice. Yes. The man got the order and hurried out. Yang Kai, this time we will see if you will die. It's a pity that Shanning Shang, that woman was covered with a veil all day, and although she had never seen her face, Xie Hongchen was almost certain that the other party was a stunning beauty. If such a woman fell into Long Hui's hands, she hardly had to think about what would happen. For a time, Xie Hongchen was envious of Long Wei. The law enforcement hall of the Lingxiao Pavilion was ready to move, and there were also people in Wumei Town. Not long after Yang Kai and Shanning Shang left on horseback, a group of people suddenly emerged from the shadows, and the headed one looked gloomy, stared at Yang Kai's back and asked, you can see clearly, that person is Yang Kai. I can definitely see senior brother Nulong, he is Yang Kai without a doubt, we were beaten by him last time, and senior brother Cheng Xiaofeng went to senior brother Nutao and said he wanted to find a chance to teach him a lesson, but since then after going to Haifeng Trade City once, the two never came back. With a gloomy face, Nu Lang waved his hand and said, go buy some horses, let's follow. I want to know whether my brother is dead or alive and where he is. It has been more than a month since Nu Dao disappeared. The one who disappeared together with Cheng Xiaofeng was unable to find it anywhere. What is the real situation? I have to catch up and look for Yang Kai to cross-examine. If it is related to him, then I, as my elder brother, will naturally have to avenge my younger brother. Chapter 86. This group of people, Nulong, respects him for their strength. They have just broken through the Qi realm, and their vitality is restless. The warriors in this realm are also the most irritable. During the period when they are influenced by various emotions, most of the other 7 or 8 people are there. In the body tempering realm, there are also several Kaiyuan realm warriors, but their strength is not very high, only a large number of them. Naturally, Nu Lang had heard of Yang Kai's strength, so he didn't take Yang Kai to heart, only the woman who followed Yang Kai didn't seem very easy to provoke. But if you think about it carefully, this woman is probably nothing special. After all, she doesn't seem to be very old, and she doesn't seem to be among the famous disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, if she is really powerful, why should she buy a horse instead? When the strength reaches a certain level, the strength of his feet alone is much faster than that of a horse. Thinking of this, An Lang was relieved. As everyone knows, the reason why Sha Ning Chong wants to buy a horse is to take care of Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai is only on the 4th floor of Kaiyuan realm, how fast can his feet be? The disciples of Feng Yulo quickly got ready and chased out following the horseshoe prince. Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang were also galloping on their horses, but no one knew that two groups of people had followed behind them, and each group had no good intentions. Although Sha Ningxiang's strength is good, after all, she has not condensed her consciousness, and it is impossible to investigate the movement around her on a large scale. The two galloped all the way, almost without saying a word. Sha Ningxiang led the way, Yang Kai followed closely behind her, and the two fast horses ran one after the other. Until night, the two found a place with a water source to build a fire to rest. After taking out the food bought from Wumei town, the two ate a little and then sat around the bonfire to rest. After getting along for a day, Yang Kai understood the temper of this little senior sister. She was timid and shy, and her ears turned red without saying a few words. Temper. With such a personality, Yang Kai couldn't take the initiative to talk to her, so as not to frighten the other party. Ever since that day, he learned about the mystery of the proud golden body and realized the mysterious martial skill of unyielding Ao, and Yang Kai discovered that the true Yang art had changed. If you run the true Yang art in an environment with Yang Qi, you can absorb Yang Qi and condense Yang fluid. In an environment without Yang Qi, you can also run the true Yang art, absorb the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, burn the true Yang vitality in the body, and then be absorbed by the proud golden body. The constraints of the cultivation environment disappeared in an instant. For Yang Kai, this is simply great news. After rushing for 3 days in a row, the two finally came to a small town thousands of miles away from High Heaven Pavilion, where they kept their horses, and the two found an inn to stay temporarily. According to Sha Ningxiang, there will be no need for horses for the rest of the journey, because horses are naturally not allowed to enter the mountain. In the middle of the night, the inn was silent. Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang lived next door. The house was brightly lit, Yang Kai was meditating, and Sha Ningxiang was thinking wildly. During the 3 days of walking together, the two of them didn't say more than 10 sentences. Sha Ningxiang felt awkward. After all, she came to ask him for help, and it was unreasonable to be so scornful of him. But every time he wanted to talk to him, Sha Ningxiang couldn't muster the courage, and was used to observing secretly. Now that he suddenly met face to face, Sha Ningxiang really didn't know what to do. And this junior brother seems to be a taciturn person. If he goes to talk to him by himself, will it make him annoyed? Just when Sha Ningxiang was frowning, the other two groups of people in the inn were quietly watching the movement here. In a guest room, Long Wei and a group of elites from the Blood War gang were sitting in it. The dim candlelight was beating, and the face printed on Long Wei was a little distorted. The group of people from the Bloody Battle gang chased after the news, but after all, they started a little late, and it was not until today that they finally caught up. After a moment of silence, Long Wei suddenly said, "Tang Master when will we start?" Then Yang Kai lives in this inn. With the skills of Hall Master Wen, it's easy to capture him, right? Wen Feiken is a middle-aged man, and his strength has reached the 5th level of the True Yuan realm. He is a Hall Master of the Blood War gang. Because the information Long Wei had received was accurate, so he asked an expert to accompany him in order to capture Sha Ningxiang alive. In addition to Wen Feiken, this group of people also had a lot of masters of the Separation and Reunion realm, the number of which was about 6 or 7. It can be seen that Long Wei is making a big splash in order to keep everything safe. Wen Feiken smiled when he heard the words, "Master Long, if you want Wen to do it now, it's okay. Although this is a small town, with Wen's strength, it is easy to deal with them, and it won't disturb others, let alone. What clues will be left? Then what are you waiting for?" Long Hui's expression lifted. Yang Kai is dead, that woman must be captured alive, it is said that she is a stunning beauty. Since he dares to hit my woman, then I will take that the way to return to the other side, let him taste the taste of his own woman being stared at. Wen Feiken knew Long Hui's nature well, but he didn't react much. He just said, "But Master Long, have you ever thought about why they came all the way to this place?" "Why?" Long Wei asked in a deep voice. Wen Feiken pondered for a moment, then said, "Someone Wen thinks that their trip must have their own purpose. Maybe, they are going to Haifeng Mountain to find some genius treasure." Long Wei frowned. "What does this have to do with us? There are so many genius treasures in Haifeng Mountain, but not everyone who enters the mountain can find them." Wen Feiken shook his head and said, "Young Master Long's words are wrong. You can also enter Haifeng Mountain from Lingxiao Pavilion, but they rode for thousands of miles and stopped here. If I guess correctly, they will enter from here tomorrow. Mountain to the mountains. Their purpose is so clear, then one thing is certain. They know where to look, and they will find it. If we follow quietly, until they find the treasure." I have to say that Wen Feiken's observation is very delicate, and his analysis is quite in place. Long Hui's eyes lit up. We can snatch it. Wen Feiken smiled. What young Master Long said is true. But if young Master Long can't wait to sit with a beauty, Wen can take action tonight, and he will not disappoint you. Long Wei hesitated, his expression flickering. Wen Feiken said appropriately, but if you wait a few more days, not only can you have the beauty, you can even possess the treasure, young Master Long. Think about it, if they tried so hard to find the treasure but we robbed them, that Yongkai is afraid that he will vomit blood in anger. Hearing what he said, Long Hui's hesitant expression immediately firmed up. Okay, anyway, if they run away, the monk can't run away from the temple, so let Yongkai live a few more days, and we will reap the benefits of the fisherman. Wen Feiken chuckled and said, if you can endure what ordinary people can't, Master Long is destined to be someone who does great things. Long admires him. Haha, Hall Master Wen has won the prize. Long Wei, who was flattering, was extremely comfortable. Chapter 87 The Sadness of the Furious Waves. Although not on the list, but still asking for a recommendation ticket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There is a reason why Wen Feiken tried his best to please Long Wei. Although Hu Man, the leader of the bloody battle gang, was a hero all his life, God did not care for him. He had no children in this life, and only 2 daughters were born. In Wen Feiken's opinion, the huge family business of the Blood War gang will fall into the hands of the Long family sooner or later, and now he naturally has to get along well with this young master. When the Long family takes charge of the Blood War gang in the future, how can he not benefit from it? A group of people in the house finished their discussions and were about to rest when there was a soft knock on the door. Come in, Wen Feiken snorted softly. The door opened, and a bloody gang disciple who was on guard outside walked in, gave Long Wei a salute, and then whispered a few words in Wen Feiken's ear. Wen Feiken's expression suddenly became strange, and he could not help muttering, so it is. After saying that, he winked at a few people in the room, and ordered, go, capture those people, but you can't let them ruin Master Long's affairs. Yes, several people responded and quickly flashed out of the house. What happened? Long Wei asked. Wen Feiken chuckled. Master Long, this is really interesting. Remember when we came all the way, there were many horseshoe prints along the way. But the news we received said that there were only 2 people in Yongkai and his party. At the beginning, Wen guessed that the extra horseshoe print was just someone passing by, but he didn't think. Besides us, there are other people tracking Yongkai. Oh, Long Wei said in surprise, who is it? Several small characters in Fengyulo. At this moment, they seem to be preparing to attack Yongkai. It seems that they do not know that the strength of the woman with Yongkai is not something they can handle. This is self-destruction. Long Wei couldn't stop sneering. Have you thought about the arrangement of Hall Master Wen? Naturally, they can't let them ruin Master Long's affairs. Wen Feiken nodded slightly, knowing that. The 2 of them were talking, and suddenly a lot of people poured in outside the door. The disciples of the bloody battle gang who had just left all came back without landing, along with the panic-stricken Nulong and others. The group of Nulang was really scared to death. They finally came here today. They planned in the house and planned to take down Yongkai later and inquire about the missing Nu Dao and Cheng Xiaofeng. News. Unexpectedly, before they could act, they were captured by this group of ferocious masters whose strength far surpassed theirs. Nu Lang was so frightened that he was pissed, and after being thrown in, he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Several uncles, we didn't offend you, did we? I hope you all raise your hands. Shut up. A disciple of the Blood War gang threw his hand and slapped him. His mouth was full of blood, but he dared not speak, so he could only be obedient. Looking around in horror, the group of Fengyulo shivered. Although their strength is not high, it can be seen that any one shot of this group of people can probably kill them, not to mention that there are 6 or 7 masters around. Who provoked whom? A group of people can't understand even if they want to break their heads. During this time, they haven't done any bad things. At most, they were just conspiring to capture Yongkai in the house, but haven't they done it yet? How did you come up with such a big battle? Nu Lang looked at him, and suddenly found that there was a young man with a familiar face, who was staring at him with a smile. After thinking about it carefully, Nu Lang's face changed greatly, and he asked tentatively, are you Long Wei of the Bloody Battle Gang? Long Wei chuckled. You know me. Nu Lang smiled awkwardly. Senior Long's descendants, who have long admired their names, naturally recognize them. Since we recognize it, then things will be easy to handle. Long Wei nodded slightly. The angry waves are full of doubts, and I can't understand why, thousands of miles away, I actually met the Bloody War Gang. It is a good thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land, but the current situation. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. I ask you, why are you chasing Yang Kai? Long Wei asked with narrowed eyes. Nulong's heart suddenly burst. He thought Long Wei was blaming him, but he was panicked, but he didn't dare to hide it. He told the whole story, and after he finished speaking, he said with a sad face, Master Long, I just doubt Yang Kai and my brother. If you think there is a problem, I will immediately bring someone back to Feng Yulo, and I will never take Yang Kai's idea again. Long Wei smiled. You think that Yang Kai and I are friends? Isn't it? Nu Lang looked timid. Joke. Long Wei snorted coldly. What is the identity of this young master? What is his identity? And I am friends with him. You are blind. Nulong didn't dare to answer, but he was full of slander in his heart, thinking that since he is not a friend, why do you interfere in the grievance between me and him? Isn't this a dog meddling with mice? Things without eyesight, young Master Long saved your life this time, but I don't even know how to thank you. A disciple of the Blood War gang reprimanded in a timely manner. Nu Lang and the others looked confused. The Bloody Battle gang disciple sneered. You only know that Yang Kai's strength is low, but do you know that the woman beside him is a master of the peak of the separation and reunion? In a word, the sweat on the faces of Nu Lang and the others flowed down. The peak of the clutching and reunion realm, compared to the strength of the current Chi realm layer of the angry waves, is more than two big realms. If you really want to make a move, that woman alone can wipe out Nu Dao and the others. It was only at this moment that Nu Lang knew what kind of mistake he had made. At the same time, he was afraid but also fortunate. He kept kowtowing. Many thanks to young Master Long for helping me, I can't thank you enough. A group of small characters in Feng Yulo also quickly thanked them. HMPH, it's enough to know. Long Wei seemed to enjoy the support of others. I'm not afraid to tell you that this young master is here to take Yang Kai's life. But it will take some more time, because you guys his rash actions almost stunned the snake and ruined my affairs. I don't know, I hope young Master Long will forgive me. Nu Lang looked sincere and fearful. Forget it, I don't care about you. The goal of everyone is Yang Kai, you can come with me. When this young master captures that Yang Kai, you can inquire about your brother's whereabouts. Although Nu Lang felt inappropriate in his heart, but his own group of people had low strength, how could they resist? He nodded immediately and said, but according to young Master Long's instructions, I will go through fire and water, and I will die. Go back, I will find you again tomorrow. Long Wei waved his hand. Yes. Nu Lang and the others got up from the ground, slowly backed away, and when they got out of the room, one or two realized that their clothes were soaked through. After they left, Long Wei looked at Wen Feiken suspiciously. Tang Master Wen, why do you want to bring them with them? Their strength is too low, it is easy to expose, can we still kill a Yang Kai, can't you catch that woman? The words that Long Wei just said were also told to him by Wen Feiken's voice transmission. Although he did it, Long Wei did not want to understand the reason. Chapter 88. Whoa, is this an outbreak? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing the disdain in Long Hui's words, Wen Feiken said with a smile, kill Yang Kai and capture that woman, naturally there is no need for them to intervene. But young Master Long, since Yang Kai and the woman are going to enter Haifeng Mountain, it must be early. Be prepared and not afraid of the dangers involved, but we are different. Although we are not weak, the Black Wind Mountain is full of dangers after all. Not to mention those powerful monsters, some natural trap poisons alone may cost us manpower, but if someone leads the way, there is no need to worry about this. After listening to Long Wei, he understood what Wen Feiken's idea was. This was to use the people in Feng Yulo as a pathfinder to avoid possible risks. Well, Hall Master Wen thought about it carefully, but I was negligent. Long Wei nodded slightly. Master Long is talented and intelligent, but after all, he is not deeply involved in the world, and his heart is simple, so he never thought of this level. Wen Feiken chuckled. As for how to deal with these Feng Yulo disciples afterwards, the two of them are tacit, and there is no need to say more. That woman named Shanning Shang had the strength of the peak of the separation and reunion realm at a young age, and there must be someone behind her who gave advice. After the arrangements were made properly, a group of people from the Bloody Battle gang settled down. On the second day, Yang Kai and Shanning Shang, as Wen Feiken expected, changed direction from the town and walked directly into the Black Wind Mountains. After they left for half a day, the people from the Bloody Battle gang in Feng Yulo dared to follow them up. Shanning Shang's strength is not weak. If you get close, you may be discovered. If you are far away, you may be lost. The time difference of half a day is the best. The traces of the two juniors will be lost in the forest. After entering Haifeng Mountain, the speed of Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang will naturally slow down. Without the whistling wind and distance when riding a horse, the two talked a lot, and they felt a lot closer to each other after a day's work. At night, Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang found a towering tree and rushed to the trunk to rest. The trunk is very spacious, the two of them are sitting on the trunk almost side by side, leaving a small gap in the middle. Yang Kai can almost smell the body fragrance of Sha Ningxiang. Little senior sister. After getting acquainted with her, Yang Kai and her no longer felt that sense of estrangement, and even the name changed, because Yang Kai felt that Sha Ningxiang was like a child who had not grown up, especially those eyes, it feels a little innocent, and it is also very charming when speaking. Senior sister is senior sister, why add a small character? Sha Ningxiang was a little unhappy. What's in your bag? Yang Kai ignored her question and asked, pointing to the package she put aside. This question has been suffocating for 4 or 5 days, and Yang Kai is unhappy. This. Sha Ningxiang was easily changed the topic, and the baby usually held the package in his arms. This is the material that the master has prepared over the years, because if you can collect the Juyin Yuan by then Lu, I have to refine it on the spot. Juyin condensation primordial dew is a very special thing, even if it is collected, if it is not refined within an hour, it will slowly dissipate. So it is. Yang Kai nodded. Junior brother. Sha Ningxiang suddenly called out kindly. What's wrong? I have a question for you. Exactly, I also have a question to ask you. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Then we have to answer honestly, okay. I'll ask first, Sha Ningxiang said impatiently. You ask. Yang Kai chuckled. I promise not to deceive you. Sha Ningxiang pursed her lips lightly, turned her head to look at Yang Kai, hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth and said, I heard from the master that when he asked you to help, you pushed back 3 or 4, but when you knew it was me who needed help, but agreed immediately. Why? What do you think? Yang Kai also turned to look at her. Looking at each other, Sha Ningxiang blushed a little, the distance was too close, she quickly turned her head and said, I don't know, but the master said that you have bad intentions and told me to be careful of you. Old man Meng said that. Yang Kai was furious. Sha Ningxiang sold the master cleanly without any guilt. This old guy. Yang Kai was indignant, who did he think of me? Then why did you agree? Yang Kai squinted at her. Hey laughed. What your master said is really right, I just don't have good intentions for you, that's why I'm so refreshing. While grinning, he slowly approached Sha Ningxiang. Sha Ningxiang was startled, she instinctively shrank back, she suddenly seemed to remember something, and said with a serious face, Junior brother, you can't beat me. This is a big truth. Yang Kai estimates that if he continues to be presumptuous, I am afraid that he will be thrown out immediately. Sha Ningxiang is really charming, but that doesn't mean she is easy to deal with. Restraining the smirk on his face, Yang Kai's expression became serious, he slowly took out a bottle from his arms, and rubbed it carefully, because of this. Sha Ningxiang was puzzled and looked down, only to see that it was actually a bottle of Ling Xiaoxia's trauma medicine, blood coagulation and blood stasis ointment. The scene from nearly 2 months ago flashed in my mind. Sha Ningxiang immediately covered her mouth and looked at Yang Kai stupidly. She didn't expect that he still kept this bottle of blood-clotting cream. Yang Kai chuckled. Who treats me well, I can still see Yang Kai. After entering the sect for more than 3 years, this bottle of blood coagulation and blood stasis ointment is the first warmth and concern I feel. How do you know? Sha Ningxiang looked at him incredulously. This bottle of plaster was indeed left to Yang Kai, but wasn't he unconscious at the time? Yang Kai's brows picked up. There is a saying that when Shang knows women. Sha Ningxiang's face flushed red, and what she said was a bit like a disciple. However, his heart was relieved. It turned out that it was just because of the blood clotting and stasis removal cream contributed by the sect that was worth 10 points, so he did not hesitate to help himself. The master was indeed wrong. It's up to you to ask. Now that she had figured out her doubts, Sha Ningxiang was embarrassed to ask further questions, and quickly changed the subject. Yang Kai carefully put away the bottle of blood clotting and stasis removing ointment, and then said, it's not because of the recurrence of some old disease that the shopkeeper Meng can't come back, right? Sha Ningxiang suddenly twitched, and after a long while, she said shyly, I stunned him with medicine. Yang Kai looked stunned, and suddenly burst into laughter, unable to stop. What are you laughing at? Sha Ningxiang was ashamed and angry, he suddenly told me not to come that night, and I had to force him to stun him. Yang Kai was still laughing, Sha Ningxiang couldn't help but lightly hammered him a few times, only to find out that this action was a bit too intimate after the fight, and he was at a loss for a while. I'm resting, you can laugh slowly by yourself. Sha Ningqiang was no longer embarrassed to stay here, she jumped to another tree trunk and refused to pay attention to Yang Kai again. Chapter 89. The first one is sent, I will check the second one for any typos. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After walking in the Black Wind Mountain for several days, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he did not encounter any dangerous monsters along the way. Originally, he was still full of worries. After all, there were many powerful monsters in Haifeng Mountain. With his current strength, if he really encountered them, he would only become a burden to Sha Ningqiang. But Sha Ningqiang was obviously prepared, and she didn't know how to take Yang Kai to avoid these overlords in the jungle. The two people's walking route is also erratic, sometimes going east and sometimes west, and often they will make a big circle, but it is extremely safe to go around like this. Occasionally encountering a few monsters of the second and third levels, Sha Ningqiang couldn't make a few moves before being beaten away. After carefully observing for a long time, Yang Kai realized that Sha Ningqiang was looking for the presence of powerful monsters based on a green bracelet on his wrist. Whenever this little sister felt that a thorny monster was blocking her way, her bracelet would emit a green light. She had never worn this bracelet before, and the only accessory on her body was the sapphire adorned on her forehead. Therefore, this bracelet should be specially prepared for this trip. This must be a secret treasure. Yang Kai can be considered a bit of eyesight, and this secret treasure is probably given to her by shopkeeper Mang. What is the origin of the dream old man? Yang Kai became more and more confused. The shopkeeper of the contribution hall in his district actually accepted the enchanting disciple of Sha Ningqiang, and he was also given a secret treasure. This bracelet is not available to anyone who is idle at all, although he does not know its quality. What is the rank, but Yang Kai estimates that it is at least an Earth-level secret treasure. Secret treasures of this level are rare in High Heaven Pavilion. Compared with the ease and depth of Yang Kai and Sha Ningqiang, the bloody battle gang that followed behind them had a difficult time. In the past few days, battles of various sizes have been fought more than a dozen times. If it weren't for the strength of the bloody battle gang, they would have already become the food of the monsters. Although Wen Feiken is a powerhouse on the 5th floor of the True Yuan realm, his condition is not very good at the moment. The 5th order peak, which is equivalent to the peak of the true essence of human beings, is several levels higher than his strength. An extremely difficult battle ensued. Although the monster was driven away by the advantage of the number of people, the bloody battle gang actually lost a master of the separation and reunion realm because of this. Wen Feiken jumped like thunder. This time, there were a total of 8 people from the bloody battle gang, and only Wen Feiken was the only one in the True Yuan realm. There are 4 people in the clutching realm on the next floor, and the rest are all pneumatic realms. Among them, Long Hui's strength is the lowest, and only the pneumatic realm is on the 1st floor. Originally thought that as long as they followed Yang Kai and Sha Ningqiang far away, they would not encounter too much danger anyway, but God knows what method those two used to avoid these monsters, but instead they chased after them. Afterwards, they fought one after another. Now it has lost a master of the separation and reunion. How can Wen Feiken not be angry? But now it is difficult to ride a tiger, and one person has already been lost. Can it be possible to give up halfway? After resting for a while, Wen Feiken said unceremoniously, "Go ahead, you have to go." Angrily looked at the stump on the ground, in a trance. The bloody battle gang lost a person just now. How could these little characters in the Wind and Rain building be safe? The 2 disciples of Feng Yulo were swallowed by the 5th order monster, and only half of their arms fell to the ground. He finally understood why he felt something was wrong that night. Where did this group of people from the Blood War gang kindly bring themselves to find Yang Kai? It is clearly to let the people of Feng Yulo be the stones of the way. But even if he understood in his heart, he would not dare to complain, let alone resist. If you explore the way ahead, you may be lucky enough to survive, but if you resist at this time, there is only one way to die. With a pale face, Nu Lang led a group of Feng Yulo disciples walking in front, and Wen Feiken's instructions came from behind, sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west, but they did not chase Yang Kai and the 2. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was following Sha Ningqiang on his way, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in one direction, with a look of joy in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Sha Ningqiang turned around and asked, and stopped. "Is there any danger over there?" Yang Kai asked, pointing to the side. "Is there no danger? I don't feel any traces of monsters." Sha Ningqiang looked down at her bracelet. "Then let's go over there." Yang Kai rushed out involuntarily. Although Sha Ningqiang didn't know why he was so happy, she could only keep up. About 100 feet away, Sha Ningqiang suddenly felt a burst of heat coming towards her face, and her face was a little red. When she looked around, she saw that on the sunny land in front of her, there were flowers the size of a palm, bright red flowers. There are a lot of flowers, and it is roughly estimated that there are at least a dozen flowers. And Yongkai is rushing flowers, picking these flowers one by one unceremoniously. After a while, Yongkai came back with a great harvest and said, "Do you recognize what this is?" Blood Xuanyang flower, the material of the low-grade earth. It turns out that you are here for these things. Sha Ningxiang couldn't help but suddenly realize. Earth-level low-grade. Yongkai raised his brows, not bad. He could feel that the yang attribute energy contained in each of these jade blood profound sunflowers was no less than that of a sanyang fruit. It was precisely because the Yangyuan seal on his chest had reacted just now that Yongkai came here to take a look, and it was indeed very rewarding. Speaking of which, this is already the interior of Haifeng Mountain, and there are probably no shortage of genius treasures. But the purpose of this visit is to help Sha Ningxiang. Yongkai couldn't look around even if he wanted to. That delay is too long, and it will also be accompanied by great risks. However, since it was sensed nearby, it was natural not to let it go. "Do you want me to help you make a pill?" Sha Ningxiang asked. "No need for now, let's practice at night when we rest." This little senior sister's alchemy method is superb, but alchemy always consumes vitality. Walking in the dense forest, Yongkai still felt that he should be careful, and it is best not to waste if he can. "All right," Sha Ningxiang nodded, "we're not far from that place, and we'll be there in about 2 or 3 days. There's plenty of time. I don't know if it's because of luck." After walking for several days a few days ago, Yongkai's Yangyuan seal responded, but since he found more than a dozen jade blood profound sunflowers, it was only a day later that he let him go again. Yongkai found some genius treasures with yang attributes. But this time, the luck was not as good as last time. These herbs with yang attributes were actually guarded by a third-order monster. As a last resort, he had to trouble Sha Ningxiang to go out and drive the monster away before Yongkai could take it into his pocket. On this day, the two passed through the jungle and suddenly came to the edge of an incomparably huge valley. Sha Ningxiang took a long breath. "Junior brother, we are here." Chapter 90 Destination. Second, ask for some tickets. **********. The valley in front of you is very large, and the area is estimated to be about tens of miles around, and it is still a very standard circular valley. Standing on the edge of the valley, Yongkai looked down and found that the bottom of the valley was almost 30 feet away from where he was standing now. The bottom was lush and lush, no different from the jungle outside, and the valley was beautiful and the scenery was good. Sha Ningxiang looked down at her bracelet, and after a long while, she exclaimed, "I'm lucky, there aren't too powerful monsters here." As she spoke, she breathed a sigh of relief. Coming along the road, she can avoid the monsters that block the road, but if there are too powerful monsters in this valley, she can only fight at that time. After all, this is the place she is looking for. It seems to be very common here. Yongkai frowned. "It's just not the time." Sha Ningxiang smiled slightly. "If it weren't for the 7th day of the 7th month of the year, the master and I just passed by here, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to discover the mysteries of this place. It was at that time that the master made up his mind to ask me refining Juyin condensation primordial dew. But why did he go back at the critical moment? Also, you didn't tell me how I was going to help you collect the thing." Yongkai has been on the road a few days ago, and Yongkai didn't ask much, but now that he has reached his destination, he can't keep in the dark. How to start? Wouldn't it be a big mistake? So you still have to ask clearly and do some preparations early. "I'll tell you later." Sha Ningxiang didn't answer. Yongkai was puzzled, but did not ask. This matter is mysterious, and the previous attitude of Treasurer Meng also puzzled Yongkai. But since I agreed to help others, I will try my best to help when the time comes. "Come here." Sha Ningxiang waved to Yongkai. Yongkai looked at her strangely. "Why?" "I'll take you down." Sha Ningxiang blinked and replied, "It's very high here. I can do it myself." Yongkai immediately refused, joking, "He is a man anyway, how can he let a woman hold him down? What does that look like?" After he finished speaking, he directly looked forward, and in the exclamation of Sha Ningxiang, Yongkai quickly fell down like a meteorite falling from the sky. Sha Ningxiang was terrified. Yongkai's strength was not high, how could he survive if he carried it like this? Immediately following his steps, he fell lightly, only ready to help him at a critical time. The speed of the fall was getting faster and faster. When there were still more than 10 feet from the ground, Yongkai's feet suddenly kicked to the side, and there was a loud bang, and Yongkai just kicked on the side of the rock wall, With the strength of this rebound, Yang Kai turned a few somersaults, relieved a lot of strength, and shot wildly obliquely. Boom! Fell to the ground. Yang Kai bent his legs slightly, smashed the ground into a pit, and the dust was flying. Sha Ningxiang then fluttered down to his side. One descends like a fairy, and the other falls like a stubborn rock, giving people a different visual experience. But no matter what, he jumped down safely. Yang Kai's face was hidden, and his legs were slightly trembling. Sha Ningxiang pursed her lips and held back her smile. With her eyesight, she couldn't see that just now, her good-looking junior brother had already suffered a bit of a loss. At a height of 30 feet, he jumped down with the strength of the 4th floor of Kaiyuan realm, and only borrowed strength once in the middle, and it was a miracle that he could land safely. Sha Ningxiang pretended to look around and said, "Today is the 5th day of the 1st lunar month, and there are 2 days left before the 7th day of the 1st lunar month. I want to make some arrangements in this valley. Junior brother, wait for me here, anyway, there is no such thing here. Danger." Yang Kai's face was cold and he nodded silently. Sha Ningxiang then rushed out, and she turned back and warned, "I have to arrange for a long time, don't run around, or I won't be able to find you." Yang Kai nodded slightly again, his expression was cold, and he looked handsome. After waiting until Sha Ningxiang's figure disappeared from sight, Yang Kai sat down on the ground, rubbing his legs with both hands, and grinned. Although it took a lot of force when it hit the ground, it was really painful. After a long while, the numbness in his legs came to an end. Yang Kai didn't sit still any longer, and he checked the terrain nearby. Although Sha Ningxiang said there was no danger here, there was nothing wrong with being careful. After some investigation, there is really nothing abnormal in this valley. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that Sha Ningxiang returned to Yang Kai. Although she didn't know what she was going out to arrange, she knew from her pale face that this arrangement must have been quite a waste of energy. "I will recover first, and when it is midnight tonight, there will be a gathering of yin in the place where the 9 yin converge. From that time until the sunrise, we must find the 9 yin condensing essence dew, and then take it, and miss the hour, it will hide again." Sha Ningxiang hurriedly warned, then took out a few pills and stuffed it into the mouth, closed her eyes and meditated. Yang Kai stood aside to protect the law, as motionless as a sculpture. At the edge of the valley, a few miles away, the people from the Bloody Battle Gang and Fengula were resting on the spot in embarrassment. This time, following Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang into the Black Wind Mountain Range really suffered a big loss. Originally there were 17 or 8 people, but there were only 13 left. All the others have lost their lives under the attack of the monsters. There are still 7 people in the Blood War Gang. Among them, a master of the separation and reunion has been lost, and the remaining 3 are injured to some extent. Even Wen Feiken has a foot-long bloodstain on his chest. The 2 Qi Realm disciples were also exhausted. There are only 6 small characters left in the Wind and Rain building. Except for the 1st floor of the Qi Realm, there are only 4 disciples of the Kaiyuan Realm, and 1 disciple of the Tempering Realm is very lucky, but he was a little frightened, and now my mind is a little unclear. Of all the people present, the only one who was still intact was Long Wei. He has a special status, and every time a battle occurs, he is protected inside, and naturally he will not be damaged. After chasing it for several days, Long Wei finally lost his patience and said with a gloomy expression, "Tang Master Wen, do we have to pursue it? If we continue to pursue it, I am afraid that the loss will be even greater. Who can take his blame?" Wen Feiken was annoyed, knowing that Long Wei was trying to make himself resist this mistake, and thought that I didn't make such a decision because I wanted to please you. If I had known that this trip was so dangerous, what would I do with all this effort? Yang Kai was killed in that small town. Although he thought so in his heart, Wen Feiken still explained warmly, "No need to chase, it seems that they have reached their destination, and the valley in front is the goal of their trip." Chapter 91. Whoa, 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 it broke out again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing this, Long Hui's expression brightened. "You mean, what they are looking for is right up front?" "Yes, they should have arrived here yesterday, but they haven't moved, obviously they have reached their destination." Wen Feiken replied with a smile. "Then what are we waiting for? Aren't we chasing it all the way for this moment?" Long Wei is lustful, and the genius treasure is second. Now he just wants to see the true face of Sha Ningxiang, after so many days. "Why? Can you bear it?" Wen Feiken said with a smile. Although they arrived at their destination, they didn't seem to be able to get what they were looking for. "Master Long, please bear with me," and Wen promises not to let the woman fly away. Long Wei was a little impatient. Wen Feiken said this when he was in the town last time, but he lost a lot of money after chasing him all the way. Now that he said this again, Long Wei was suddenly a little unhappy. But he was too eager to act, so after thinking about it, Long Wei could only say, then wait for 2 more days at most. If they haven't moved after 2 days, we will do it. Wen Feiken nodded helplessly, sighed slightly in his heart, and secretly said that Long Wei, this son of the mud, can't support the wall, and he is afraid that there is nothing else in his heart except women. Such a person will definitely not achieve too high in the future. The night was dark and windy, and Sha Ningxiang, who was recovering in the valley, finally opened her eyes. Her exhaustion was gone, and it was obvious that she had fully recovered. After thanking him, he and Yang Kai took out something to eat and drink. After a while, it will be the time of the child. At that time, the valley will be full of yin qi. Junior brother, don't be too far away from me. Your realm is not high, and the vitality in your body is limited, so you can't afford it. Sha Ningxiang urged seriously. Yang Kai nodded. Although he had dozens of drops of yang liquid in his dantian as storage, he didn't worry about consumption at all, but Yang Kai wouldn't say it. The two had another conversation, and something suddenly happened in the valley. Logically speaking, this kind of depression is in a valley several dozen feet below the earth, surrounded by rock walls on all sides, so there should be no wind. But at this moment, there was a sudden gust of yin wind whistling in this valley. The humming sound was like a woman crying at night, which made people horrified and frightened. With the sudden rise of the yin wind, a chill rose from the ground, and the stimulating Yang Kai True Yang art involuntarily started to run. This chill is not like the coldness brought by the howling wind in winter, but there is a kind of ghostly coolness that penetrates into the heart. The speed of the True Yang art was a little faster, and Yang Kai finally dispelled the chill in his heart. Junior brother, Sha Ningxiang suddenly pulled Yang Kai, pulling him to her side, and then took out a purple jade pendant and pinched it in her hand. As soon as he approached Sha Ningxiang, Yang Kai felt that the chill around him suddenly disappeared without a trace, but a warmth was flowing around him. Rely on me, don't leave too far, this jade pendant can resist the invasion of yin qi. Sha Ningxiang explained softly. Yang Kai glanced at the purple jade pendant in surprise, and found that this thing turned out to be another secret treasure. It was pinched by Sha Ningxiang in the palm of his hand. All yin is removed. Yang Kai was shocked. The bracelet on this senior sister's wrist is a secret treasure, and now the jade pendant she takes out is a secret treasure. How many pieces does she have? What are you staring at me for? Sha Ningxiang's face was flushed and her voice was like a mosquito. Yang Kai was stunned, only to realize that something was wrong. Because the scope of the jade pendant is not very large, the two of them are almost close to the body when they stand together. Their arms and shoulders can clearly feel the body temperature of the other party, the softness of the body and the fragrance of the tips of the hair. Sha Ningxiang was definitely the same. She was quite overwhelmed by such an intimate state, and a shy mist slowly formed in her eyes, her earlobes and neck were full of blush. Your vitality is very precious, you can't waste it here, it can only be used to subdue Juining Yuandu. Sha Ningxiang had nothing to say, trying to divert her attention, not to feel the body temperature from Yang Kai, but the more I think about it, the more clearly I feel. It's just the initial stage. When the time comes, there will be a lot of yin in the entire valley. Junior brother, please don't leave me, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Okay, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Neither of the two said a word, they just stood so close to each other, quietly waiting for the arrival of Zishi. A few heartbeats. A little flustered, Sha Ningxiang's body was getting hotter and hotter. For the first time in her life, she felt a thorn in her back. Her body was itchy and unbearable. Yang Kai noticed her embarrassment, looked at her bloody skin, frowned and said, how about I go out? He is still very confident that he can resist the invasion of yin qi. After all, his true yang vitality is the nemesis of yin qi, and even if it is consumed, it will not consume much. This little senior sister is too thin-skinned, Yang Kai sees her so uncomfortable, and he is also very uncomfortable. Don't. Sha Ningxiang quickly shook her head, you stand by my side, that's fine, don't go out. She insisted on doing this, and Yang Kai was helpless. On the other side, the people from the bloody battle gang had already sensed the movement here, and they all rushed over. Looking at the yin qi below, Wen Feiken was thoughtful. Long Wei looked excited and said, Tang Master Wen, have they already succeeded? As long as Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang succeeded, then their side could be dispatched without any scruples. Wen Feiken didn't answer immediately, but still looked down carefully. There must be something strange in the valley below, but with Wen Feiken's knowledge and experience, he couldn't tell. Seeing that Long Wei was so eager, Wen Feiken also helplessly said, I don't know if I can't succeed, but this vision of heaven and earth must be produced when a heavy treasure is about to appear. It's not as good as us. Before Wen Feiken finished speaking, he was interrupted impatiently by Long Huiman. No wait, since Chongbao is about to be born, it doesn't matter if they want them or not, Hall Master Wen, let's do it now and deal with it. It's not too late for them to take that baby. Wen Feiken sighed and could only nod his head. Okay, let's do it. In the dark night, Long Hui's eyes flickered with evil light. Think about it, and then the beauty with her face covered will be stripped of her body's defenses, presenting her beautiful face in front of him, and then under his crotch Cheng Huan, Long Wei couldn't contain the excitement in his heart. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, if you dare to hit my woman, I will let you know what it feels like to regret. Later, I will not kill you first, but let you watch how I abuse your woman, let her scream, and then appreciate your anger and powerlessness. A group of 13 people, no longer caring about hiding their whereabouts or anything, jumped down the valley in unison when Wen Feiken snorted below zero. The disciple in the tempering realm of the Wind and Rain Tower was the most pitiful, with a height of several tens of meters in front of him. He didn't dare to jump at all, but was kicked down by the impatient Long Wei and fell directly to death on the spot. Nu Lang and the others dared to be angry and did not dare to speak, and felt extremely humiliated in their hearts. Chapter 92 Confrontation. The bloody battle gang and the Fengyulo group were making too much noise, and the screams of the body-quenching realm warrior before his death were even more shrill, and they could be heard far away at night. Yang Kai and Shanning Chang heard it clearly, their expressions changed, and they turned to look over there. They really didn't know that there were so many enemies following behind them these days. Wen Feiken's tracking method was quite good, and the distance between the cards was extremely safe, so they didn't worry about being discovered. Although Shanning Shang had the peak of the separation and reunion realm, she could not detect the movement too far away, so Wen Feiken's plan naturally went smoothly. How could someone else come here? Shanning Chang frowned slightly, not quite understanding. Yang Kai's face also turned cold. According to this little senior sister, this place is just an ordinary valley in normal times. Only on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month will there be changes in heaven and earth, and it will not attract anyone's attention at all. In other words, those who came not far away either happened to be nearby at this time and noticed that the changes here were attracted, or they had planned to come here with the two of them along the way. The latter is very likely. Because there were a lot of people coming, some people fell to their death when they jumped off. This is the interior of Haifeng Mountain. If these people really just went into the mountain to find medicine to hunt down monsters, it would be impossible to bring people with too low strength, and it would be impossible for so many people to act together. There may be trouble. Yang Kai realized something was wrong, let's avoid it first. Okay, Sha Ning Chong nodded obediently. Want to go? A cold shout suddenly came from behind, and then a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them more than 10 feet away, and a smashing palm wind hit, blocking the pace of Yang Kai and the two. Yang Kai and Sha Ning Chong were shocked by the high strength of the people who came, and at the same time, they jumped back and dodged, and the vitality in their bodies was secretly vigilant. Yang Kai did not intend to tear his face until he understood the true intention of the person who came. Wen Feiken came here first to stop Yang Kai and Shanning Shang. Seeing that they were keeping themselves safe, they did not attack again, but just watched quietly. Yang Kai couldn't get into his eyes, but Shanning Shang, who was covering his face, made Wen Feiken's eyes light up. He thought that she was a delicate and pure little girl. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, her eyes as clear as stars were definitely not the average woman can have. What's more, this little girl's figure is also first class and outstanding. Looking at this pair of eyes, even Wen Feiken, who is not too feminine, can't help but feel a little heartbroken. If it were Long Hilai, I'm afraid I don't know what kind of ugliness it will show. The three were deadlocked for a while. Yang Kai had been looking for a way out, but found that the middle-aged man in front of him was extremely powerful. He stood there, but seemed to block all his retreat. This person is a master of the true essence realm. Junior brother, don't act rashly. Sha Ning Chong saw what he was thinking and said softly to Yang Kai. True Yuan realm. Yang Kai took a slow breath and pressed down the urge to move in his heart. After such a long time, a group of people from the Blood War Gang and Fengyulo finally came over, and everyone dispersed around Wen Feiken, all looking at Yang Kai and Sha Ning Shang with a bad look. Who are you guys? Yang Kai squinted his eyes, but found that he didn't know any of the people who came, and he was full of doubts, so he couldn't help but ask. He didn't know that, in fact, he knew a few of these people, but their strength was too low. They were all eaten by monsters on the way. The only one left was when they jumped down, fell to death. The one who wants your life. Long Wei flashed from behind Wen Feiken, and gave a cold and unceremonious smile. When he saw Shanning Shang, a pair of eyes suddenly glowed with green light, and he was unscrupulous in Shanning Shang. He swept his body up and praised, "Meow, wonderful. What a pure and lovely woman, this young master really deserves this trip." Shanning Shang frowned slightly, with a look of disgust on her face. She quietly hid behind Yang Kai, although her strength is much higher than Yang Kai, but she is a woman who is not familiar with the world, so there is no psychological burden to hide. On the contrary, take it for granted. The two were very close to each other. In such a position, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the back was held up by two soft groups, and he couldn't help but quietly raised his chest and inhaled, straightening his waist. Under such a crisis, Yang Kai was in a normal mood, without any ripples. He pondered for a moment and said, "Do you have any grudge against us?" Now Yang Kai can be sure that the other party didn't come here by chance, it must have been premeditated, otherwise it would not be full of hostility when they met. Is this an enemy provoked by the two masters and apprentices, or was it provoked by himself? Yang Kai has to find out. After all, even if he dies, he has to be a clear ghost, right? Naturally there is hatred. Long Wei felt that he was winning, but he didn't want to hide his identity. "Boy, let me tell you, I am Long Wei, the young grandson of Long Zaishan, the deputy leader of the Blood War Gang. You dare to attack Hu Mayor's idea, have you ever thought that you would have today?" Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't even think that it was such a person who came to make trouble this time. The reason for this feud is too unreasonable. He and Hu Mayor have only met 3 times in total, and they don't have much friendship at all. They are actually regarded as rivals in love. In addition to sighing that the villain is impermanent, Yang Kai also what can be said. However, when he mentioned Long Zaishan, Yang Kai remembered the old man he met in the Blood War Gang mining area last time. At that time, Yang Kai never forgot the humiliation that Long Zaishan left him. After Long Wei finished speaking, Nu Lang said gloomily, "Nu Dao is my younger brother. He disappeared together with Cheng Xiaofeng. Boy, let me ask you, does their disappearance have anything to do with you?" It turned out that 2 groups of people came together to find trouble for themselves. Yang Kai immediately understood the whole story. He secretly sighed that he had such a big face. The first time he was far away from the sect, he was targeted by 2 waves of enemies, and he even dispatched such a big battle. This time, it was Sha Ningchong who had been implicated by herself. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai didn't have any fear on his face, even his expression was very dull. He reached out and gently pinched Sha Ningshang's fingers, whispering, "You don't need to worry about me later, find a chance to go by yourself." Since it was his own trouble, he couldn't let Sha Ningshang suffer with her. If she goes alone, there may be some opportunities, and she is just a burden with herself. Although Yang Kai's voice was soft, the person on the other side could still hear it clearly. Long Wei laughed loudly. "Want to leave? How can it be so easy? This young master has suffered so many sins in the mountains and forests for so many days, how can there be nothing in return? Yang Kai, you are sure to die today. As for the person behind you, that little girl will only become a plaything for this young master. Don't worry, I won't kill her now, I'll let her die when I'm tired of playing." Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and he shouted angrily, "Go!" At the same time, he grabbed Sha Ningchang's arm with a backhand, and under her astonished gaze, he used all his strength to throw her out. Delusional. Wen Feiken smiled coldly, and his figure flashed, suddenly appearing behind Sha Ningchang, and a palm was printed on her back. Chapter 93 July 7th, Yin Qi gathers. Wen Feiken's blow was not to kill, but to block Sha Ningchang's retreat. And Sha Ningchang's reaction was also quite slow, although Yang Kai was thrown out by surprise, but before Wen Feiken's palm hit, he turned around and slapped Wen Feiken abruptly. With the strength of the other party, he fell to Yang Kai's side lightly. Hey! When Yang Kai saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. There are masters of the real Yuan realm sitting here, and the other party is even stronger, and has long planned. This time I am afraid that it is really doomed. Tang Master Wen, take this woman down for me, if she dares to resist. Long Wei smiled coldly. It's okay to break her hands and feet, as long as you don't damage her face. I want to see, this is what kind of peerless face is hidden under the veil. Wen Feiken chuckled. Master Long, please rest assured, Wen will live up to his trust. Originally, he was a little worried that Long Wei would blame him for hurting Sha Ningchang during the battle, but since he said it was okay to break his hands and feet, what else did Wen Feiken need to worry about? The young master of the Long family is quite in high spirits, and he is finally a little self-aware, knowing that he is not the opponent of this woman, and if he can abolish her hands and feet, he can do whatever he wants. The conversation between the two made Yang Kai and Sha Ningqiang listen to them, and anger flashed in their eyes. Wen Feiken laughed loudly. Little girl, you also heard what young Master Long said. If you know each other, you will be obediently arrested. I promise not to hurt you. If you insist on resisting, you can blame Long for someone's stubbornness. Sha Ningqiang spat lightly. Don't even think about it. Okay. Wen Feiken smiled coldly. You brought it on yourself. When the voice fell, he rose into the air like a flying swallow, and his palms burst out. The strength of the master of the real Yuan realm broke out fiercely, and there was a faint sound of tiger roaring in the palm wind whistling, and the palm wind suddenly turned into a sudden change for a tiger's head. He bared his teeth and bit towards Sha Ningqiang. Feeling the power contained in these palms, Sha Ningqiang's expression became serious, her two jade hands danced gracefully, and quickly pointed out a few fingers to greet the wind, and immediately pinched a strange seal on her forehead. A little on the sapphire, and his vitality swelled violently. Although the power of the finger winds that were shot out was not small, they could not stop Wen Feiken's attack, but the speed of the tiger heads was completely engulfed by blocking it a little. The next moment, the attack hit Sha Ningqiang. The accident happened so quickly, it was too late by the time Yang Kai reacted. The tiger heads bit Sha Ningqiang one by one, seeing that she was about to be seriously injured. Suddenly, the sapphire on her forehead swayed in a circle of mysterious ripples. A circle of ripples swayed, and a semicircular light curtain appeared impressively, like an upside-down bowl, covering both her and Yang Kai in it. Wen Feiken's attack finally arrived, but those majestic tiger heads just touched the light curtain, and they whimpered and disappeared. Sha Ningqiang's body was still, and her face was light. Wen Feiken fell to the ground, his eyes staring at the light curtain in shock, and he said, "Heavenly secret treasure." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes became hot, including Long Wei, who had been showing obscene light all the time. What? Long Wei finally turned his attention away from Sha Ningqiang and turned to look at Wen Feiken, his voice trembling slightly. "Tang Master Wen, what did you just say?" Wen Feiken's face trembled, his eyes burst with greed, and he swallowed. "Heaven-level secret treasure. It can easily block my attack, this must be a heaven-level secret treasure." Really, Long Wei couldn't help but get excited. He didn't expect that this time, he was only trying to eradicate the small role of Yang Kai, but he had no intention of adding willows and willows, not only to have a beauty but also to harvest a heaven-level secret treasure. Moreover, it is a protective treasure, which is even more valuable than an offensive one. Heaven-level secret treasure, invaluable, only one piece of the bloody battle gang, and it was also held by Hu Man. If I give this secret treasure to my grandfather, then my grandfather's strength will be improved to a higher level. I am afraid that even Hu Man is no match. Take it, you must take it. Long Wei shouted excitedly. Master Wen, if you can grab this thing, you will definitely be the deputy head of the Blood War gang in the future. Wen Feiken's expression lifted when he heard the words, "Thank you Master Long for your love." Having said that, Wen Feiken knew that it would not be so easy to break the defense of this heavenly treasure. Just seeing that his blow just now didn't work at all, Wen Feiken knew that this was a tough bone to crack. Fortunately, this little girl is not strong enough to last for too long. As long as she keeps attacking, there will always be a chance to break this light curtain. Do it. At this point, Wen Feiken snorted softly and took the lead to hit the light curtain. At the same time, the masters of the Blood War gang fiercely displayed what they had learned. Layer after layer of ripples swayed on the light curtain in an instant, but Sha Ningqiang and Yang Kai, who were guarded by the light curtain, had nothing to do. All attacks were blocked by the light curtain. The sudden change made Yang Kai see a little bit of hope of escaping. There was a shrewd light in his eyes, and his mind was turning rapidly, trying to find a way out before the light curtain was broken. Junior brother, are you afraid? Sha Ningqiang suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned to look at her. We may die, are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Don't be afraid. Yang Kai responded, looking at Long Wei coldly from a distance of more than 10 meters. If he can capture this person, then he will have bargaining chips on his side. However, to break through the blockade of so many experts of the bloody battle gang and take down Long Wei, this is not an ordinary difficulty. Even if Sha Ningqiang takes a shot, he may not be able to do it. I'm not afraid. Sha Ningqiang smiled softly, they still don't know what they are going to face. Yang Kai was stunned by what she said, and before he could understand the meaning of her words, the entire valley suddenly changed. It's time. July 7th, Yin Qi gathers. In this place where the 9 yin converge, cold Yin Qi suddenly appeared on the ground. Climbing up, looking at it makes people feel scary. In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the entire valley dropped, and the bone-chilling cold made everyone shiver uncontrollably. The bloody battle gang masters who were besieging the light curtain sensed that something was wrong, and hurriedly turned their vitality to resist the erosion of the yin. Fortunately, although these yin qi makes people feel uncomfortable, they are not lethal. As long as they are resisted by luck, there will be no major problems. Those small characters in Fengyulo can withstand it, not to mention these people from the bloody battle gang. It's just that if you stay here for a long time, I am afraid that your vitality will be exhausted, and you will only be frozen to death by then. After a while, the entire valley has been buried by yin qi. Shanning Shang suddenly moved, with a graceful figure, as if dancing, along with the strange handprints, the vitality in the body was divided into countless paths and spread out in all directions. Chapter 94. Following Shanning Shang's movements, the rich yin qi in the entire valley reacted. Looking down from above, it was like a pot of boiling water. The yin qi seemed to have life and kept rolling and squirming in the valley. Terrifying. Not good, Wen Feiken exclaimed, although he didn't know what Shanning Shang was doing. As a master of the 5th floor of the True Yuan realm, he still had some eyesight. This woman may have set up some formation in this valley before, and now she is urging the operation of the big formation. If she is really asked to activate this unknown formation, I am afraid that this time things will change. Work harder, hurry up and break this light curtain for me. Wen Feiken roared. He wanted to capture Shanning Shang before the big formation opened, otherwise everything would be over. Come here too, or else I'll kill you now. The little characters in Wen Feiken shouted. How dare Nulang and others hesitate? Originally, they were completely useless in such a fierce battle. They also have self-knowledge and have always stood by to watch the play, but under Wen Feiken's order, they had to participate in it. These people's attacks are very weak, but they can more or less consume the defense of the light curtain. A group of 12 people, all of them had already exerted their strength to suckle and attack the semicircular light curtain desperately. The ripples that swayed on the light curtain, layer after layer, seemed to be crumbling, but they were still as strong as ever. Inside the light curtain, Yang Kai was in a hurry. He wanted to help, but his strength was too low to get involved at all. He could only guard Shanning Shang's side until the light curtain was broken, so that he could do his best. Shanning Shang's movements were getting faster and faster. Her 2 hands had already danced into afterimages, and the yin wind in the valley was getting more and more violent. Wen Feiken's expression was dignified with a hint of greed. He found that he still underestimated the level of this defensive artifact. It was at least a high-grade defensive artifact, otherwise it would be impossible to support it for such a long time without breaking it. A top-ranked heavenly rank, it is enough to withstand the full blow of an immortal ascension boundary master. With this thing, it is equivalent to an extra life. After a full incense stick, a small crack suddenly appeared on the light curtain. With the appearance of cracks, Shanning Shang's complexion was also white. She also spent a lot of vitality in activating this defensive artifact, and now she has to use the previous arrangement with 1 heart and 2 minds. The vitality in her body is like a flood that has leaked out, ferociously flowing out. Seeing hope, Wen Feiken kept urging everyone to attack, and at the same time, he also made a big killing move. A palm hit the light curtain, and the entire light curtain shook violently. Shanning Chang's delicate body shook, and her face became even paler. Cha-cha-cha, cracks like a spider web finally cracked on the light curtain. Ha ha ha, Wen Feiken burst out laughing. He was confident that as long as he slammed one more palm with all his strength, the light curtain would be completely broken. But before he could hit his next palm, the churning yin qi in the valley suddenly subsided, and the howls of ghosts and wolves in his ears disappeared in an instant. Shanning Shang's beautiful eyes that were as clear as stars flickered, and she whispered, Feng. At this moment, Shanning Shang's preparations were finally completed. Clap la la. Above the sky, there was a sudden sound of chains being tossed, like a soul-sucking music. Everyone looked up in shock, and saw a number of thick and black chains flying several meters long in the air. These chains were completely composed of strong yin qi, exuding a heart-pounding forest, cold. These yin qi chains flew around the heads of the bloody battle gang and the Fengyulo people. The next moment, they suddenly had spirituality and rushed down. Wen Feiken's complexion changed greatly, knowing that he was still a step too late after all, and hurriedly slammed his palm towards the light curtain. At the same time, Sha Ning Chang's body swayed, and he was no longer able to activate his heaven-level secret treasure. This palm wind was so straight and hit Sha Ning Chang without hindrance. At the critical moment, Yang Kai, who had been vigilant by the side, finally found an opportunity to do it. Before the palm wind hit Sha Ning Chang, she hurriedly grabbed her, but she was still swept by the edge of the palm wind. Suddenly pale, Yang Kai picked her up by the waist, and flew into the distance without looking back. The number of enemies is too many and the strength is too strong, and he is not stupid enough to confront them head-on. Just when Yang Kai took Sha Ning Chang to escape, those Yin Chi chains finally caught up with the experts of the Bloody Battle Gang. There were only 8 chains in total. Wen Feiken was taken care of by Sha Ning Chang, and he was targeted by 3 chains alone. The remaining 5 were also masters of the Clutch and Qi realm who ran towards the Bloody Battle Gang. The faces of the people who were entangled in chains were horrified, thinking that my life was over. Never thought that after these chains wrapped around them, they disappeared directly into their bodies, and the 8 chains disappeared together. When Feiken suddenly felt that the strength of his true essence was suppressed by an invisible force, he couldn't help groaning, and when he opened his mouth, a blood arrow was sprayed out. The same is true for the 3 masters of the Separation and Reunion realm and one of the disciples of the Aerodynamic realm with slightly higher strength. Their faces paled instantly and they all vomited blood. The last remaining disciple of the Qi realm with lower strength actually lost his breath in an instant and fell to the ground dead. What's going on? Long Wei was furious. He saw that the situation was good, and he was about to destroy the opponent's heaven-level secret treasure. He was already thinking about how to humiliate Sha Ning Chang in order to be happy, but in the blink of an eye, this one Bian died and 5 were seriously injured, and even Wen Feiken was sullen. How could Long Wei not be angry? The duck that reached its mouth just flew like this. Young Master Long, calm down. Wen Feiken endured the piercing pain, turned his vitality to dispel the chill, and explained in a weak voice, I am afraid that the woman had made arrangements here before, and this time she used the power of the formation to deal with us. I waited for a while and didn't notice, but let her succeed. Trash, they are all trash. Long Wei was furious and cursed, there are so many people who have failed to deal with one of them. A trace of anger flashed on Wen Feiken's face, but he held back and said, although we are being calculated, that woman is definitely not having a good time now. They are just lambs to be slaughtered. Long Wei couldn't wait to say, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase it out. Wen Feiken turned his eyes to a group of small characters in Fengyulo, and said with a sullen face, give you a chance to live, if I can capture that woman, I, Wen Feiken, will be responsible for taking you out of this place safely. Just now Sha Ning Chang's 8 chains were aimed at all the experts of the Blood War Gang, but none of the people in Fengyulo were hurt. There were 5 people who entered the valley alive, and there are still 5, and the state is much better than that of the Bloody Battle Gang. Chapter 95 On the other side. How dare Nulong resist Wen Feiken's order? No matter how unbearable the other party looks, it is not something they can deal with. They looked at each other at the moment, and Yu Lang asked, dare to ask Senior Wen, is it possible that the woman has no power to fight back? Absolutely, Wen Feiken replied patiently, now that you catch up, anyone who makes a move can capture her and bring her back to young Master Long, without your benefit. Okay, let's chase. Nu Lang's eyes flashed with madness and resentment. He has suffered a lot from the Blood War Gang these days. Many of the Feng Yulo senior brothers who came together have died, and none of the body-quenching realm remains. His anger couldn't be sent to Wen Feiken, so naturally it could only be transferred to Yang Kai and Sha Ning Chang. Sha Ning Chang is no longer able to fight back, how can Yang Kai and the others take them seriously? After the people in Feng Yulo disappeared into the gloomy valley, Wen Feiken looked at the disciples of the Bloody Battle Gang. You guys go too, you must not let the woman escape, there must be a strong backer behind her. Once the news leaks out, my gang will be in big trouble. Yes, although these people are also weak, but the stakes are very important, they can only forcefully chase them out. For a while, only Long Wei and Wen Feiken were left in the field. Long Hui's tone softened a little, and he asked, Tang Master Wen, what's going on? Wen Feiken smiled bitterly, I don't know what means that woman used. My strength was suppressed by only the 3rd level of aerodynamics. Those 3 chains that entered my body locked my vitality and my dantian. There is such a means. Long Hui's expression was horrified. Wen Feiken nodded. I am like this, those disciples are probably even more unbearable, and the strength that can be exerted now is less than 30%. How about that? Long Wei looked uneasy. Don't worry. Wen Feiken shook his head, I didn't lie to the little characters in Feng Yulo just now. The woman used such a big means to maintain the defense secret treasure for a long time, and her vitality was already drained. Was slapped by me again, she really had no choice but to be captured. As long as they are found, it should be yours, Master Long, and it will be yours. Hearing this, Long Wei breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes turned and said, Long Hui's anger was rushing to his heart just now, his tone was a little heavier, I hope Hall Master Wen doesn't take it to heart. I will definitely tell Grandpa about Hall Master Wen's hard work this time. Master Long is serious, we are all a family. Wen Feiken smiled with satisfaction, but now I have asked Master Long to protect Wen Mo, and I will see if I can dispel the chains of yin qi in my body. It is good. When the two were talking, they didn't mention Yang Kai at all. In their eyes, Shanning Shang is the troublesome existence, Yang Kai is a fart. Now Shanning Shang has lost her vitality, just like a hedgehog whose thorns have been stripped, anyone can take her down. At this moment, Yang Kai had brought Shanning Shang to the edge of the valley, where only one person could burrow into the mountain crevice about 10 feet long. Shanning Shang was placed inside by him, Yang Kai himself blocked the outside, and there was a bush in front of the mountain crevice, just blocking the entrance. The two were huddled together, almost as one. Don't talk, someone is chasing after. Yang Kai put his arms around Shanning Chong and whispered. Shanning Shang nodded slightly with a pale face, holding her breath. After a while, the angry waves led people to flash in front of him, and the footsteps gradually faded away. The distance between the two sides is only a dozen meters, but the night black wind is high, and the yin in the valley is strong, which makes Yang Kai and Shanning Shang perfectly hidden. After Nu Lang and the others were gone, Shanning Chong couldn't hold back, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the hooded silk scarf turned bright red. Wen Feiken's palm just now hurt her after all. How are you? Yang Kai asked nervously. Help me get the medicine pill. Shanning Chang's voice was weak, and she collapsed to the ground when her body went limp, and she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Where? Why Li? Yang Kai quickly reached out into her arms, but the next moment he shrank back like lightning, staring blankly at the little senior sister in front of him. Shanning Shang was also looking at him, a blush appeared on her pale face, and her body trembled slightly. Just now, the plump Yufeng was gently touched by Yang Kai, and a lightning-like numbness went straight to the bottom of my heart, almost it didn't make her faint on the spot. You bear with it. Yang Kai knew that it was a very important time, and he was no longer mother-in-law and mother, so he whispered to Shanning Shang, and then he reached out again and probed into Shanning Shang's clothes to grope. It was summer, and Shanning Shang had worn very few clothes. Apart from the outer dress, there were only close-fitting clothes inside. When Yang Kai touched it, he immediately felt as if he had entered an immortal land that made people linger. It's full of softness, full of amazing elasticity, not too small, not too big, and a slap can't cover it anyway. From time to time, the 5 fingers touch the small bump on the plump, and every touch can make Shanning Chang's body tremble slightly, feeling each other's hot body temperature. In just a few breaths, whether it is Yang Kai or Shanning Chongdu's breathing was a little short, and his blood flowed rapidly. Yang Kai is okay, although he is a little embarrassed, he is still a man, and he is cheeky and pretends nothing happened. On the contrary, it was Shanning Shang, whose clear eyes seemed to contain a sip of spring water, her eyes were shy and angry, and the breath she exhaled was as fragrant as musk, which was indescribably alluring. Don't think too much, Yang Kai comforted while groping carefully. Shanning Chong finally couldn't bear it any longer, and said weakly with a strong breath, on the other side. Oh, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses, and secretly said why he couldn't find it after searching for so long, so he wasn't here. This is a mess. He reached into the other side with his backhand, and after another deep search, he finally took out a few small bottles, during which Shanning Shang was shaken many times. Which one? Yang Kai asked. The one in the middle. Shanning Chang's voice was extremely weak, and she gestured with her eyes. Yang Kai quickly picked up the bottle in the middle, poured out some medicinal pills from the bottle, lifted the face towel, and stuffed it all into Shanning Shang's mouth. This little sister has a special physique, and the holy body of medicine spirit is the best human medicine cauldron in the world. No matter how much medicine she eats, she will not worry about any drawbacks. A few pills entered the stomach, Shanning Chong closed his eyes and meditated, Yang Kai turned to be alert to the movement outside. After waiting for about half an hour, Shanning Chong gradually recovered, opened her eyes, and looked at Yang Kai's back shyly and complicatedly. Thinking back on what happened just now, her cheeks were on fire. Even though she knew it was a last resort, Shanning Shang still wanted to find a hole to burrow into, it was too embarrassing. As if aware of Sha Ning Chang's gaze, Yang Kai, who had been vigilant, suddenly turned his head, and when he saw that Sha Ning Chang had finished his luck, he breathed out involuntarily, "Are you all right?" A trace of panic flashed in Sha Ning Chang's eyes, and she quickly turned her eyes away. "Although there is no fear of life, but in a short period of time, I will not be able to deal with people." "It's fine." Yang Kai finally let go of his heart. Chapter 96. Take the initiative to attack. Not daring to think about those shameful things, Sha Ning Chang turned to the 4 advisors and said, "How did you find this hiding place?" "This place can be said to be extremely hidden, and it is a great place to hide." "In the dark night, how did this junior brother find it precisely?" Yang Kai grinned. "When you left, I walked around here and found it by accident. But I didn't expect it to be a life-saving venue now. This is our luck." Sha Ning Chang sighed. "You have a good rest, and when the weather is calm, I will find a way to take you out of here." Sha Ning Chang's expression darkened. She slowly shook her head and said, "I can't go. It's a matter of human effort, why can't you leave?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Because I opened the 9 yin and 8 lock formation, and now this valley has been blocked by the formation, no one can get out of here before dawn." Yang Kai suddenly realized. "You left before to set up the formation?" Sha Ning Chang nodded slightly. "It was originally used to deal with Jui Ning Yuan Lu, but I had to start it early. Those gloomy chains are the credit of the formation." Yang Kai recalled the scene just now. "Yes. Will they have been killed?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If all those masters died, then this time they would definitely escape. Sha Ning Chang shook her head. "No, this formation is not based on killing. Those people are not weak, and they will definitely not kill them. At most, they can only eliminate 1 or 2 people with lower strength." "That's not bad." Yang Kai secretly said, "A pity. But, even though they can't be killed, they were invaded by the Yin Qi chain, and most of their strength will be sealed. They won't be able to recover it all before dawn. I'll see if I can recover some strength before dawn, and then we'll be together. Get out of here." Yang Kai suddenly stared at Sha Ning Chang with a pair of aggressive eyes, and asked excitedly, "You said, their strength will be sealed. How much?" Sha Ning Chang pondered for a moment. "At least 60 to 70%, the master of the true Yuan realm should be sealed for about 80%. That is to say, they can't exert their full strength now." Yang Kai's expression was a little excited and eager to try. Sha Ning Chang looked at him nervously. "What do you want to do? Even if their strength is sealed, it is not something you can deal with. Junior brother, don't mess around." She could see what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with desire. "How do you know if you don't try? Don't forget, this is the place where the 9 yin gathers. They are now sealed off of their strength, and they have to resist the invasion of Yin Qi, which is probably more than you expected. Even weaker. But there are so many of them." Sha Ning Chang grabbed Yang Kai's arm and shook his head. "Don't be impulsive." Yang Kai patted her hand gently. "Don't worry, I'm measured. If we keep hiding here, we will be discovered sooner or later. Once we become a turtle in the urn, we can really only sit back and wait. If I take the initiative if we attack, I am afraid there is still some hope." "No." Sha Ning Chang shook her head into a rattle. "I'm senior sister, you have to listen to me. If you go out now, you can't resist those people, just the yin in this valley will be enough. Use up the energy in your body. Little senior sister, if you want to live, don't stop me. You have also seen that face named Long Wei, and you should know what will happen if you fall into his hands." Sha Ning Chang's body trembled violently. "That's it, don't stop me." Yang Kai broke free from Sha Ning Chang's shackles. "If you insist on going out, take this with you." Sha Ning Chang was powerless to dissuade him. If Yang Kai really wanted to go out, she couldn't stop her in her current state, so she could only hand over the jade pendant. "You need this more than I do." Yang Kai refused. "Don't worry, although I only have the 4th floor of the Kaiyuan realm, I have my own way to restore my vitality. The Yin Qi in this valley will not have any effect on me. Instead, it is you. If someone finds it here, can you stop it? I have regained some vitality and can activate the defensive secret treasure. Those people's strength has been greatly reduced, and they will not pose any threat to me." Sha Ning Chang nodded. "Then there is no worries." Yang Kai slowly got up and walked outside slowly. After being suffocated and powerless for so long, it was finally time to move his fists and feet, and Yang Kai's expression was rather hideous. After walking a few steps and stopping, Yang Kai said softly, "Little senior sister, if I don't come back by the time of dawn, you can leave quickly." Sha Ning Chang's heart twitched, and the inexplicable pain spread. Yang Kai turned his head and smiled. if I can come back, can you promise me one thing? What's the matter? Sha Ningchong asked while holding back the grief in her heart. Let's talk when we come back. Yang Kai smiled and walked out of the mountain crevice. When he came outside, he made some arrangements to cover up the crevice. Then he looked around and plunged into the darkness. Only Sha Ningchang was left alone, and her body was full of loneliness. There are still 3 or 4 hours before dawn, and there are more than a dozen enemies. It must be an uphill battle. In the dark jungle, someone was running fast. Hearing that the footsteps were made by 2 people, Yang Kai hid behind a big tree and waited quietly for someone to come. He didn't know which side of the 2 people who came, nor what kind of strength the other party was, so he could only find out first and then make plans. If these 2 people are too strong, Yang Kai can only avoid their edge and find a soft persimmon first. As the footsteps got closer, someone spoke, "Senior brother Shang, where have they been hiding? Why haven't they found it after searching for so long?" Another person said, "Junior brother, don't worry, the angry senior brother and the bloody battle gang are also looking for the beasts. Yang Kai will definitely not be able to hide for long, we just pretend, maybe they have already won Yang Kai and the woman." Quote. The junior brother nodded when he heard the words, "That's true. It's a pity that girl, she seems to be really beautiful. If it falls into Long Hui's hands, I don't know how it will be ruined." Brother Shang sneered. Long Wei is lecherous, and he is destined to have no great achievements. In the future, when we grow up, there will always be a time to find a way back. Just as he was talking, a figure suddenly appeared a dozen feet in front of him. The 2 disciples of Feng Yulo suddenly stopped, and senior brother Shang shouted angrily, "Who?" There was a chuckle over there. "Aren't you looking for me?" Yang Kai. Senior brother Shang was overjoyed. He didn't expect him to meet Yang Kai, but he didn't expect him to throw himself into the net. Senior brother Shang was excited, and Yang Kai was also happy. The conversation between the 2 of them just now let Yang Kai know their identities. The 5 people in the Wind and Rain building, except for the Angry Waves, which are on the 1st floor of the Qi realm, are all in the Kaiyuan realm. The martial artist of this realm, Yang Kai is really not afraid. Chapter 97. Disconnected from the internet until now, ask for some comfort. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These 2 Feng Yulo disciples had no grudges with Yang Kai, but after chasing them all the way, several of their junior brothers died. They couldn't find Wen Feiken to take revenge, and they could only put the account on Yang Kai. When the enemy met at this moment, he was naturally jealous. Senior brother Shang looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said coldly, "You are so daring, you dare to throw yourself into the net, where is the woman you rescued? I'll tell you if you beat me." Yang Kai's fists cracked and he shook his neck and walked slowly towards the 2 of them. Senior brother Shang sneered, "I don't know whether to live or die, junior brother, take the battle for me, I will teach him a lesson." While speaking, the long sword worn on the waist rubbed out of its sheath, pulled up a sword flower and attacked Yang Kai. Senior brother Shang has the strength of the 6th floor of Kaiyuan realm, Yang Kai is only the 4th floor of Kaiyuan realm, and his realm is 2 small levels away, not to mention senior brother Shang is still holding a sharp weapon, and he feels that he has the advantage. This sword is just a test. Shang did not expect to kill Yang Kai with one move. Sword flowers flashed in the darkness, Yang Kai sideways dodged, raised his palms and fought with senior brother Shang in the Wind and Rain Tower. With the palm against the sword, Yang Kai was restrained everywhere, fighting all the way back, and by the time senior brother Shang stabbed the 9th sword, he had already retreated a dozen steps away. Senior brother Shang laughed loudly, "The pearl of rice grains, dare to shine, Yang Kai, take your life." The previous trial had already allowed him to figure out the details of Yang Kai. Now, naturally, when it was time to kill the killer, the vitality in the body was running, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard from senior brother Shang's long sword. Lei Fengyan. Senior brother Shang drank his sword move majestically, an arc of light suddenly appeared on the long sword, with unparalleled sharpness, and stabbed towards his chest at a speed that Yang Kai couldn't dodge. Yang Kai really couldn't dodge, but there was no panic on his face. Instead, he raised his palm and slammed the long sword. Senior brother Shang sneered, thinking that his sword is now full of lightning power. If you are a warrior on the 4th floor of Kaiyuan realm, you will be paralyzed by electricity, and you can only be slaughtered by me. At this point, senior brother Shang did not withdraw his move at all, but the sword move became faster and faster. Yang Kai snorted, his palms suddenly became extremely red, as if a flame was burning, a scorching wave rushed towards senior brother Shang, not only dispelling the gloomy cold around him, but also giving him a feeling of falling into the sea of fire. burning sensation. Kang, with a sound of sword cry, Yang Kai's palm was slapped on the surface of the sword, and the arc of the sword suddenly disappeared. With this shot, the long sword also deviated from the direction and stabbed Yang Kai's shoulder, didn't hurt him in the slightest. Brother Shang was horrified. In this confrontation, his vitality was actually no match for the opponent. I wonder if he only has the 4th floor of Kaiyuan realm. How can the vitality in the body be stronger than mine? Moreover, the scorching vitality contained in the palm just now was too pure, otherwise it would not be able to annihilate his thunder force at all. In a panic, senior brother Shang hurriedly retracted his sword and retreated, preparing to adjust his breath and then slowly figure it out, but where did Yang Kai give him this opportunity? While he was putting away his sword, he deceived himself with a wrong footstep, and under the stunned and horrified gaze of senior brother Shang, he pointed at the mouth of his heart. Knowing that the number of enemies he has to deal with is quite large, Yang Kai is quite quick to start, and he does not hesitate to spend a drop of yang liquid to kill the opponent with one blow. Brother Shang's body suddenly stopped moving, leaving only the gusts of gloomy wind whistling and whimpering in the valley, like weeping. The Feng Yulo junior brother who was swept aside did not understand for a while, and could not help but shouted softly, "Brother Shang, Brother Shang." Before he finished speaking, senior brother Shang's body suddenly fell straight down. Yang Kai grinned, "Your senior brother Shang is waiting for you on Wangquan Road." This junior brother was stunned, and immediately gave a strange cry, and ran away. His strength is slightly inferior to senior brother Shang, but it is only the 5th floor of Kaiyuan realm. Yang Kai killed senior brother Shang without any effort. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with him? Did you run away? Yang Kai sneered and chased after senior brother Shang's long sword in his hand. I have to say that the rich yin in this valley has helped Yang Kai a lot. Under the erosion of the yin that spreads all over the world, everyone's strength must be discounted. Only Yang Kai has cultivated the true yang art. The vitality in the body is the nemesis of this yin qi, so there is no need to worry about how it will be affected. It just takes a little true yang qi to dispel the chill. Although the junior brother of Feng Yulo is on the 5th floor of Kaiyuan realm, his strength in this valley is lower than that of Yang Kai. When the chase was not long, Yang Kai narrowed the distance between the two to only about 10 feet, which was close enough. Yang Kai threw the long sword in his hand while running, and when he heard the wind blowing from behind, this Feng Yulo junior brother also swiftly made a dodging movement, worthy of avoiding the attacking long sword. But this delay suddenly brought the distance of 10 feet to 0. Unable to escape, this junior brother Feng Yulo was also decisive. He quickly turned around and drew out his weapon to fight Yang Kai, but a red light flashed in front of him, and he almost instinctively moved his weapon forward. With a bang, the steel-forged weapon in his hand was covered with red light, and it was as fragile as tofu. Where did it go? Yang Kai stopped. A blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wings on his fingertips was shining, and a drop of blood rolled down on the blade. Junior brother Feng Yulu's Adam's apple rolled, staring at Yang Kai blankly, pointing at him, but he couldn't say anything. After a few breaths, his head suddenly rose into the sky, and a blood mist burst out from his neck. Kill both of them first. There was no pressure in this battle, and it was so easy that Yang Kai didn't even use unyielding ow. In the previous confrontation, Yang Kai had to use this mysterious martial skill to defeat the enemy every time, but this time he found that even if he did not use this martial skill, he still had the ability to leapfrog murder. Yang Kai felt the need to re-examine himself. Just as Yang Kai was about to leave the scene quickly, there was the sound of hunting clothes from the left and right sides at the same time. There are 2 people on the left approaching quickly, and 1 person on the right. It should be the strange cry of the junior brother just now that attracted them, probably about 100 feet away from him. Yang Kai originally wanted to hide, but after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly approached the left quickly. If his expectations are not bad, the people who come here should be the 3 remaining people in Feng Yulo. They may be separated to find themselves in Shaningshang for convenience, but they are not too far apart from each other. Now that the remaining 3 are all here, Yang Kai is naturally unable to ask for it. The people of Feng Yulo are much weaker than the people of the Bloody Battle Gang, and they are just used to test their own strength. Chapter 98 Kill 2 more people. It's just that among the 3, Nulong is a warrior at the first level of Qi, and it may be a little troublesome to deal with. Therefore, Yang Kai must first deal with the other 2 Kaiyuan realms Feng Yulo disciples before he can have a good fight with him. Just see if you are on the 4th floor of the Kaiyuan realm, are you capable of being an opponent of the Aura realm? Yang Kai's chest was full of fighting spirit, and his blood was tumbling. Yang Kai's prediction was very accurate. The two people from the left are indeed the disciples of Feng Yulo. The strength of these two people is similar to the previous two people. Even if they are strong, they are not much stronger. Hearing the cry of their junior brother, they were attracted to them. Before the two of them arrived at the scene of the accident, there was someone running towards them. Who? The two disciples of Feng Yulo stopped and looked at the approaching person vigilantly. Yang Kai didn't answer, the speed was a little faster, and he rushed towards them. Aware of Yang Kai's murderous intent and hostility, the two of them couldn't react and exclaimed, "It's Yang Kai." As soon as the words fell, the weapon was already in his hand, and he rushed towards Yang Kai from left to right. Yang Kai's fighting spirit is strong, and facing the attack of the two, he did not give in at all. His body was like lightning, and the blood-red blade on his fingertips let go and shot at one of them. The man raised his weapon and blocked it, but how could this blade made of a drop of yang liquor be able to resist an ordinary mortal weapon? As soon as they came into contact, the weapon of this Feng Yulo disciple was directly cut off. Fortunately, the man's response was not slow, and he suddenly dodged in a panic, able to avoid the fatal blow, and let the blade rub against the waist and fly out. Stab! The man screamed, only feeling that the waist and ribs seemed to be marked by a soldering iron, and the air was suddenly filled with a burnt smell of flesh and blood. Senior brother. The expression of the other person changed, and the attacking move suddenly shrank back a bit. At the time of life and death against the enemy, his withdrawal was equivalent to exposing himself to Yang Kai's attack. How could Yang Kai be polite to him? He warded off the sharpness of the opponent's weapon with his hand, and a palm was placed on his chest. The vigorous and hot true yang vitality poured into his heart. The man's eyes bulged and flew out in response. He fell to the ground and spasmed for a moment. Movement. He was killed in just one face-to-face, faster than that Shang's senior brother died earlier. Yang Kai succeeded in one strike, and before he had time to stop, the still surviving Feng Yulo disciple swooped over with a sword. Unable to dodge, Yang Kai just instinctively tightened his muscles. Brush. The sword light flashed, and a blood hole was pulled out of the abdomen. The pain spread in the wound, and the blood oozes out, but Yang Kai was unmoved, only his face was mad and bloodthirsty. Smiling, he turned to look at him. That person saw his junior brother die in front of his eyes. He was so angry that he was worried about other things. There was only one thought in his heart: to kill Yang Kai to avenge his junior brother, take Yang Kai's throat directly. Yang Kai raised his arm to block it, and the tip of the sword stabbed into his arm an inch or so, and pressed against the bone, but there was no way to go deeper. Hee. Yang Kai grinned at him, letting the blood drip down. In the darkness, 2 rows of snow-white fangs were exposed, like a beast that devoured people. At this moment, Yang Kai is actually full of evil spirits. Crazy, excited and bloodthirsty evil. That smile made people shudder even more. How many times has this still surviving Feng Yulo disciple ever seen such a person? He was stabbed twice by himself, but he could still laugh. Is this person a lunatic? Horrified, he wanted to jump back. In the battle of life and death, being deterred by the momentum of the enemy, how can there be any possibility of survival? Yang Kai flew up and hit his crotch. There was the sound of something being kicked and smashed, and the man immediately knelt on the ground with his waist hunched over, his face turning blue and white. Yang Kai pulled out the long sword stuck in his arm with his backhand, threw it down, and nailed him to the spot. Kill 2 more. Brush. Until this moment, the one who came from the right finally appeared. It was the anger. The 5 people in Feng Yulo were divided into 3 groups, and they searched for the traces of Yang Kai and Shaning Shang nearby, but they did not expect to be defeated by Yang Kai. With just one glance, Nu Lang saw the 2 junior brothers who had died tragically on the ground. In a split second, he asked Yang Kai viciously, "You killed them?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, with a calm expression in his frantic expression. "It seems that everyone underestimates you, and I didn't expect you to have this ability." Nu Lang's face was extremely gloomy. He suppressed the anger in his heart, and took a deep breath. "I have something to ask you." "Don't ask. I killed Nu Lang and Cheng Xiaofeng, you guessed it right." "It's really you." And Lang's body shook violently. He had been expecting that his younger brother was just going out to play. Although this possibility was very low, it was still an expectation. But now this expectation has been broken by Yang Kai. He personally admitted that his brother's disappearance was related to him, and that he was killed by him. "They want to kill me, I can naturally kill them." Yang Kai was a little impatient. "Don't talk nonsense, let's fight." Okay. The angry waves were full of murderous intentions, and looked at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment. "Since you dare to act, Then I won't say much, and today I will use your life to pay homage to his spirit in the sky. While speaking, Nu Lang spread out his movements and rushed forward, and when his body swayed, he came to Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's expression froze. The strength of the Qi realm martial artist and Kaiyuan realm is really different, the power of this blow alone is not the same. In a hurry, Yang Kai leaned back and blocked the throat with his palm to protect the vitals. Nu Lang sneered, and his 5 fingers changed direction in the middle of the road, grabbing down. Stab. Yang Kai stepped back a few steps, looked down, and saw that his shirt had been scratched on his chest. There were 5 blood-red claw marks left, and some strange energy had penetrated into the body. The true Yang art was activated, and the energy was dissolved in the blink of an eye. A mere 4th floor of Kaiyuan realm, dare to be presumptuous in front of me. I won't kill you soon, I want to torture your life rather than death. The angry wave succeeded, and his face became more and more hideous. Wakwan embroidered legs, fighting like a woman scratching people, you are not ashamed. Yang Kai tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a thin but strong body, and mocked with a cold face. Nu Lang's face flushed, but he was unable to refute, who asked him to practice kung fu on his claws. This is indeed a bit unseemly. The teeth are sharp and the mouth is sharp, so don't ask for forgiveness later. Nu Lang didn't want to be brave with words, and his hands were like eagle claws, and he attacked again. Have a taste of how powerful my fists are. Yang Kai laughed and slammed the 2 mad claws. I can't think of myself. Nu Lang sneered, with his level of Qi realm level, even if it was a stubborn rock, he could crack a few holes, not to mention that the one on the opposite side was only the 4th level of Kaiyuan boundary. The Fist of a Warrior. Chapter 99. Between the lightning and flint, the two have already exchanged hands. Yang Kai's fist slammed into the palm of the angry wave, but was clasped by his 5 fingers and firmly grasped. The vitality in the 2 men burst out fiercely at the same time, and collided between the fists. Nu Lang's eyes showed surprise. He found that the vitality in Yang Kai's body was so overbearing that even he couldn't resist it for a long time. How can that be? He is quite different from his strength, and it is impossible for him to pose a threat to himself no matter what. But now the facts are in front of us, and we can't help but deal with it carelessly. If this stalemate continues, I am afraid that my 5 fingers will really be burned. As soon as he thought of this, Lang suddenly pulled his hand back and jumped a few steps back. Taking advantage of this short time, he quickly diffused the scorching vitality that the other party had invaded his body. Looking at Yang Kai with a sullen face, the angry waves are even more surprised, because in the fight just now, he was not able to smash his fist. Although 5 finger holes were left in his fist, it did not match the expected results. In his own expectation, the grab just now should be able to crush his entire fist. This kid really has a bit of a way. No wonder several of his junior brothers were killed by him. It seems that he did not win by luck, and the look of anger became solemn. Yang Kai shook his fist and glanced down. When he raised his eyes again, the madness in his eyes became more intense. He has been hidden and kept his blood boiling, feeling the pain from the wound, feeling the pressure from the enemy. Yang Kai wants to make his unyielding will rise. Only when the unyielding will and determination to win have risen, the mysterious martial arts that belong to oneself can exert the greatest effect. Now, the moment has come. Yang Kai does not need to suppress anymore. There was a scorching heat from the bones, and as the heat dissipated, Yang Kai felt that his whole person had changed. When he unintentionally inspired unyielding Jiao before, Yang Kai was still a little unclear, so even if he won the enemy, he would still be confused. But this time was different. He could clearly feel a huge amount of energy growing out of his bones, pouring into his meridians, nourishing his own flesh and blood, and frantically improving his strength. Come again. Yang Kai was like a wolf preying in the jungle, staring at the angry waves with a pair of eyes, roared, and hit a move. It's still the same as before, without any fancy punches. Looking for death. Nu Lang sneered. Although he was surprised by Yang Kai's vitality, it didn't mean that he really believed that Yang Kai could hurt him. As long as he withdraws his hands in time, no matter how weird his vitality is, he can't hurt himself in the slightest. But he can hurt Yang Kai again and again, and there will always be a moment when he will squeeze his entire fist. It can be said that Yang Kai's choice of this reckless style of play is quite in line with Fury's appetite. In a sneer, the big hand of the angry waves grabbed Yang Kai again. In the second head-to-head confrontation, the angry waves felt a little wrong, because the power contained in Yang Kai's punch was much greater than before, and the vitality that burst out was also fierce. It almost looks like the 5th floor of Kaiyuan realm is bursting with all its strength. But what about this? The 4th floor of Kaiyuan realm and the 5th floor of Kaiyuan realm are normal in their eyes, there is no threat at all, only the share of being killed. With this fight, Yang Kai's injuries on his fists became more and more serious, blood dripped down, and his body also retreated, looking extremely embarrassed. The rage wave did not do anything, and chased after the victory. The claws whistled, in the dark pulling out a trail of claw marks, he attacked Yang Kai desperately. Yang Kai remained silent, but fought back tenaciously. When the attack of the angry waves came, he punched out, one left and one right, with a clear rhythm. Although the injury on his hand was not shallow, he also blocked all the attacks of the angry waves, making him unable to take his own punches with one blow. Life. In the dark night, there was a muffled sound after another, and with each sound, Yang Kai's body had to step back several steps, and the injury on his hand became more and more serious. But his eyes were not flustered at all, on the contrary, he was very firm, a belief in victory was brewing in his heart, and he was only waiting for the last moment to break out. How is that possible? Nulong was shocked. On the scene, it seemed that he had an absolute advantage. After all, his realm was much higher than Yang Kai's. If he didn't have the advantage, then he would have practiced in vain all these years. But now Nulong is suffering, his 10 fingers have been scalded by Yang Kai's scorching vitality, and there is a circle of blisters on each finger, as if burned by fire. 10 fingers connected to the heart, heart-piercing pain came from his fingertips, making him gasp for a while. If that's the case, the angry waves will not be shocked. What he is really shocked by is Yang Kai's strength. In the first confrontation, Yang Kai's strength is indeed as he observed, and it is not enough to be afraid of the 4th floor of Kaiyuan realm. The second time, his strength climbed to the 5th floor of Kaiyuan realm. For the 4th time, the fist that this kid punched and the fluctuation of vitality that burst out had the level of the 6th floor of Kaiyuan realm. The 7th time, the 7th floor of Kaiyuan realm. The 12th time, the 8th floor of Kaiyuan realm. It seems that as the battle continues, the strength of this person is also rising like sesame blossoms. This is extremely strange and beyond imagination. And the climb shows no signs of stopping. Nu Lang looked horrified. He didn't know how far Yang Kai's strength could climb. If he climbed directly to the Qi realm, then he would definitely have no hope of victory, because the other party's vitality was too domineering. After half a stick of incense, Nu Lang was no longer able to confront Yang Kai head-on, because he couldn't take advantage of it at all. Every time they confronted, Yang Kai was like a rock, standing still, but he was beaten and retreated. Nulong can only use his body skills to deal with it, using flexible and changeable moves, trying to find an opportunity to give Yang Kai a fatal blow. However, although Yang Kai's defense is simple, it is tight and airtight, so that he can't find the time to kill. Kai Yuanjing is on the 9th floor. Nulong's eyes trembled, and he found that with this confrontation, Yang Kai's strength really climbed a bit, reaching the peak of Kai Yuan realm. However, the fluctuation of his vitality has finally stabilized, and there is no further upward trend. This discovery made An Lang breath a sigh of relief. Although he is only one level of Qi realm, he is only a small realm higher than Kaiyuan realm's 9th level in theory, but this small realm is also a big gap. Therefore, Nulong still has the confidence to kill Yang Kai. He must have taken some kind of medicinal pill to increase his strength to achieve this, but no matter what medicinal pill it is, there will definitely be sequelae. His essence is still the 4th level of Kaiyuan realm. As for the storage of vitality in the body, there is no way to be with himself. On a par, the angry waves are waiting for Yang Kai to exhaust himself, and then take his life. Chapter 100. Just when the angry waves made up their minds, Yang Kai suddenly stopped attacking and frowned thoughtfully. The next moment, a sound came out, and a fiery red light burst out in the dark night, and the spirits of rage and shock were blown away. Looking at it, Yang Kai's body at this moment actually ignited a flaming fire. That's not a real flame, but the effect of the vitality in the body being so strong that it is released to the outside. The fiery red-hot vitality wrapped around him, and the heat wave hit his face for a while, and the yin in the valley seemed to meet the nemesis and could no longer gather around. Yang Kai's face was dazzled by the fiery red vitality light, his naked upper body and refined muscles tightened tightly, and he looked so wild and unruly. The flesh and blood on his fists were blurred, and there was a sword wound that was half a foot long on his abdomen. Blood was still flowing out. Breath. Evil awe-inspiring. Nu Lang looked horrified, and quickly took a few steps back, screaming, crazy. He also thought that Yang Kai couldn't control the vitality in his body during the battle, and let the vitality run away and devoured his mind. However, shouldn't this kind of thing only appear in the realm after the Qi realm? How could this happen to a martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm? Crazy demon. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Although his eyes were terrifying, his face was calm. As he spoke, the burning vitality all over his body was withdrawn, and the flames in the sky disappeared, leaving only two fists wrapped in a layer of fiery red true yang vitality. It looked as if these two fists were holding two flaming flames, the flames swaying in the wind, but they never ceased. Do you still have sanity? Nu Lang looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, trying to find a bit of humanity in his eyes, but he was disappointed. From those scarlet eyes, he couldn't see any humanized look. The only thing left was the mad fighting spirit and the aura of killing. It shouldn't be, this is clearly a state of madness, his eyes are no longer affectionate, why can he still think? Do you think I have it? Yang Kai took a step forward, and this step made the distance between him and the anger to the limit, and the anger was shocked. I never thought that Yang Kai's speed was so fast, to such an extent. He stepped back in a hurry, and at the same time swept out, trying to block Yang Kai's pace. Yang Kai's burning right fist met that hand and slammed it out, smashing into the 5 fingers of the angry waves in the fierce wind whistling. Kacha! A crisp sound came out, accompanied by a terrified scream, his body flew high like a paper kite, and after landing on the ground, the pain came from his 5 fingers, and he looked around, his 5 fingers were twisted and could no longer be straight. All the fingers are burnt, and the bones are all broken. Not only that, but there was a fierce and domineering hot vitality that invaded his body, burning his meridians and flesh and blood all the way. Nu Lang didn't dare to neglect, he quickly stretched out his other hand and tapped his arm a few times to stop the invasion of the other party's vitality. He just finished this action, the light in front of him suddenly lit up, and when he looked up, Yang Kai actually bullied him to his side again, and the fire on the 2 fists became brighter and brighter. How can the angry waves dare to fight in love? It was not until this moment that he knew that he, who had just been promoted to the first level of Qi realm, could not beat Yang Kai, a martial artist of Kaiyuan realm. Exhausting all the strength of his body, Raging Wave made a mistake with his feet, and then retreated back when he unfolded his body technique. Yang Kai's feet were faintly lit by fire, and the speed was suddenly increased to a level that made him feel surprised. Ru Yingxiang followed behind the anger, punching and punching fiercely. Bump bump. Nu Lang ate several punches in a row, and had no resistance at all, and the whole person was dizzy and confused after being smashed. After running 50 steps, the angry waves finally realized that he couldn't get rid of Yang Kai's pursuit at all. For a time, the blood of the young man was stimulated, but he suddenly stopped, and roared with a grim expression, "Yang Kai, don't deceive people too much. Eagle strike, Changkong, give me death." This is the most powerful claw technique of Raging Waves. All the vitality is poured into his hands, and his hands are staggered in front of him. Then he aimed at Yang Kai's chest and slammed backhands to both sides. The full force of the Qi realm first floor martial artist broke out. Even today's Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate, feeling the huge damage contained in the 2 hands, Yang Kai looked solemn. If this is caught by him, Yang Kai estimates that his chest will be torn open directly. Between the electric light and flint, Yang Kai instinctively turned his body to the side, and the fist that was flaming with fire still slammed into the face of the angry waves. Both of them are desperately fighting. This is destined to be the last blow, a blow to death and then life, either you die or I die. Bump. Yang Kai's fist slammed into Nu Lang's face, and the still delicate facial features suddenly twisted, and Nu Lang's whole person was driven by a strong force, turned back in the air, and turned several times in the air. It just fell to the ground with a squeak. Brush. Nu Lang's claws swept across Yang Kai's chest as expected, but the scene of directly opening Yang Kai's stomach did not appear, but left 10 bloodstains on his chest, 5 shallow, 5 deep. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's sideways played a crucial role. The phalanx of one of Nu Lang's hands was broken just now. When Eagle Strike Zongkong was displayed, the strength of the 2 hands was definitely different, some were light and some were weak. Heavy, one of Yang Kai's sideways is to grasp the difference between the light and the heavy, so that his hands cannot use force at the same time, which is equivalent to breaking his move. This kind of coping method is completely the result of Fuji's mind, and it is also an instinctive reaction. Yang Kai didn't think much about it in the battle, but I have to say that this kind of cracking method is really wonderful to the peak. The scene suddenly quieted down, and a desperate struggle was decided. Yang Kai gasped lightly, still full of evil spirits, but the angry waves spread out on the ground like a dead dog, his face was bloody, and he stared at him with venomous anger. Yang Kai walked towards him step by step. "I won't let you go if you're a ghost," Nu Lang said viciously while swallowing the tumbling blood in his mouth. Yang Kai looked down at him, raised a big foot, and stepped down suddenly. Haha, the people of the Blood War gang heard my message, they will come and kill. Before Nulang could finish a sentence, Yongkai smashed his neck and died. The 5 people in Fengyulo were wiped out. Standing quietly in the same place, feeling the blood tumbling in his body and the fierce fighting spirit, Yongkai pondered for a moment with a cold expression, and a crazy thought emerged in his heart. Chapter 101 The Blatant Provocation. A long whistle came out. Yongkai's posture was wild, like a bloodthirsty beast. The whistling sound went straight to the sky, echoing in the valley endlessly. Come fight, bloody gang's chops. This is a signal to invite battle, this is a blatant provocation. I am here, waiting for you. It's not that he didn't know that there would be trouble if he stayed any longer. After all, Nulong had also used the whistle to convey a signal to them before. Although this valley covers an area of dozens of miles, it was quiet at night. Those people must have heard it and are coming here. At this time, the safest way is to take the best strategy. 3 battles in a row, killing 5 people. Yongkai's mental and physical strength is huge, and he has suffered a lot of injuries. How can he face the group of people from the Bloody Battle gang? Confrontation. Leaving here, waiting for recovery, and then waiting for an opportunity to make a move is undoubtedly the correct approach. But Yongkai can't go, and won't go. Because now he has climbed to the top with all his energy. Once he leaves here, there is bound to be a timid thought in his heart. This thought will last a lifetime. How can the indomitable Ao still have any use? Without the support of unyielding Ao, he is just a martial artist on the 4th floor of the Kaiyuan realm. It is advisable to use the remaining courage to chase the bandits. Yongkai will use his peak power to give the disciples of the Blood War gang a big surprise here. Of course, the premise of all this must be based on the fact that Shanning Shang's inference is correct. The group of people from the Bloody Battle gang are not comparable to small characters like Feng Yulo. Most of them are masters of the separation and reunion realm. In normal times, warriors of this level can easily kill Yongkai and die, but now, they are sealed by the 9 yin and 8 chains, and it is hard to say how much strength they have left. Just a moment after Yongkai's whistling came out, Sha Ningqiang suddenly opened her eyes, and her nervous and regretful heart finally relaxed a lot. He is not dead, he's not dead yet, Sha Ningqiang was about to cry. She has been worried about Yongkai's safety, for fear that he will never return and leave herself here alone. His strength is so low, and the number of opponents is so large, how can he resist? Since Yongkai left, Sha Ningqiang has been blaming herself and regretting that she should have tried her best to keep him, and couldn't let him out at all. But not to mention that time, even now, the state of On is not very good. Yongkai is really determined to leave, she can't stop it. Because he wanted to come to this place, he would be involved in this huge danger, and Sha Ningqiang felt extremely guilty. The innocent-minded girl only took the blame on herself, but did not want to chase after Yongkai whether it was Feng Yulo or the Bloody Battle gang. As for the culprit, it has to be Yongkai. But Sha Ningqiang finally felt a lot more relieved now that her junior brother was still safe. And in his voice, there is a fearless fighting intent, an exciting signal. Although he didn't know what he was facing now, Sha Ningqiang felt that the only thing she could do was to recover quickly, then go out to help him and save him. On the other side of the valley, Wen Feiken, who was dissolving the yin chain in his body, and Long Wei, who was protecting the law, also heard Yongkai's whistling clearly. When this sound came, Wen Feiken couldn't help frowning, his mind was interrupted, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. This beast. Wen Feiken was furious, and he was disturbed by his voice at a critical moment, and he suffered a little internal injury because of it. Palace Master Wen, how did you resolve it? Long Wei asked with seeming concern. Wen Feiken slowly shook his head. No, this thing is beyond my knowledge, and I don't know which woman's disciple can arrange a wonderful formation. The 3 yin qi chains not only locked the flow of vitality in his meridians, but also locked his dantian, which made his strength only reach the level of the 3rd layer of qi realm. Much lower. Wen Feiken is so angry, I can't wait to catch Yongkai and the woman and kill them 100 times now. A dignified master on the 5th floor of the True Essence realm was actually teased by 2 juniors into this virtue. When has he suffered such humiliation? Tang Master Wen, don't worry, that kid dared to reveal his whereabouts. I think he should be dead at this time. Long Hui's expression was determined, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wen Feiken didn't answer, because he could hear the meaning contained in Yongkai's whistling. However, a mere warrior on the 4th floor of the Kaiyuan realm, what are you arrogant about? Therefore, although Wen Feiken felt that something was wrong, he didn't take it too seriously, and also thought that Yongkai was a trapped beast who was still fighting, and would definitely die. Everyone in the valley had different thoughts, but outside the valley suddenly flew an old man with white hair and beard. This old man has a long breath, and his vitality fluctuates without revealing it, making it impossible for people to see the depth. The old man's face was full of worry and anxiety. He looked up at the sky, very regretful. It's broken, it's too late, my little ant, don't start the formation in advance. The old man muttered to himself as he ran. This old man is Meng Wuya, the shopkeeper of the contribution hall. In other words, Meng Wuya felt that he was really ashamed and lost to his grandmother's house. That night, he tried hard to dissuade his apprentice from coming to this place where the 9 yin converged. Anyway, it is not necessary to refine the 9 yin condensing yuan due to advance to the true essence level. Sha Ningchong was also well behaved and agreed. Meng Wuya was in a good mood. Sha Ningchong prepared a few small dishes and a few pots of wine in time. Meng Wuya drank and ate while talking about Yang Kai's bad, trying to keep his apprentice away from him. Because Meng Wuya can see that his apprentice is still very concerned about Yang Kai, it is not love between men and women, it is just a kind of love. But this sign is not good. Meng Wuya wants to kill it in the cradle. Over the years, the apprentices have been very obedient and obedient. Meng Wuya is like a baby, she is afraid of melting when she holds it in her mouth, and she is afraid of falling when she holds it in her hands. As a result, her mind is too simple and does not understand the sinister nature of human hearts. Meng Wuya is worried, what if Yang Kai has bad intentions and seduces his apprentice? It was when he was young, when love was ignorant, and once the apprentice became emotional, things would be difficult to handle. Therefore, Meng Wuya has ulterior motives, and has an old face. Although he is ashamed in his heart, he is full of scolding Yang Kai, saying how he is lustful, how he has lost his conscience, and what bad things are on Yang Kai, hit him hard. When he arrived, Meng Wuya told Sha Ningshang with a serious look, "Teacher, you must respect this kind of person and keep it away." Chapter 102 Meng Wuya's Missteps. Well, let me tell you, Wu Lian will be on the shelves at the beginning of next month. No matter what the results are, we have to grab the monthly ticket list. Sishaomo is here to book the monthly tickets in the hands of V. Unexpectedly, just after saying this sentence, Meng Wuya felt that his eyes were blurred, and his head was placed on the vegetable plate in front of him. When you wake up, time has passed for a long time. Sha Ningshang's medicine is full of weight. Being plotted against by his apprentice, Meng Wuya wanted to cry without tears, and lost his old face. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Meng Wuya didn't even bother to wash his face. He regretted it a lot, knowing that his apprentice's determination was so strong, he would not be so cheap to provoke her impression of Yang Kai. Isn't this nothing to do? Although his apprentice has countless treasures and can avoid many dangers, this is the interior of Haifeng Mountain after all. What if he encounters 1 or 2 powerful monsters that don't have long eyes and eats her? If you follow along, you don't have to worry about it at all. Calling you cheap, Meng Wuya can't wait to slap himself a few times. There is still 10 miles away from the place where the 9 yins converge. Meng Wuya can already feel the coldness coming from there. He is in the air and looks up nervously. I was seeing the yin qi in the valley churning, but it seemed to be bound by an invisible energy and could not escape. Seeing this scene, Meng Wuya finally let go of the heart that he had been holding. The 9 yin and 8 locks array has been opened, which means that his apprentice has arrived here safely. Huh, there's no big leak. Meng Wuya gasped heavily. God knows how nervous he was when he was on the road these few days, and a heart almost went wrong. After a while, Meng Wuya came to the outside of the valley, but he didn't go in. He stared into the valley, but the yin inside was too heavy, and he couldn't see or hear anything, and his consciousness couldn't even detect it. Check in there. Now that the 9 yin 8 locks formation has been opened, it means that his apprentice should have already started, and he just needs to wait for her good news. Bound by the formation, people inside can't get out, and people outside can't get in. Although Meng Wuya can break the formation, if the formation is broken, it might make the disciples' hard work in vain. Well, just wait, Meng Wuya comforted herself. This time, he was wrong. The reason why Sha Ningchong wanted to activate the formation in advance was not to deal with Jui Ning Yuanlu, but to deal with the fatal situation of the Blood War gang. Meng Wuya did not know that the current Sha Ningshang was extremely weak, and the current Yang Kai was covered in blood, and both of them were caught in a huge crisis. If he knew, he would definitely break the formation at all costs and slaughter Wen Feiken and the others 1,000 times inside. Damn, even dare to fight the idea of the old man and the apprentice. I am the 18th generation of your ancestors. Sometimes things are so wonderful, so close at hand, yet so far away. In the valley, Yang Kai was still quietly stomping on the spot, his waist straight like a javelin, waiting for the coming strong enemy. Swish swish. All around, I suddenly remembered the sound of hunting clothes. It's finally here. Yang Kai's face gradually became solemn, he turned his head and glanced at the place where Sha Ning Chong was hiding, and he didn't know if he would survive this battle. But, I have tried my best and have no regrets. Brush brush. 3 figures came to Yang Kai's side almost at the same time, and then another person came. The first 3 people are the masters of the blood war gangs clutching in Reunion Realm, and the last one only has the strength of the 9th layer of the Qi Realm, so the speed is naturally slower. After these 4 people arrived, they did not speak, but stared at Yang Kai in shock. Because they found that it was only an hour away, this young man who was only on the 4th floor of Kaiyuan Realm now has the strength of the peak of Kaiyuan Realm. How is this going? Nu Lang's corpse was at his feet, his neck was broken, his death was miserable, and his eyes were bulging. He obviously didn't expect him to die here. It feels creepy. You killed this person? A master of the Confederation realm from the Bloody Battle Gang asked. The most powerful person, and your young master Long. Yang Kai didn't answer his question, but turned around and found that the number of people was wrong. Originally, there were 7 members of the Blood War Gang. Apart from Wen Feiken and Long Wei who stayed where they were, another Qi Realm disciple was killed by Sha Ningsheng with Yin Qi chains, so there were only 4 of them left. HMPH, to deal with you, why should Hall Master Wen and young Master Long go into action? The person who spoke earlier snorted coldly. This person is not very old, about 25 or 6 years old, and he is a young man. Blood Battle Gang, hee, it will only be inferior to the crowd. Yang Kai sneered. The young man said with a ruthless expression, to deal with a person like you, I alone are enough. Although he has been sealed by the Yin Qi chain for most of his strength, after all, he still has the foundation of the Clutch Realm. If he really wants to make a move, it must be more powerful than the Qi Realm layer. How can he not deal with Yang Kai? It's useless to play tricks, why don't you try it? Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. He can feel it, these people are indeed greatly reduced in strength. They can't compare to the pressure they put on him before. Moreover, the fluctuations of their vitality are quite unstable. Even if it is strong, it is not much stronger, and the one coming from behind is slightly inferior to the rage. One-on-one, Yang Kai still has the certainty of winning, as long as he kills one first, the next thing will be much easier. Boy is crazy, see your grandfather come to teach you a lesson. The young man really said, and he came forward before the words were finished. Seeing that the plan is about to succeed, as long as the young man is within 10 steps of him, Yang Kai will kill him with one blow even if he is injured, but at this moment, the voice of another master of separation and reunion rang out. Junior brother Yuanlang, don't fall for his tricks. The young man stopped immediately, looked at Yang Kai coldly, and said, yes, senior brother Kai. He is the only one here, and I don't know where the woman is. The woman has many means and has to guard against it, and this kid has the strength to kill the angry waves. I am afraid he has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Quickly take him, come down, ask for the whereabouts of that woman. Senior Kai, who was speaking, looked alert and waved his hand, come on together. 4 against 1, and the opponent is still a martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm. Even if he has the means of turning the sky, he can't use it, and he can only be captured. The 4 figures moved almost at the same time, and they surrounded Yang Kai in the south, and northwest, and the ferocious ultimate move was under his hood. Faced with a critical situation, Yang Kai was unafraid and laughed loudly. Just say that your bloody gang will only bully the few, you still don't admit it. The young man Yuanlang, who had almost succeeded in the past, blushed, and while releasing his ultimate move, he scolded angrily, stinky boy has sharp teeth and sharp mouth, and you will look good when I take you down. Chapter 103 The Battle of the Moment. One more appeal, Wulian will be on the shelves on the 1st of next month, that is, 4 days later, and the monthly ticket subscription will be supported. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't have this qualification. Yang Kai roared, his vitality burst out of the body, and the whole person was like a burning fireball, exuding a pressing heat. While speaking, Yang Kai and Yuanlang slapped each other. In the muffled sound, Yang Kai stumbled back, but Yuanlang made a strange cry and flew out. Taking 3 steps back, Yang Kai instantly fell into the siege of the other 3 people. Seeing that the 3 attacks were about to hit him, Yang Kai hurriedly lowered his body, avoiding the blow of another master of the separation and reunion, and at the same time put his back was exposed to the worst bloody gang disciple. With the overwhelming momentum, the 2 palms stamped on the chest of the most vigilant senior brother Kai. That is, this person, who woke up Yuan Lang just now, did not let him fall into Yang Kai's trap. Among the 4, with him as the leader, the strength is naturally the strongest. Even if his cultivation base is sealed, he still has the strength of 2 layers of Qi realm. So Yang Kai made up his mind, he must be killed first. As long as he is dead, the remaining 3 are nothing to fear. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already had a confrontation with the 4 of them in different situations. Senior brother Kai frowned when he saw Yang Kai calling him regardless of his own safety. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do, he had a bad feeling in his heart. There must be some incredible mystery hidden in these palms. Retreat. This person is also quite decisive, although he doesn't quite believe that Yang Kai will cause harm to him, but he is cautious, he immediately retreats, and at the same time he raises his hand towards Yang Kai's double palm print, wanting to test the strength of the opponent. Before the palm of his hand was pushed out, he found a cold and sinister smile on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. No, it's a hit. The next moment, he saw Yang Kai's 2 palms fluttering left and right, avoiding his own block, and still printing towards his chest with a stance that was not afraid of death. Of course his 2 palms will hit him, but his own attack can also hit him. Is this an injury for injury? Before the thought was finished, Yang Kai's palms had a new change. The 2 burning palms suddenly turned blood red, as if there was some liquid covering them, and the scorching temperature was raised to a new level. There is no way to dodge. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in senior brother Kai's eyes, and his vitality surged up. Just look at this palm, whether it's you or me. After all, Lao Su is also a master of the separation and reunion realm. Although most of the strength is now sealed, it feels a little bit like a tiger falling into piece, but is the quality and intensity of the vitality in the body still inferior to you? There were 2 beeps. Senior brother Kai slapped Yang Kai's chest with a palm, and at the same time his chest was also imprinted by Yang Kai's double palms. In an instant, the vitality guarding his chest violently tossed, and his chest seemed to be melted. This kid's energy is so pure. This person was shocked, thinking that if his realm was not higher than his, maybe the power of this palm could really hurt him. Before he could finish being shocked, he felt a hot heat from Yang Kai's palm again. With the spread of this enthusiasm, senior brother Kai's chest was in severe pain. There was a vague feeling that his body was being penetrated, and the whole person's internal organs were also churning. Get out of the way. Senior brother Kai was furious, his palms burst out, Yang Kai couldn't support him any longer, and flew out like a rag sack. Before he even landed, the lowest strength bloody battle gang disciple behind him had already stabbed with a sword. At the critical moment, Yang Kai twisted his body, and the sword directly pierced his shoulder, opening a blood hole in his shoulder. This is not over yet. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's injury, another master of the separation and reunion finally found the opportunity, kicked Yang Kai's waist and kicked him directly. Just now, Yang Kai avoided his blow, which made him feel a little embarrassed. At this moment, he was naturally merciless. At the same time that Yang Kai flew out, a bottle suddenly slipped out of his chest and fell to the ground. In midair, Yang Kai spewed a bloody arrow and stumbled to the ground. He glanced at the bottle that he had fallen out of with some pain in his eyes, but did not dare to go forward to pick it up. A flame of fire appeared on the bottom of his feet, and it disappeared like lightning, in the jungle. Yuan Long saw all this in his eyes, and rushed forward to pick up the bottle. Yang Kai's laughter came from afar. Ha ha ha, the bloody battle gang, the separation and reunion realm, that's all. How did you run away? Several people from the bloody battle gang looked at each other in dismay. Yang Kai let out a whistling sound to lead them to come, and waited here in a majestic manner. The previous arrogance was still so arrogant, and the tone was quite arrogant. Originally, they all thought Yang Kai had something to rely on, but now he ran. Isn't it thunder and rain? A few people really think that he has some amazing means, and now looking at the direction in which he escaped, he can't help but sneer. Chase, he was seriously injured, he definitely won't be able to support him for a long time. Yuan Lang threw his palm resentfully, and said viciously, a fight with Yang Kai made him suffer a small loss. He did not expect Yang Kai's palm the force is so difficult to resolve, and after he resolves it, the battle here is over. It's just 3 breaths of work before and after, and the speed is astounding. After speaking, Yuan Lang immediately chased in the direction of Yang Kai, and the others hurriedly followed. But before they could run a few steps, there was a sudden sound of a heavy object falling to the ground from behind. A few people turned their heads in surprise, but saw that the most powerful senior brother Kai was facing the lowest and his back to the sky and the earth, crawling on the ground. Not moving at all. "Senior brother, what's wrong with you?" Yuan Long asked in surprise, but received no response. "What's going on?" The one with the lowest strength was also confused. "Just now, senior brother Kai just fought against Yang Kai with an injury, but he won't be seriously injured, right? The situation is not right." The third person frowned, walked back quickly, broke the body of this senior brother, and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! How's senior brother Kai?" Yuan Long walked back and asked. Looking at it, he was stunned for a while. Because of this senior brother's skin is red at the moment, the blood under the skin is boiling, and the two eyes are bulging high, almost the same as the angry waves who died on the side. At this moment, this senior Kai has no breath at all, and there is a finger-sized hole in his chest, and red blood is gurgling out. "It's so hot." The disciple of the bloody battle gang who was holding senior brother Kai quickly put down the body. As soon as the ground collided, the corpse actually burst open, and the hot blood splashed out, scattered on the ground, and a cloud of blood transpired. The three people who were still alive were drenched all over their faces, and their blood was still mixed with hot vitality. The three looked terrifying. They could never have imagined that the most powerful senior brother Kai would die like this inexplicably. "How did you die? When did Yang Kai make his move?" The three of them stood there stupidly, staring blankly at the dead senior brother who could no longer die on the ground. The expressions on their faces were wonderful. The masters of the four bloody gangs attacked Yang Kai together, and he actually killed one person in an instant, and he was only a sword, a foot, and a palm in his body. Although he was seriously injured, he also escaped. Go out. Chapter 104 Yuan Long's speculation. The three of them couldn't accept this fact in their hearts. Lying on the ground is a master of the separation and reunion, and this motherfucker is a master of the separation and reunion. Why was he killed by a martial artist from Kaiyuan realm? The gap between the two is two big realms, which is simply a big joke. Although senior brother Kai had been blocked by that woman for most of his cultivation, and he had to spend his vitality and energy to resist the intrusion of the yin qi in the valley, he could still use the strength of qi realm to some extent, right? "How did you get killed?" The faces of the three turned blue and red, and they were a little scared. "Personally, I was thinking, what if Yang Kai's target was not this senior brother, but himself? What will be the result? Without a doubt, he will die here too." Only at this moment did Yuan Lang understand senior brother Kai's wisdom and vigilance. If it wasn't for senior brother's reminder, he would probably be the first to die at the hands of Yang Kai. "Senior brother, how did you die?" The warrior with the lowest strength finally asked, breaking the awkward and embarrassing silence. After this sentence was asked, the three suddenly looked at each other. The scene of the fight just now replayed in my mind, and finally found the traces of Yang Kai's hands. It's that palm that swaps injuries for injuries. Yang Kai's only attack in this battle. Is he so strong? One person asked in horror. It's not his ability. He should have hidden some powerful secret treasure in his hand, otherwise he would never be able to break through the defense of his senior brother's vitality and kill him with one blow. Yuan Long glanced at him, his mind gradually calmed down, analyzed. The other person nodded in agreement. If it is not relying on the power of the secret treasure, how can it be achieved by Yang Kai's own strength? Even if Yang Kai came forward to admit it, they wouldn't believe it. The vitality needed to mobilize this secret treasure must be huge, and his strength is only in the Kaiyuan realm, so he only has one chance to make a shot. After one hit, regardless of success or failure, immediately escape. It is clear, and his thinking is gradually becoming more agile, and he feels a little bit of zhenwu, and his speculation is quite consistent with Yang Kai's suspicious behavior. Yuan Lang said firmly, "So, even if he still has some strength, he is only at the end of the shot, and he definitely can't move the secret treasure anymore, and with such a serious injury, he is no longer afraid." The other two also felt that his analysis was very reasonable, and their hearts could not help but let go. It turned out that it was only possible to achieve this level by relying on secret treasures, but I was terrified. If his strength is really so evil that even senior brother Kai can be easily beheaded, then he and the others will wash their necks and stretch them out, so why bother? The bloody battle gang disciple with the lowest strength said, "Senior brother was killed, do we want to go back and report?" Yuan Long turned his head and glanced at him, and said lightly, "What are you going back for?" "Don't report it, I'm afraid it's not right." The man hesitated. The other person glanced at the young man thoughtfully, suddenly laughed, and said to the person with the lowest strength, Junior Brother Wu, you don't understand the intention of Senior Brother Yuan. Junior Brother Wu looked bewildered, turned his head to look at this man, and then turned to look at Yuan Long, puzzled. Yuan Lang chuckled. Junior Brother Yi is still very thoughtful and can't hide anything from you. Junior Brother Yi also smiled heartily. Heroes see the same thing. Brother Wu watched the two of them play dumb riddles. He couldn't understand the key point, so he couldn't help but say, two brothers, can you make things simpler? Yuan Lang glanced at him, and then said, Junior Brother Wu, what do you think of the secret treasure that Yang Kai relies on? Junior Brother Wu listened for a moment and thought for a moment, then slowly replied, in the siege of the four of us, he can kill Senior Brother Kai with one blow. This secret treasure must not be of low grade, at least it is a secret treasure of the middle grade. It is possible that it is a high-grade prefecture. They have all seen Shaning Shang display a heaven-level defense secret treasure with their own eyes. What is the appearance of an earth-level secret treasure in Yang Kai's hand at this moment? It is reasonable to say that the prefecture level is also the lowest assessment by Junior Brother Wu. Yuan Long nodded slightly. If we report this to Hall Master Wen, what do you think will be the final result? Junior Brother Wu said almost instinctively, Yang Kai will die, and the secret treasure will be captured by Hall Master Wen. Halfway through the man, he suddenly understood everything. If Hall Master Wen knew that Yang Kai had an earth-level artifact in his hands, would they still have their share? The heaven-level secret treasure on that woman has been set by Master Long Wei. Hall Master Wen can't eat meat, so he always has to drink soup, right? As for the brothers, I'm afraid they can't even lick the soup base. At most, after returning home, Hall Master Wen will reward him with some gold and silver. This time through the danger, the brothers have died several times. Is it only possible to get so much benefit? It takes a little reward to work hard for others. A few people have just walked through the border of life and death, and they are still thumping and jumping because they are so careful. How can it be made up for by a little gold and silver? Moreover, Hall Master Wen has always been stingy, and even if he is rewarded, he probably won't give much. What do the two senior brothers mean? Junior Brother Wu asked tentatively. Yuan Lang and Junior Brother Yi looked at each other. Junior Brother Yi nodded slightly. What Senior Brother Yuan says, we will do what we do. Yuan Lang chuckled. Okay, since the two junior brothers have no objection to this matter, then we won't report it. Okay, the two nodded. As for the secret treasure in Yang Kai's hand, Yuan Lang smiled and turned to look at the two junior brothers. Who can kill him to avenge Senior Brother Kai? Who can own the secret treasure? How? Junior Brother Yi nodded. Just as Senior Brother Yi Yuan said. We want to separate. Junior Brother Wu is the weakest. Seeing Senior Brother Kai die on the spot just now, he was naturally a little panicked, for fear that he would not be able to deal with Yang Kai one-on-one. That Junior Brother Yi said. What are you afraid of? Yang Kai urged a secret treasure once. What vitality is left? What's more, he fought with the people of Fengyulo before, and he was hit hard by us. Whoever touches it. When he arrives, he can easily kill him. Junior Brother Wu thought that he was right. Before he and the others came, Yang Kai had a battle with the raging waves. The consumption must be huge, and he was injured by himself and others. Vitality and mind are used to resist the invasion of Yin Qi. I am afraid that the strength of the whole body has already gone to 70 or 80%. If he really encounters him, he can kill him casually. Now this situation is not so much to kill Yang Kai to avenge Senior Brother Kai, but to look for the earth-level artifact in his hands. Whoever finds him first will own the artifact. How can we act together? Thinking of this, Junior Brother Wu's breath became hot. Chapter 105 The mystery contained in the medicine pill. After a few people agreed, they were about to act, but Junior Brother Yi suddenly looked at Yuan Lang and said, Senior Brother Yuan, when Yang Kai fled just now, something seemed to fall out. I don't know what it is. Yuan Lang was taken aback for a moment. He smiled. Junior Brother Yi is very observant. As he spoke, he spread out his palms, presented the bottle, and said, it should be a bottle of medicine pill. Can you take a look? Junior Brother Yi smiled slightly. Both Yang Kai and the woman have high-grade secret treasures, and they are worth a lot of money. When the bottle fell out just now, Yang Kai obviously had a kind of reluctance to give up, and the medicinal pill that could make him reluctant to give up was definitely not low in value. Because of this, Junior Brother Yi didn't want this thing to be swallowed by Yuan Long alone. Everyone participated in the battle, and naturally those who saw it had a share. Okay, Yuan Lang also knew what Junior Brother Yi was thinking, and naturally he would not dominate the trophy. It seems to be an elixir of Yang properties. Yuan Long showed some joy on his face. Junior brother Yi and junior brother Wu also became excited. Really? You can see if you look at it. Yuan Long said as he poured out some medicinal pills from the bottle and played them on the two junior brothers. It really is a yang-type medicine pill. Junior brother Wu looked very happy. As soon as he took a few medicine pills, he felt that the chill in his body was dispelled a lot, and he didn't even need to spend his vitality to resist the invasion of yin. This elixir is simply the nemesis of the valley's yin qi. No wonder Yang Kai was a little reluctant. In such a harsh environment, what is most needed is this yang-type medicinal pill. If he loses this support, I am afraid it will only become more and more unbearable. Yuan Lang shook the bottle and said, the medicinal pill has already been divided, but the two junior brothers, this medicinal pill may have hidden secrets. You don't need to eat it, just take it on your body to ward off the cold. Senior brother, take a step first. After all, this is the medicinal pill that Yang Kai left behind. What if it is poisonous? Although they were not as thoughtful as senior brother Kai, they were not stupid enough to eat the enemy's food. Having said that, Yuan Long started to move and disappeared without a trace. Immediately, the other two also put the medicinal pill into their arms, and each chased the direction where Yang Kai disappeared. Yang Kai was like a fierce beast licking its wounds, quietly hiding on top of a tree canopy, trying his best to restrain his breath, his eyes vigilantly checking the surrounding movement. He was in a very bad state. He had already suffered some injuries in a battle with the 5 disciples of Feng Yulo. Just now, under the siege of the 4 members of the bloody battle gang, his injuries were much more serious. Especially the sword that pierced through the shoulder must have injured the muscles and bones, making Yang Kai's left hand feel a little weak. In order to avoid being traced by those people following the blood trail, Yang Kai has used yang liquid to scald all the wounds, sealing the flow of blood. Although unyielding Ao has kept his strength at the peak, he is still a warrior of the 4th floor of Kaiyuan. After successive battles, the physical and mental consumption is huge, fell down. Recalling the dangerous battle just now, Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. That senior brother Kai is worthy of being a master of the separation and reunion realm. Although most of his cultivation has been sealed, he has spent 10 drops of yang liquid to penetrate the blockade of vitality in his body and give him a fatal blow. But worth it. Although it is difficult to condense 10 drops of yang liquid, it is not a waste to exchange the life of a master of the separation and reunion. In this adversity, Yang Kai's mind is clearer than ever before. He understands that if he fails, not only will this life be involved, but even Shanning Shang will be implicated. The stakes are so important, how dare Yang Kai relax in the slightest? In addition to Long Wei and the strongest person in the blood battle gang, there are still 3 people left. These 3 people are not as strong as senior brother Kai. They are not afraid of one-on-one, but if they join forces, things will be difficult. Manage. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy can help you win 100 battles. Yang Kai must figure out the action route and direction of the 3 members of the bloody battle gang before he can have a corresponding plan to kill the enemy. Therefore, before he left, he deliberately left his bottle of medicinal pills behind. It can be said that the main purpose of the battle just now was to hide the traces of the medicinal pills he left behind, and the second purpose was to kill that senior brother Kai. Fortunately, both goals were successfully accomplished. What was left behind was a bottle of jade blood profound yang pill. A few days ago, I found more than a dozen blue-blooded Xuanyang flowers, and then Shanning Shang helped me refine them. Because the yang liquid in his dantian was still abundant, and he was on his way at the time, Yang Kai did not take them. Don't want to just come in handy right now. Sometimes, pills don't have to be eaten to cause an accident. Yang Kai wants to tell them that even if he carries his medicinal pill in his arms, there is still a problem. He believed that his plan would be successful. After all, this was the place where the 9 yin converged. The yin qi was sultry, and suddenly there was a bottle of yang-type medicinal herbs. There was no need to think too much about what those people would do. As long as they bring the jade blood profound yang pill with them, they can rely on the Yangyuan seal to find out their location. In this way, they will take the initiative in their own hands. After hiding for a while, the Yangyuan seal on his chest really responded. Yang Kai's expression froze, he quickly held his breath and suppressed his heartbeat. Not long after, someone flashed from below, and Yang Kai frowned. Why is there only one person? After a while, another person hurried past not far away. After a while, the third person suddenly came under the big tree where Yang Kai was hiding. Yang Kai quietly looked down and found that this person turned out to be the lowest strength bloody battle gang disciple. The man looked around for a moment, and quickly disappeared. Strange, how could these 3 be separated? Yang Kai frowned and thought hard, but he didn't want to understand. How did he know that these three people only thought that he was at the end of the shot, and that there was an Earth-level secret treasure with huge lethality in his hands? They separated to see who was lucky enough to find him. No wonder the three of them thought so. If they were ordinary Kaiyuan martial artists, the vitality stored in their bodies would definitely not be too much. If they really had to go through a few battles of life and death, there would be very little vitality left. But Yang Kai is different. The vitality stored in his meridians is indeed no more than that of other Kaiyuan martial artists. He couldn't bear the amount of Yang Yi in his dantian to spare. Before leaving, Yang Kai had stored more than 40 drops of Yang liquid in his dantian. It doesn't matter if the vitality in the meridians is exhausted, a drop of Yang liquid can completely replenish it, making him fierce again. It can be said that as long as there are reserves in his dantian and his physical strength and spirit can keep up, Yang Kai is a tireless fighting machine. If that senior brother Kai was still alive, with his prudence and caution in his life, he would definitely not let his own people act separately, giving Yang Kai a chance to defeat them one by one. But Yang Kai killed him just now because of his serious injury. It was Yuan Lang's turn to speak up, and the words were the first. Naturally, he didn't think too much about it. Yang Kai can't understand the deep meaning of it, but now things are going more smoothly than he expected, how could he not seize the opportunity in front of him? Chapter 106 Defeat one by one. After confirming that the other two were not nearby, Yang Kai jumped down from the canopy and followed the lowest strength junior brother Wu. Junior brother Wu himself has the strength of the 9th level of the Qi realm, and is considered a good player, but now that his strength has been sealed, he can only exert less than 40% of his ability. At this moment, he was vigilantly investigating the traces of Yang Kai in the dense forest. Unfortunately, although he was chasing after his blood, the blood was gone before a cup of tea. There are dense trees in this valley, and it is difficult to find a person. Junior brother Wu did not miss any suspicious spots, and looked up at the treetops from time to time, but the light here was too dim, which made the search a lot more difficult. But don't let the two senior brothers get there first. If Yang Kai is found by them first, then the Earth-grade secret treasure will not have his share. Earth-grade secret treasure. When junior brother Wu thinks about it, his heart is hot. If he can have it, his status in the gang will also rise. Relying on this secret treasure, it is not difficult to defeat the martial artist in the separation and reunion. While searching, there was a sudden noise behind him. Junior brother Wu turned around in horror and shouted, "Who?" At the same time, he looked around, clenched the long sword in his hand, and was secretly vigilant, but he found nothing. From time to time, there was a rushing movement in his ears, but it was because of the overcast wind that blew the surrounding trees. Some of my own plants and trees are all soldiers. Junior brother Wu secretly laughed at himself. In this valley, in addition to his bloody gang, only Yang Kai and the woman were left. Those two people were powerless to protect themselves now, how could they come to seek death? With a chuckle, junior brother Wu turned around and prepared to move on. Unexpectedly, his mind was just relaxed, and a hot feeling suddenly came from the top of his head. At the same time, the skin all over his body tightened, and an aura of death rushed towards him. Looking up in surprise, junior brother Wu's eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, "Yang Kai." As soon as the words fell, Yang Kai had already fallen above him, head and foot, like a goshawk hunting for prey. With the momentum of pounce, a layer of red light ignited on one palm, and a palm shot towards the top of his head. This incident happened too quickly. Junior brother Wu only had time to pull out a sword flower, and Yang Kai's attack had already arrived. In the panic, junior brother Wu tilted his head and avoided the critical position above his head. With a bang, Yang Kai placed a palm on his shoulder, and with a crackling sound, junior brother Wu's entire arm sank and broke directly. Ah! The fiery vitality entered the body, junior brother Wu screamed, the long sword shook again, and the sword slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai flipped back in the air, rubbing the surface of the sword with the soles of his feet, and dodged the blow with danger and danger. After landing, like a snake coming out of a hole, his feet bounced on the ground, and he quickly deceived junior brother Wu's arms. Like butterflies pierced through flowers, wrapped around his right hand holding the sword, and then pushed and pulled, breaking his balance, and slammed his back, knocking him to the ground. This movement is extremely fast, and the people who see it are dazzled, but it is connected with flowing water. Falling to the ground, junior brother Wu spurted out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai pinned his knees to his shoulder blades, and both hands slammed hard. Gotcha! Junior brother Wu's right arm was also suddenly broken. A miserable howl sounded, and in a face-to-face effort, Junior Brother Wu's hands were abolished, and Yang Kai stepped on his entire body. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, without the slightest emotional fluctuation on his face. He picked it up with one foot, rolled up the long sword that Junior Brother Wu had dropped on the ground, and stabbed it directly at his chest. "You, how could you?" Junior Brother Wu looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, blood dripping from his mouth. "How can you possibly still have the strength to fight? You are just a martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm, you should be exhausted." "Senior Brother Yuan, I am Grass Nima, Junior Brother is considered to be killed by you." Junior Brother Wu turned the last thought in his mind, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. After killing this Junior Brother Wu, Yang Kai was slightly out of breath, the wound on his body also showed signs of cracking, and blood gushed out again. Not daring to delay, Yang Kai leaned over this Junior Brother Wu and searched carefully, and after a while, he retrieved his Jade Blood Profound Yang Pill. Not only that, this Junior Brother Wu also had some other valuables, a small half bottle of Wei Yuan Dan, and some silver notes, all of which were collected by Yang Kai. Carrying Junior Brother Wu's body, Yang Kai jumped to the tree and hid the body in the canopy before jumping down and running in the other direction. "The time is tight, the sky should be bright in less than 2 hours, and I still need to kill at least 4 enemies, one of which is even a master of the real essence, and has a long way to go." With the improvement of strength, the range of Yang origin seal on the chest that can be sensed has also increased a lot. It is estimated that within 200 feet, Yang Kai can sense the reaction of Yang Qi. 200 Zhang is already very far away. In normal times, those masters of the separation and reunion are keenly aware, and movements within 200 Zhang are naturally hidden from their eyes and ears, but now, Yang Kai is the master of these 200 Zhang. After running for less than a stick of incense, Yang Kai stopped suddenly, and he felt the existence of another person. It's just that this person stayed where he was and didn't know what he was doing. Yang Kai waited for a while and found that he still didn't move. Moreover, Yang Kai also felt that the place where the person stayed was a bit strange, as if the yin qi in the valley was gathering towards that place. Frowning his brows, Yang Kai quietly touched it. After a while, Yang Kai finally approached the opponent within 30 feet, hid behind a big tree, and quietly looked over there. 30 feet away, a vague figure was standing there, and not far in front of him, there was a group of snow-white bright things that were radiating light. This thing is like a small sun, and it shows everything in the vicinity. It is not large, only about the size of a pigeon egg, but from its interior, there are bursts of chilling chills, that is a chill that can freeze even the soul. At this moment, this thing is spinning endlessly, and as it rotates, the yin qi in the valley seems to be pulled by some force, and it is rushing towards it rapidly. 9 yin congealing primordial dew. Yang Kai almost instantly understood what this thing was. Although he had never seen it before, Yang Kai recognized it at a glance. Shanning Shang brought herself to this place where the 9 yin converged for the purpose of refining it. It turns out that Jui Ning Yuanlu looks like this. Yang Kai thought it was a drop of dew. But now it seems that this thing is quite spiritual, and it is indeed absorbing the yin of heaven and earth. Just as Yang Kai was observing secretly, the figure 30 feet away finally moved. This person is Junior Brother Yi. He followed Yang Kai to no avail, but he didn't expect to find Jui Ning Yuanlu here. With his knowledge, he naturally didn't know the magic of this thing, but he also knew that this thing was a treasure. After quietly observing for a long time, I finally couldn't help but want to do it. Chapter 107 Sneak Attack. As soon as he moved, Yang Kai naturally followed. At this moment, Junior Brother Yi was all attracted by Jui Ning Yuanlu, which was a good time to start a sneak attack. He never dreamed that Yang Kai would be able to determine his location and be bold enough to attack him. There was a greedy look on Yi's face, his body was as dexterous as a cat, his movements were silent, and he approached Jui Ning Yuanlu little by little. The distance is getting closer, 20 feet, 10 feet, 9 feet. Jui Ning Yuanlu still stayed in place, constantly absorbing the yin qi of heaven and earth in the valley, stirring the surrounding yin wind. When the distance between Junior Brother Yi and Jui Ning Yuanlu was only 50 feet, the vitality that he had not released suddenly rioted. Just grabbed Jui Ning Yuanlu. Yang Kai also moved, his eyes locked on Junior Brother Yi's body, the wind was blowing from the soles of his feet, and he held the long sword that he had just robbed. Just when Junior Brother Yi thought he was about to succeed, the Jui Ning Yuanlu suddenly stopped absorbing yin qi, and an extremely strong cold energy burst out from the inside, rushing towards Junior Brother Yi. This sudden change was so fast that Junior Brother Yi couldn't stop his steps. Junior Brother Yi looked horrified. He observed it for a long time just now. Although he was sure that this was a genius treasure, he didn't know that this thing had spirituality and would fight back in the face of a crisis. Junior brother Yi was in a daze for a while, feeling the chill rushing towards his face. His heart was extremely panic, his vitality was running, and he wanted to resist the oncoming crisis. Just ready to bear the impact, Jui Ning Yuanlu suddenly shook, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment it disappeared, the surrounding light suddenly plunged into darkness. When the light changed, Junior brother Yi's line of sight was greatly affected, and he couldn't see any changes in the surroundings. That is, at this moment, Yang Kai shot. Although Yang Kai's line of sight was also affected, he could basically confirm the general position of the enemy. Even if he stabbed with this sword, it would definitely not make him feel better. Junior brother Yi is now all focused on the cold air rushing towards him. How can he feel the murderous intent coming from the side? The next moment, Junior brother Yi swayed and was hit by the cold air. His whole body was like falling into an ice cellar, his vitality was not functioning well, and he couldn't help shivering. Before he could take a breath, he suddenly noticed a huge pain in his waist and abdomen, as if he had been pierced by some sharp weapon. Junior brother Yi has a lot of experience in responding to the enemy. After all, he is a master of the separation and reunion realm. Although his vision is blocked, he instinctively swept his foot in the direction of Yang Kai. With a muffled sound, Yang Kai was swept across his shoulders and flew out. The two heavy breathing sounded at the same time. At this moment, Yang Kai no longer needed to hide his figure. The sight gradually recovered. Junior brother Yi looked towards Yang Kai's direction with resentment. His body trembled involuntarily, his hands were covering his waist and ribs, and his body staggered. From his waist, a long sword came out through his body. Yang Kai had almost exhausted his strength just now, and Junior brother Yi had to use his skills to resist the cold. How could he be prepared? It's you. After seeing Yang Kai's face, Junior brother Yi's expression suddenly brightened. He just thought of several possibilities. One possibility is that Yuan Long or Junior brother Wu sneaked up on him. Strangely, another possibility is that the woman wants to kill herself, and there is another unlikely possibility that there is another party in the valley. But he never thought that the one who attacked him was actually Yang Kai, who they identified as a lamb to be slaughtered. Hee. Yang Kai slowly got up, looked at him with a smirk, shook the shoulder that was hit, and realized that there was no serious problem, and then walked over step by step without fear. The current Junior brother Yi is the real dead end. How is that possible? Junior brother Yi's face gradually turned pale. Although I don't know what you are surprised about, it seems that all this is very different from what you expected. Yang Kai said coldly. Junior brother Yi looked down and looked surprised. This is Junior brother Wu's sword. Yes, he's dead. Now it's your turn. It turns out that we were all deceived by you. At this moment, Junior brother Yi felt a strong sense of unwillingness and humiliation. When senior brother Kai died tragically in Yang Kai's hands just now, it could also be explained as the power of a secret treasure. And now, he has to die at the hands of Yang Kai. Lao Su is the border of separation and reunion. Now it is actually going to be killed by a warrior of Kaiyuan realm. What kind of world is this? Depressed, very embarrassed. With a wow, Junior brother Yi opened his mouth and a blood arrow spewed out. His expression became more and more sluggish. The physical injury and the mental humiliation made him feel haggard and powerless, but he couldn't resist. I have no grudges with you, but since you are here, no wonder I am cruel. Yang Kai looked indifferent. He walked up to him and raised his palm and slammed over. Junior brother Yi's eyes were suddenly much brighter, as if he was returning to the light. He even took out the long sword on his waist and clasped it in the palm of his hand and cut it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's body was short, and an uppercut hit his chin. Junior brother Yi's entire chin was immediately shattered, his body flew high, and then fell heavily to the ground. Without waiting for him to resist, Yang Kai rushed forward with two punches, his vitality burst out, and Junior brother Yi suddenly lost his vitality. Standing up, Yang Kai sneered, playing tricks, I am your grandfather. Obviously, Junior brother Yi was showing his weakness just now and wanted Yang Kai to get close to him and then kill him in one fell swoop. But Yang Kai had been prepared for a long time. The rabbit was in a hurry and bit people, not to mention that he was a martial artist. Before killing the enemy, any carelessness may cost you your life. After killing this person, Yang Kai searched his body as usual, but there was not much to gain. He still had 1 or 2 spare bottles of medicinal pills and some silver notes. After all, these people can't always carry too many things when they go out. The medicinal pill can be used by himself, but there are several silver notes, and Yang Kai didn't take a close look, just stuffed it into his trousers pocket. Still throwing the person's corpse on a nearby tree, Yang Kai looked around and found that the Juyin Ning Yuanlu had long since disappeared. The cold energy that Juyin Ning Yuan do burst out just now, Yang Kai also felt very clearly. It is an extremely overbearing cool, no wonder he needs to help collect it. This thing is full of spirituality, if it is not good, it will escape, except the vitality of the Yang attribute is beyond its nemesis. I am afraid there is really no good way to accept it. There is still more than an hour before dawn. The speed must be faster, but before that, Yang Kai has to go back and ask Sha Ning Chong how to subdue Juyin Ning Yuanlu. Chapter 108 Sha Ning Shang is blocked. Juyin Ning Yuanlu is erratic, and the area of the valley is not small. If you are lucky enough to encounter it, you can take it away easily, which can be regarded as a worry. But Yang Kai asked several times before he came, neither Sha Ning Shang nor Old Man Meng answered, but only told him when it was time, which made Yang Kai rather puzzled. Now it's time to find out. Yang Kai still remembered where Sha Ning Chong was hiding. While running over there cautiously, he paid attention to the reaction of Yang Yuanian on his chest, trying to see if he could touch that Yuan Long. But along the way, Yang Yuanian didn't respond at all, and Yuan Long didn't know where he went, which made him helpless. After all, his sensing range was only 200 feet. Once Yuan Long exceeded this range, Yang Kai there is no way to search. I hurriedly took a stick of incense and saw that I was about to arrive at the place where Sha Ning Shang was hiding, and the Yang Yuan seal on my chest actually reacted at this moment. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Surprisingly, Yuan Long was now located very close to Sha Ning Shang, and he was delighted that he had finally found this bloody battle gang disciple. Has he already discovered Sha Ning Shang? Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly approached over there, while holding his breath and paying attention to the movement over there. After a while, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. There was no movement there. Yuan Lang probably didn't find Sha Ning Chang's hiding place, or else he would definitely fight now. Sha Ning Shang's safety, Yang Kai is not too worried. After all, she can also mobilize the heaven-level defense secret treasure. But her hiding place was very embarrassing. There was only one person in and out of the mountain crevice. If Yuan Long blocked it and a whistling sounded to inform Long Wei and the master to come, things would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Yang Kai became more and more careful. Sha Ning Shang is also very nervous at the moment. Since Yang Kai left, she has been recovering here, eating Wen Feiken's palm, urging the heaven-grade secret treasure, and opening the 9 yin and 8 lock formation. Her consumption is more than anyone is bigger. After recovering for so long, I used all the medicinal pills I carried with me, and my strength has only recovered by 20%. Just now, there was a sudden movement outside. Sha Ning Chang's heart skipped a beat, hiding in the crevices of the mountain and didn't dare to move. Her bright big eyes narrowed quietly, looking outside, wanting to see who the hell came to the neighborhood. She expected to be Yang Kai, but if it was Yang Kai, there was no reason not to come in immediately. That person wandered outside for a long time, but couldn't get in through the door. Naturally, it was not the person she wanted to wait for. Is the enemy. I just don't know how strong this person is. The other party searched for a stick of incense nearby, and searched carefully, but found nothing. Seeing that she was about to leave in a hurry, Sha Ning Chong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, there was a rustling sound in the bushes at the mouth of the mountain, and Sha Ning Shang's heart suddenly lifted up again. Immediately afterwards, a small black figure suddenly emerged from the bushes and jumped directly in front of Sha Ning Shang. She was so frightened that she almost exclaimed, and when she fixed her eyes, she couldn't help crying and laughing. This is actually a squirrel living in the valley. It was probably frozen by the yin air, and it found this sheltered mountain crevice. Sha Ning Chong cautiously stretched out her hand, trying to grab it, but this squirrel was quite vigilant, and immediately jumped out again when she noticed that there was someone here. In midair, a big hand suddenly appeared, grabbed the squirrel firmly, and then squeezed it hard, and blood splashed. Hey hey hey! A gloomy laughter rang out. Yuan Lang's sturdy figure blocked the only entrance to the mountain crevice, looked at Sha Ning Shang who was sitting inside with surprise, and said, "So you hide here?" Sha Ning Shang's face suddenly turned cold, and Mei Mu looked at Yuan Long angrily. Women are generally very fond of small animals, especially small animals that are well behaved. Although the squirrel just revealed her whereabouts, Yuan Long's cruel methods still angered her. "You can tell me to find it for a while." Yuan Lang stood at the mouth of the mountain and looked at Sha Ning Shang in a leisurely manner. "If you lost it in the east corner, you will get Sangyu, but if you didn't find Yang Kai, it's a great achievement to find you." In a word, Sha Ning Shang suddenly felt relieved. It turned out that the junior brother was safe and sound. "If you dare to come here, I will let you die without a place to be buried." Sha Ningqiang coldly threatened, but she is simple in nature and will blush when she lies. However, Lang could hear the guilty conscience in her words, and couldn't help laughing. Do you still have the strength to fight? You are lucky that you didn't fall into a coma after taking Hall Master Wen's palm. Now you are just lingering. Although Yuan Long is now sealed off of his strength, Sha Ningqiang is not much better. If he really wants to fight, Yuan Long is not afraid of her. One lower. Now the only exit is blocked by himself, so Yuan Long has the upper hand and the victory is in hand. Be obedient, I promise I won't give you a hard time. If you dare to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yuan Long threatened viciously. Sha Ningqiang remained silent, secretly condensing her vitality, ready to give him a stern attack when he approached. But Yuan Long obviously knew her plan, that is, not to get close, just to block there, making Sha Ningqiang secretly complain. I know that you have a heaven-level defense secret treasure. I'm afraid I can't help you in my current state. But what if I send a letter to let others come? Do you still have any hope of escaping? Yuan Long was not in a hurry, hugged with the mentality of a cat playing a mouse, he used words to destroy Sha Ningqiang's psychological defense. What do you want to do? Sha Ningqiang asked coldly. What do I want to do? I have to ask you about this. If you want to live, you can obey me with a few conditions. If you don't agree, I will call someone over now. Realizing that the time had come, Yuan Lang finally showed his fox's tail. What conditions? Sha Ningqiang was also happy to spend time with this person. Now, every time he spends, his vitality will recover more. First, seal up your vitality, and be obedient to capture it. Second, give me that defensive secret treasure. Third, Yuan Lang showed a sinister smile, take off your face towel and let me see your truth. Face, don't worry, I won't do anything to you, if you are really a beauty. I will let you go, and I will never embarrass you. No child will believe this. If Sha Ningqiang really sealed her vitality, wouldn't Yuan Long do whatever she wanted? In this dark and windy night, with a lonely man and a woman, how can a man resist the temptation of beauty? Sha Ningqiang is pure and simple, but she can't be deceived at will, and immediately reprimanded, wishful thinking. Chapter 109 You are really an idiot. You are trying to force me. Yuan Long's face turned cold. It's you who deceived people too much. Sha Ningqiang did not give in. Yuan Lang's expression was cold and severe, and he was intent on roaring to spread the message, but he endured it when his mind changed, and said with a light smile, then see if the girl's defensive secret treasure can stop the attack from below. He was really reluctant to let the delicious food in his mouth go out like this. If he can really subdue Sha Ningqiang with his own strength, it is equivalent to harvesting at least one heaven-level secret treasure. With such a baby, the world is so big, where can't you go? There's no need to stay in the bloody war gang to work hard, right? What's more, this woman has a mysterious origin and is worth a lot of money. It is estimated that she has more than one secret treasure. So he wanted to try it. If it really doesn't work, it won't be too late to send a letter at that time. Anyway, if she is stuck here, it will be difficult for her to fly with her wings attached. Thinking of this, Yuan Lang walked towards Sha Ningqiang with a low smile. Sha Ningqiang complained bitterly. Although she recovered 20% of her vitality, she could also activate her defensive secret treasure, but that thing was too exhausting. Once it was used, she would fall into a state of powerlessness again. She also expected to use it. How can you be willing to use up all your energy to find Yang Kai? But if she didn't use it, she didn't have the confidence to defeat Yuan Long. The terrain here was so bad that she couldn't exert her strength at all. The only option is to block for a while to see if we can find an opportunity to kill him. Sha Ningqiang has no intention of being soft-hearted. The other party has already bullied her, so how can she compromise? The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and Sha Ningqiang also stood up slowly, her vitality was secretly raised, and she stared vigilantly at Yuan Long who was approaching from the opposite side. This is a real encounter. In the mountain crevice where only one person can enter and exit, no one can easily avoid the opponent's attack. With 3 feet away, Yuan Long's smile gradually disappeared, and his face became solemn. Sha Ningqiang suddenly started, and without warning, and beyond Yuan Long's expectations, she took the lead. Qian Qianyu squeezed an orchid finger, flexed her finger and flicked it forward. Lang shot past. Yuan Long's face changed drastically. He never thought that this woman would still have the strength to fight against him. After all, how long has it been since she was injured? Even after taking the pills, it is impossible to recover so quickly, right? How did he know that Shang had a special physique, and the medicinal herbs could be absorbed and refined directly when she entered the body? If she hadn't carried enough medicinal herbs with her, how could she only recover 20% of her strength now? This finger wind is cold to the bone, like a sharp ice cone. It was Shang who used the yin qi in the valley to instantly refine it with his own special characteristics. Lo, fast enough. The whimpering sound came out. Yuan Long used his palm to move the knife, his vitality burst out, and he cut forward with one palm, and exclaimed, "Flying cloud slash." Fei Yin Zan is not a palm technique, but a sword technique. It is a low-level martial art with a strong power, but Yuan Lang has no sword in his hand, so he can only use his palm instead, so the power he uses will naturally be discounted. But even so, Shang's attack was cut off by him without any merit. Feeling that the wind of fingers was not lethal, Yuan Long was about to laugh, but he didn't want to hear another swishing noise, and it was Shang who popped out another wind of fingers. Yuan Lang was annoyed in his heart, turned one palm into a fist, smashed it out, and shouted, "Kanglong Chan." Sure enough, there was a faint sound of dragon roar, and the power of this move was a bit greater than the previous Fei Yin slash. Before he had time to catch his breath, the whizzing sound came again. Shang started work from left to right, her two little hands changed endlessly, and a wave of fingers shot fiercely towards her. Yuan Long did not step back, and hurriedly used what he had learned to resolve it. Qian Zhu Shan, Flying Phoenix Ghost Killing, Destiny Thunder, Iron Palm, Steel Slashing Hand, Linglong Fist. As expected of a master of the separation and reunion realm, he has cultivated a wide variety of martial arts and tricks. But Shang responds to all changes without changing. No matter what martial arts you have, I am a shady and cool fingering wind. The two of them are separated by 3 feet, but it is a chess game to meet an opponent and a good talent. There was a burst of sparks on the rock wall beside the mountain crevice, all of which were swept out by the rest of the two's moves. After fighting for a long time, Yuan Long finally found that something was wrong. Now that his strength is sealed, he has to fight hard against the invasion of cold air. He has played so many martial arts that consume vitality one after another. What it was like at the beginning, what it is still like now. Her face is not red and her heart is not beating. It seems that the finger wind that she pops out is not for money, and it will not consume vitality at all. How did he know that Shang's wind was mostly the cool and cold air in the valley, and she only needed to use a little of the vitality in her body to form a strong killing? After a while, Yuan Long finally realized that in his current state, he couldn't eat Shang at all. At the moment, he was a little angry, and said viciously, "Stinky girls, if you don't surrender, I will call Master Long Wei over here. If he comes, he will definitely ravage you and make you worse than death." Despicable. Shang was angry. Hey, none of the women who fall into Long Hui's hands have a good life. You might as well obey me obediently. I promise to treat you well. Shameless. Shang continued to be angry. I count 3, if you don't surrender, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yuan Long's expression turned cold. He made an ultimatum, and then slowly shouted, 1. Crackling, when the two were talking, their hands were not idle at all, and they were still fighting fiercely. 2. Yuan Long deliberately lengthened his voice. Shang's eyes suddenly turned into crescent shapes. Although her face was covered by a face towel, Yuan Long was sure that this woman was smiling just now. She smiles so beautifully. Yuan Long thought to himself, he couldn't bear to shout out the 3 words for a while. Have you made up your mind? Yuan Long thought she had changed her mind. Shang's eyes were still like the moon, and she scolded, "Do you think you are the only one who can call people?" What? Yuan Long didn't understand. I'll call someone too. Shang looked behind him and stomped his feet with some crying. Junior brother, you are finally here. Yuan Lang didn't look back, and sneered, want to use this little trick to deceive me? Girl, do you think I'm an idiot? You're really an idiot. A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Yuan Lang's complexion changed drastically, and he was about to turn around to deal with it in a hurry, but Shang didn't give him this chance at all. In addition to the narrow gap in the mountain, I didn't turn around for a while, and I was stuck halfway, unable to advance or retreat, not to mention how embarrassing. With a puff, Yuan Long only felt a pain in his vest, and vaguely a sharp weapon came out of his body. Looking down, he saw only the tip of a sword penetrated his heart. Chapter 110 Girl's Heart. The title of this chapter, Why Is There a Faint Evil Feeling, is Mao. It will be on the shelves in the early morning of the day after tomorrow, and all kinds of support are scheduled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sword pierced through his chest, which was a fatal injury. Yuan Lang could feel his heart contracting violently, all the blood bursting out of his body, his vitality quickly disappeared, he turned his head with difficulty and finally saw Yang Kai blocked behind him. Beast! A strange expression appeared on Yuan Lang's face, looking at Yang Kai unwillingly and angrily. Yang Kai was silent, pulled the long sword out of his chest, brought out a warm blood, and then slammed into it again. After taking 2 swords in a row, Yuan Lang couldn't take it anymore, and fell down when his body softened. Consciousness gradually blurred, and before dying, a wry smile slowly emerged from the corner of Yuan Lang's mouth. It's really bad luck, good luck makes people awe. I thought that I had the complete initiative to block this woman in the crevice of the mountain, but I didn't expect that I was also blocked by others. If it weren't for this special terrain, how could he be killed without fighting back? Even if they can't beat them with 1 enemy and 2, there is always a chance to escape, right? But now, everything is in vain. Hunter, it turns out that there is a day when you will become a prey. Are you okay? Yang Kai looked up at Sha Ning Chong. In fact, Yang Kai had already come to the vicinity when Yuan Lang discovered this little senior sister, but he did not act immediately, but waited until Yuan Lang walked into the mountain crevice and fought with Sha Ning Sheng before making a sneak attack. This approach was a bit despicable. After all, Sha Ning Chong was unaware of the situation, and was frightened for a while, but it was the most time-saving and labor-saving way to kill the enemy. I'm fine, you. Sha Ning Chong was stunned before she could finish her words. She saw the half-foot-long wound on Yang Kai's abdomen and a blood hole on his shoulder. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, had a calm expression of concern, and his expression was determined, giving him a calm and reliable look that belonged to a man, which was completely different from the weak and helpless look he usually looked like. He was naked to block the crevice of the mountain, but his thin body was as still as a mountain, blocking all wind, rain and hardships, making this narrow crevice as warm as a peaceful harbor. Slowly taking the first 2 steps, she reached out to the wound with a trembling little hand, but did not dare to touch it, for fear of hurting Yang Kai. Sha Ning Sheng's eyes instantly turned red. Only 2 hours. What kind of arduous battle did he face outside to make himself like this? How much blood does he have to bleed to make himself so bloody? In this valley that is almost isolated from the rest of the world, facing the eyes of a dozen powerful enemies who harbor evil intentions, Sha Ning Sheng has a feeling of being dependent on Yang Kai and the 2 of them. Now that he sees his tragic state, how can he not feel distressed? Every girl has a dream of a hero saving beauty in her heart. Although the one who saved him this time was not a big hero, let alone a hero, just an ordinary Kaiyuan realm junior brother, compared with his own strength, the difference is 108,000 miles, but the girl's heart is still inevitably pandemonium. There was a ripple. Small injury, Yang Kai said nonchalantly. By the way, I found that Jui Ning Yuan was exposed. Oh, Sha Ning Chong wiped her eyes, not as happy as she expected. How do you want to collect that thing? You should tell me now, right? Yang Kai asked, otherwise, if I find out later, it may be allowed to run away again. We don't want that anymore. Sha Ning Chong pulled Yang Kai's hand and motioned him to sit down. Why not? Yang Kai frowned and came here after all the hard work, isn't it just for Jui Ning Yuanlu? Sha Ning Chong ignored him and said softly, sit down and talk about it. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously, then slowly sat down. Sha Ning Chong lowered her head, bit her lip, half-kneeled in front of Yang Kai, stretched out her hand and ripped off her dress, tearing off a long piece of cloth, then took out a bottle and poured some plaster on it. On the cloth, his hands reached over Yang Kai's body and wrapped the wound on his abdomen. Yang Kai let her play with it. We'll wait here for dawn. Sha Ning Sheng said softly while bandaging Yang Kai's wound. After dawn, the 9 yin 8 chains array will not break itself, and then we will leave here. But here we are. No, Sha Ning Chang interrupted Yang Kai's words, with an unquestionable firmness in her tone, for that thing, it's not worth it. Yang Kai glanced at her thoughtfully and frowned. I know what you are worried about, but I have already killed 9 of them, and there are only the last 2 of them left. What? Sha Ning Chong raised her head abruptly, her beautiful eyes full of unbelievable expressions. They still have 2 people, and we are also 2 people. What are they afraid of? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with madness. Since they are not benevolent, we don't need to be polite to them. There is also Jui Ning Yuanlu, this thing can't be released. However, it's not okay to give up halfway. You lied to me, right? Sha Ning Chong looked at Yang Kai slyly. You're so easy to deceive. Yang Kai chuckled, accidentally tugging at the wound, and hesitantly sighed. There are really only 2 of them left. Well, there is still that long way and the person who injured you. Yang Kai nodded. Sha Ning Chong was stunned. She originally thought that Yang Kai had returned in such an embarrassed manner because he was being chased and killed outside. It was a blessing to be able to escape with his life, but she did not expect him to tell herself that in this short 2 hours, he killed 9 enemies. Those people have a lot of separation and reunion borders. How did he do it? If there are only 2 of them left, you really don't need to be afraid of them. Sha Ningxiang frowned slightly. The only thing I worry about now is that after dawn, the master of the true essence will also regain his strength. If he doesn't let us go, we probably won't get far. Yang Kai raised his brows. After the formation is broken, can his strength be restored? Yes. Then we have no choice. Yang Kai's face became cold. If you don't kill the master of the real Yuan realm before dawn, then the 2 of you will definitely be captured alive by him. But I have only recovered 20% of my current strength. If I really meet that master of the true Yuan realm, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Sha Ningxiang sighed softly. I've searched for a lot of medicinal herbs here, can you see if there is any that can be used? Yang Kai took out the money from the dead just now, and then ran to Yuan Long's body to search for a while. Several bottles of medicinal pills were immediately purchased. Yuan Long seemed to be much wealthier than the others, and he carried more medicinal pills and banknotes than others. With these Wei Yuan pills, I should be able to recover 40% of my strength, that's enough. Sha Ningxiang's face had a little excited look. You recover first, and I'll help you watch. Yang Kai will also take advantage of this time to recover, although the vitality in the body is inexhaustible, but the physical strength and spirit need to be nourished. Chapter 111. It was only an hour away from dawn. Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang walked out of the hidden mountain crevice and followed the flow of yin qi in the valley. Now the direction of the flow of yin qi in the valley is easy to identify, because Juyin condensation Yuanlu is absorbing the spiritual energy in the valley, and the speed is very fast, so the yin qi in the entire valley is gathering fiercely towards a certain place. Such visions can be detected by anyone in the valley. Yang Kai estimates that the 2 people from the Bloody Battle Gang will definitely go to investigate, and they will naturally meet at that time. After killing several masters in the aerodynamic realm and the separation realm, Yang Kai's tumultuous fighting spirit still did not subside, because there is still a true essence realm powerhouse in this valley. As long as there is still pressure, Yang Kai's unyielding it will always play a role, and the mind and body will always be tense. I just don't know how much strength is left in this true Yuan realm. After a stick of incense, the 2 gradually approached the source of the gathering of yin qi. There, a bright light was suspended in the air, and the yin qi entered here and disappeared as if swallowed. This is the Juyin condensation Yuanlu that Yang Kai has seen before. It's just that it's very different now than it was just now. The Juyin condensation primordial dew just now was just a ball of light, with no special shape. Now it looks like a flower bud that is about to bloom, and the tender petals are clearly visible. The 2 of them were hiding their figures, and they were about 50 feet away from Juyin Ning Yuanlu. Sha Ningxiang said softly, 9 yin ning yuan dew is in that flower bud, and it will not appear until the flower bud blooms. Only then can I collect it. Originally, I set up the 9 yin 8 lock formation to deal with it, but they were forced to start it in advance by those people. As long as those people don't die, the 8 chains of yin qi will not come back. This time, I can only see your means, your true yang vitality is its nemesis. I don't have a formation. I can't help you at all. Isn't it escaping? Yang Kai frowned. Yes, so, there is not much hope. Sha Ningxiang had a tendency to back down again. Then if you kill all those people, you can use the formation technique again, right? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. That being said, what if they don't come here? They have already come. Yang Kai's eyes were cold and determined, and he suddenly turned his head and looked aside. Wen Feiken's laughter came over. Haha, the kid is smart. Sha Ningxiang's pretty face froze, and she turned her head to look over there. Just as she saw Wen Feiken and Long Wei coming together, both of them were staring at Sha Ningxiang, who was in poor condition. It's just that one is coveting the heaven-level secret treasure on her body, and the other is coveting her beauty. Yang Kai looked calm and stood side by side with Sha Ningxiang. Wen Feiken calmly came to 20 feet in front of the 2 of them, and said with a smile, "You are still alive, it seems that those wastes really can't be a big deal." Wen Feiken has been working hard to dissolve the chains of yin qi that had invaded his body, but no matter what he did, he couldn't do it, and none of the men who chased him came back to report the situation. He and Long Wei were waiting there anxiously, and suddenly felt the valley. The changes in the inner yin qi also traced the traces. As soon as I came here, I saw Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang. Wen Feiken and Long Wei were both overjoyed and didn't hide their figures, so they walked over like this. When things got to this point, Wen Feiken would naturally not be kind to Yang Kai and the others, and there was a long whistle, wanting to recall his subordinates. Unexpectedly, after the whistling sound, he found that the young man opposite was looking at him with a sneering expression, without the slightest look of fear. Wen Feiken didn't understand why the other party was so confident. Yang Kai took a step forward, and Sen said with a cold face, "No one will come to help you if you shout." Wen Feiken's expression changed. What happened to them? They are all dead. The dead naturally have no way to help you. Yang Kai laughed. Wen Feiken's face suddenly darkened, and he glanced at Sha Ningxiang in surprise. When he thought about it, only Sha Ningxiang was the only one who could kill the masters of the separation and reunion, and a mere Yang Kai didn't have that ability. Missteps, he never thought that this woman would still have the strength to do it. When I hit her with the palm a few hours ago, I clearly felt that she was powerless to resist. How could she recover so quickly? Even if they are all dead, you can never escape from my palm. Wen Feiken snorted coldly, apparently not taking the deaths of those people to heart. Yang Kai took a step forward, his body was surging with true Yang vitality, his blood was surging, and his fighting spirit was endless. Sha Ningxiang took the lead, and it was a move that enveloped Wen Feiken and Long Wei. She obviously wanted to take care of the injured Yang Kai, so she wanted to fight against one another. As the figure swayed, 10 shady energy flew out, 7 attacked Wen Feiken, and 3 attacked Long Wei. The speed was as fast as lightning, and the momentum was astonishing. Wen Feiken laughed loudly. The little girl is not very murderous, that's not good. As he spoke, he greeted him with both palms, easily defusing Sha Ningxiang's attack, and said, "Young Master Long, leave that kid to you, I'll deal with this little girl." "Okay," Long Wei nodded, not forgetting to say, "Don't hurt her face." Wen knows. Wen Feiken laughed meaningfully, and immediately fought with Sha Ningxiang, who rushed up. Although Sha Ningxiang had regained 40% of her strength, she was injured first, and her strength now is probably at the 6th or 7th level of the Qi realm. Wen Feiken was even more unbearable, and could only show the level of 2 or 3 layers of Qi. But after all, the real realms of the two are different. Sha Ningxiang is the pinnacle of the separation and reunion realm, and her body is vitality, while Wen Feiken is in the real Yuan realm, and her body is real Yuan. There is an essential difference between true Yuan and Yuan Qi. The former can be more lethal than the latter. In addition, Wen Feiken's combat experience is much richer than that of Sha Ningxiang, but Sha Ningxiang felt that it was a little difficult to deal with this fight. Although he would not be defeated quickly, if he wanted to defeat Wen Feiken with his own strength, it was not enough. Most likely, it's just a draw. Both of them are masters, and the battles are also fierce, and they have flashed 100 meters away when they are moving. Yang Kai didn't pay too much attention to Sha Ningxiang's battle, because he also had his own opponents. Glancing at Long Wei, who was standing more than 10 meters away from him, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled, "Young Master Long, right?" Long Wei said coldly, "Want to beg for mercy? It's too late. I have a few questions to ask you." Long Wei looked at Yang Kai with a foolish look, and said casually, "If this is your wish before your death, I can satisfy you." Chapter 112. Just take it as it is. Yang Kai smiled irrefutably, looking at him and said, "You really want to kill me just because of Humayer?" Long Wei looked frivolous, and said disdainfully, "Otherwise, you think that this young master is full, what are you doing here with you so far?" Yang Kai frowned, "But I don't have a deep friendship with Humayer, that is, I have only met a few times. Maybe you don't care about her, but that bitch treats you differently." A look of anger appeared on Long Hui's face. "She even dared to disobey my grandfather because of you. She has never done such a thing before. I have never done this for any man. What kind of bird are you, dare to hit my woman's idea?" Quote. "Your grandfather." A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. He remembered Long Zaishan's unreasonable blow. If it wasn't for the role of the arrogant golden body that time, he would have died if he got rid of his imprisonment. "There is one more question," Yang Kai said with a cold face. "How did you know that I left the High Heaven Pavilion?" Since they were able to chase all the way here, they must have set off soon after they left the High Heaven Pavilion, otherwise they would definitely lose their tracks. In other words, when he left Lingxiao Pavilion, he was already being watched by someone with a heart. Long Wei chuckled lightly. "Of course someone tipped me off." "Really? As for who tipped me off, I don't know. But I think you should know who you have offended." Long Wei looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was looking at a dead person, but he didn't hide anything in his words. He said what he knew and didn't know. As for the angry waves, it was unexpected. I only discovered their traces in the small town at the foot of the mountain. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Long Wei had no need to deceive him. Since he said so, then it was true. The anger may just be a coincidence to see him go out to chase after him. There is no need to investigate, anyway, he is already dead. This young master has fulfilled your wish, now, die for me. Long Wei sneered, his body swayed, and he quickly narrowed the distance between Yang Kai and Yang Kai. His eyes were full of excited rays of light, and the vitality at the first level of the aerodynamic state. Running, fist swung fiercely. With each punch, a feather-like attack shot out from the front of the fist. Feather explosion, Earth-level middle-grade martial arts. As the youngest grandson of Long Zaishan, Long Wei has a high status, and the martial skills he cultivates are naturally not ordinary. It can be said that although he is also at the first level of Qi realm, his real strength is more than one step higher than that of raging waves of the same realm. Long Wei is not only a lewd young master, but for the current Yang Kai, he is also a difficult enemy to deal with. Yu Meng attacked, Yang Kai hurriedly dodged, making Long Hui's attacks all in vain. A look of surprise flashed across Long Hui's eyes. When he thinks about it, Yang Kai, the fourth floor of Kaiyuan realm, can't avoid his own killing move. The next moment, a ferocious and brutal fluctuation of vitality suddenly erupted from Yang Kai. Feeling the strong fluctuation of vitality, Long Hui's complexion changed. Where is the fourth floor of Kaiyuan realm? It is clear that he has reached the peak of Kaiyuan realm, and in terms of the intensity of fluctuations, he is not too conceited compared to himself. The surprise was only for a moment. Long Wei had already rushed to Yang Kai's side, his fist surging with vitality, punched hard, and smashed Yang Kai from top to bottom. Yang Kai hit again, the punch hit the ground directly, with a loud noise and dust flying, a large pothole suddenly appeared on the ground. Without waiting for Long Wei to get up, Yang Kai's dodging body suddenly jumped back, his knees raised high, and he slammed towards his chin. Long Hui's reaction was not slow, he put one hand into a palm, blocked his chin, and pressed down. With the knee in the middle of the palm, the vitality of the two burst out, Yang Kai stumbled, and Long Wei also flew backwards. With this strength, Yang Kai's attack was resolved. The two made a move, and hurriedly stood still. Looking at Yang Kai up and down, Long Wei narrowed his eyes. So you have been hiding your strength. But even so, you are not my opponent. Before he finished speaking, Long Hui's figure suddenly blurred, and the soles of his feet seemed to flash with golden light, and he came behind Yang Kai in an instant. Golden Rainbow Step, another prefecture-level middle-grade martial arts. With the speed of this magical pace, Long Wei finally came to the dead end of Yang Kai's defense. His fingers surged with vitality, and he poked at the back of Yang Kai's head, obviously wanting to kill Yang Kai with one blow. At the juncture of life and death, Yang Kai felt the wind in the back of his head, and hurriedly turned his head. This finger rubbed Yang Kai's cheek and poked it, and the sharp vitality pulled a bloodstain out of his face. Yang Kai turned around, a drop of yang liquid on his fingertips had already appeared, and the next moment it turned into a blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wings, swiping at Long Wei who was close at hand. This is a formidable enemy. Yang Kai didn't dare to hide his clumsiness, any carelessness could cost him his life. The blade directly cut through Long Hui's body, breaking him in half, but Yang Kai didn't look happy at all, because he could feel that he didn't feel like hitting the real body, and what he just cut was just the afterimage of Long Wei. That's it. The opponent's footwork is quite advanced. The response is good. Long Hui's voice came from more than 10 meters away, and looked at Yang Kai with a relaxed look. Yang Kai shook his hand suddenly, and the blood-red blade flew out. Long Wei didn't dare to stop, and another golden rainbow step evaded, looking at Yang Kai like a cat and a mouse, with a trace of contempt and disdain on his face. There was no sound, only the unyielding perseverance and strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Yang Kai's footsteps were flying, and he rushed to Long Wei and punched out. Failed. Long Hui's figure has appeared on the other side. HMPH, you want to beat me even with your snail-like speed. You're over your head. Long Hui's mouth was not idle for a moment, trying his best to ridicule. He felt that he was already invincible by relying on Jin Hongbu. If the opponent can't beat him, how can he win? Such a ferocious attack of his will only waste his vitality in vain, and when he spends almost as much, it will be his time to kill him with one blow. So Long Wei made up his mind to deal with Yang Kai and wait for the opportunity to win the victory at the least price. Slow, too slow. If you can't kill me, your female companion, Master Ben, will laugh at it. What does she look like? I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of screams she will make when she is ravaged. Ha ha ha, this young master likes to listen to the voices of women who are unwilling to be humiliated. Thinking about that scene, will you feel distressed? Chapter 113 Long Hui's Death. Well, today is a small explosion, there will be 4 chapters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I have to say that although Long Hui is also a dandy young master, he also knows how to provoke the enemy and create a chance for victory for himself. Every time he dodged Yang Kai's blow, he made a mockery. If it was someone else, I'm afraid he would have been maddened by his stimulation. Yang Kai looks the same, his eyes are scarlet, his vitality is violent and restless, and he is obviously very emotional, but if you look closely, you can find that Yang Kai's eyes are actually very firm. Even if he is so mocked, then the determination to win has not changed at all. After fighting for a stick of incense, Yang Kai didn't know how many moves he attacked, but he didn't even touch a corner of Long Hui's clothes. Long Hui's mocking mouth was dry, and he was secretly surprised. Logically speaking, after fighting for so long, this kid should have lost his vitality, but why hasn't the power of his every blow ever weakened? The vitality reserves in his body are simply not enough to support such a fierce attack. Long Hui was right, the average Kaiyuan martial artist really couldn't hold on for so long without showing signs of decline. But Yang Kai is obviously not an ordinary Kaiyuan martial artist. Long Hui is undoubtedly wrong in fighting him for a long time. While thinking, Yang Kai struck again. Long Hui hurriedly dodged, but as soon as he settled down, he suddenly heard a stinging sound, and a hot attack rubbed his waist and flew out. Looking down, he saw a hole in his clothes, and the attack just now almost hurt him. It's a pity. Yang Kai took a deep breath, the light in his eyes became more and more excited, but there was a trace of calmness that was the opposite of it. This was a rather contradictory look, but it was perfectly combined. How is that possible? Long Hui's expression changed drastically. The attack just now was obviously an attack that the enemy had expected in advance of where he was going. If it weren't for his luck, he might have been injured by him. But how could he judge where he was going? Could it be that in just a short time of sticking incense sticks, this Yang Kai has already seen through his golden rainbow steps? Impossible. He is the strength of Kaiyuanjing, how can his eyesight be so brilliant? Next time, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. Yang Kai looked at Long Hui indifferently with a firm tone. Fuck your mother's fart. Long Hui was furious, I want to bluff this young master, you are still a little more tender. Yang Kai didn't speak, he just kept his head down and attacked. Long Hui was angry, and this time he didn't dodge with the golden rainbow step, but instead aimed at Yang Kai's attack and punched him. With a sound of hitting the ground, Yang Kai didn't move, as calm as a mountain, but it was Long Hui, who felt a scorching hot vitality in his fist, and his body staggered back. In the strange cry, Long Hui no longer dared to have a hard time with Yang Kai, and hurriedly performed the golden rainbow step in an attempt to widen the distance between him and Yang Kai. With a whoosh sound, a drop of bright red water droplets suddenly flew out, and the moment Long Hui stopped, it directly hit his right chest. The screams sounded, and Long Hui's face was horrified. He covered his right chest with his hand, gasping for breath, and the corners of his mouth were instantly filled with blood, and he said, "Impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible." His golden rainbow steps were really seen through by him, and his attack hit his footsteps ahead of time, making him unable to dodge at all. Moreover, this attack is domineering and heart-pounding. It not only penetrated a high-grade defense secret treasure that he was wearing, but also penetrated into his own body. Result: nothing is impossible. Yang Kai's expression was cold and he stepped forward quickly. Long Hui dared to stop, his footwork unfolded, and he had to run in the direction of Wen Feiken, shouting, "Tang Master Wen, save me." The current Long Hui, panic-stricken like a lost dog, how could he still have the arrogance and calmness he had just now? Just as he fell, there was another huge pain behind him, and Long Hui fell directly to eat shit. Before he could get up, a big foot had already stepped on his neck. The strength on his foot was like a mountain topping the top. Long Hui kept thrashing on the ground, but he couldn't turn around. "I'm the little grandson of Long Zaishan, the deputy leader of the bloody battle gang. If you bypass me, I'll give you money, give you a woman, and I'll give you whatever you want. If you kill me, it won't do you any good, it will only make you enmity with my Long family." Long Hui couldn't resist, and he kept begging for mercy, but there was an unparalleled resentment in his eyes that turned his back to Yang Kai. "Young Master Long." Yang Kai took a deep breath, "Your screams don't sound good at all." Yes, what Brother Yang said is, if you don't like me, don't call me." Long Hui dared not to bow his head when he was under the eaves. "Then shut up forever." After that, Yang Kai stepped on Long Hui's head, stomped his entire face on the ground, squatted down, and punched his neck bone. With a crisp click, Long Hui's neck was broken, and his wide eyes were full of fear and remorse. Holding Long Hui's body in one hand, Yang Kai stood up and quickly approached the battlefield on the other side. After a while, the figures of Wen Feiken and Sha Ningxiang were printed into Yang Kai's eyes. At this moment, the two are fighting evenly, and neither is inferior to the other. One of the two was sealed, and the other was injured, and their vitality had not recovered, so they could not use their full strength, and the means they could use were also discounted. But even so, the battle of this level of masters is much more intense than the battle that Yang Kai has experienced. The figure moved and flickered, almost coming and going, the vitality burst out, and the battle situation was anxious. Yang Kai watched for a while, knowing that if he met Wen Feiken one-on-one, he probably wouldn't have much hope of victory. But now that there is Sha Ningxiang, it is hard to say with two enemies. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai had already made up his mind. As he quickly approached Wen Feiken, he held Long Hui's body and shouted, "Tang Master Wen, look who this is." Wen Feiken had already discovered Yang Kai's figure, but he didn't dare to be distracted to investigate. Naturally, he didn't know the details of this place. Hearing this sentence, he turned his head and looked at him in his busy schedule, and was surprised, "Master Long." At this moment, Long Wei has a big hole in his chest, blood is flowing, his neck are soft, as if his bones have been crushed, his head is drooping in front of his chest, and there is no life. Long Wei is dead. Wen Feiken couldn't believe his eyes. This dandy young master is also a warrior at the first level of Qi, right? Moreover, he has practiced a lot of martial arts that make him coveted, and his combat power should not be underestimated. It is precisely because Wen Feiken believed in his strength that he would let him and Yang Kai fight alone, but why is he dead now? Broken. Wen Feiken secretly complained in his heart that it didn't matter if the bloody battle helped other people die. But Long Wei can't die. If he died, wouldn't Long Zaishan be angry? The master of the Immortal Ascension boundary can't bear to blame himself. Chapter 114 Wen Feiken's defeat. When the masters fight, the victory or defeat is only a matter of thought. Long Hui's death obviously disturbed Wen Feiken's state of mind, and there were many flaws in the hasty move. How could Sha Ningxiang miss this rare opportunity? The beautiful eyes are full of frost, and a mistake with both palms is a killer move. Noticing that it was not good, Wen Feiken tried his best to resist, but after all, he couldn't completely stop it, and the burst of energy slammed into his chest, causing him to be injured immediately. Before he had time to deal with Sha Ningxiang, Yang Kai had already held Long Hui's body in front of him and rushed into the battle circle of the two. A layer of flame ignited on his fist, and he sneaked out from Long Wei, pounded his armpit. Sha Ningxiang created pressure on Wen Feiken at the right time. Being attacked from the left and right, Wen Feiken was in a hurry for a while, and his expression became embarrassed. With his current strength, he couldn't do anything to Sha Ningxiang, but if he attacked with all his strength, he could seriously injure Yang Kai. But Yang Kai shamelessly put Long Hui's body in front of him as a shield, and Wen Feiken couldn't use any means. If you want to hurt Yang Kai, you have to destroy Long Hui's body first, he has some scruples. Shameless child. Wen Feiken was furious, and while struggling to resist the attack of the two, he yelled, "The dead are big, you treat the body of young Master Long like this, aren't you afraid of being punished?" Yang Kai snorted coldly, "It's you who deserve to be punished. If you didn't push each other hard, how could things get to this point?" Wen Feiken was speechless. It's true, these two people just came to this valley to find genius treasures. They didn't recruit anyone and didn't provoke anyone. Bullying the weak, how can I have the right to accuse others of anything now? In the midst of the commotion, Yang Kai took a chance and finally hit him in the waist and abdomen while Wen Feiken was struggling to resist Sha Ningxiang's attack. Yang liquid was instantly used, and 10 drops turned into a sharp edge and shot out. Wen Feiken snorted, and hurriedly retreated, looking in the direction of Yang Kai in horror and shock. He found that this young man's attack this time was actually several times more ferocious than that woman. The hot yang energy poured into the body, and a blood hole had appeared in Wen Feiken's abdomen. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He found that he still underestimated this master of the true essence realm, the might of 10 drops of yang liquid, but he was not able to penetrate his body. The real yuan in the body of the master of the real yuan realm, the defense is really stronger than the vitality. "Junior brother, be careful," Sha Ningxiang suddenly exclaimed. At the same time, Yang Kai found that Wen Feiken's eyes flashed with crazy murderous intent, and rushed towards him. After finally being completely provoked, "Do you want to recklessly attack yourself?" A cold smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. He knew that once he used Yang Yi, he would definitely be attacked by Wen Feiken as his first target. Because her realm is lower than Shanning Shang, but the damage she exerts is stronger than hers. If he were Wen Feiken, he would also make such a choice. Everything is as expected. Facing Wen Feiken's attack, Yang Kai did not retreat, but quickly approached the past. Don't, Shanning Shang shouted urgently, but the two of them were approaching each other, and the speed was very fast. How could she stop them? Stinky boy is courting death. Wen Feiken's tone was cold. Without concealing his intentions, he raised his palm and slammed towards Yang Kai directly. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's muscles suddenly collapsed, his true yang vitality reached its limit this time, and the bones in his body rattled. Boom! Wen Feiken's palm hit Long Hui's body. Like a watermelon being smashed open, Long Wei instantly turned into a pile of minced meat, bursting directly, completely exposing Yang Kai who was hiding behind him. Wen Feiken slapped it again, but this time the target was Yang Kai, who had no protection. At this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on the faces of the two men. Under Shanning Chang's horrified gaze, this palm slammed onto Yang Kai's chest without any fancy. It can be clearly seen that Yang Kai's chest slammed down, accompanied by a few crisp bones breaking, a mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out, turned into a blood mist, intentionally or unintentionally sprayed directly to the nearest neighbor. Wen Feiken is close at hand. How could Wen Feiken be allowed to be sprayed with blood on his face? The figure flickered and tried to dodge in a hurry. But before his palm was retracted from Yang Kai's chest, he was surprised to find that a miserable and proud smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth again. With a bang, Yang Kai firmly grasped Wen Feiken's wrist with both hands, panting heavily, staring at him with scarlet eyes. You are dead. Wen Feiken's complexion changed greatly. He never thought that this kid's vitality would be so tenacious, or that the vitality in his body had such a strong protective effect. Although his palm seriously injured him, it failed to kill him as expected. But even so, the average person should not have the strength to resist after receiving this slap. Why does he still have so much strength? You grabbed yourself and didn't let go. How much willpower does it take to do this? Let me go. Wen Feiken raised another palm and was about to hit Yang Kai. How could Shanning Shang give him a chance? Under the anger, the hair was flying, and the yin qi within a radius of several dozen meters was mobilized. Suddenly, a crystal ice pick appeared in front of Shanning Shang, and shot at Wen Feiken with a whistling momentum. Wen Feiken's palm was pierced directly by this sharp ice pick before he could go down the road, accompanied by a scream, and blood splashed. Roar! Yang Kai suddenly let out an extremely excited and loud roar, and the whole person's originally violent and restless vitality became more and more fierce. The fluctuation of vitality, which had been stable at the peak of Kaiyuan realm, was suddenly broken by the determination to win and the crazy fighting spirit. At this moment, there was another breakthrough. Air environment. This is not the real aerodynamic realm, it is just the fluctuation of the aerodynamic realm exuding from the vitality. But at this moment, Yang Kai, in terms of combat power, is not inferior to anyone present. Aware of Yang Kai's sudden change, Wen Feiken fell into an ice cellar. I tried my best to withdraw my hand, but I couldn't do it at all. The other hand was even pierced by Shanning Shang's attack, and the piercing pain made him even more uneasy. Crack, but Yang Kai used all his strength to break one of Wen Feiken's fingers. Fingers connected to the heart, how can that kind of pain be endured? Anyway, Wen Feiken couldn't hold back, and the miserable howl sounded immediately. There was another crisp sound of click, and Wen Feiken's scream became cadenced. Yang Kai grinned, breaking Wen Feiken's 5 fingers one by one, and then pulled him down sharply, slamming his knees, breaking his arm. Shanning Shang was not idle, she was concerned about Yang Kai's injury, and the ferocious attack greeted Wen Feiken all the time. Chapter 115 Charge 9 Yin Ning Yuan Lu. Since Wen Feiken's palm hit Yang Kai, his defeat has been doomed. Yang Kai clearly knows that if he wants to kill such a master, unless he can limit his freedom, there is not much hope for him in Shanning Chang's current strength. Long Wei has that kind of exquisite footwork, how could Wen Feiken, who is a master of the real Yuan realm, not have it? Once he noticed something was wrong, he escaped, and after dawn, he and Shanning Shang would be finished. But how difficult is it to limit such a master? Even if most of his strength is now sealed, it is not something he can easily do. Therefore, Yang Kai can only risk himself. Use your own body to hit him hard and seize the fleeting opportunity to restrain him. This is a big game, Yang Kai has counted himself into it, how can Wen Feiken not be counted? With both hands destroyed, Wen Feiken was like a hedgehog with all its thorns stripped off. Along with the rhythmic screams and the sound of broken bones, Wen Feiken almost experienced the coldest torture in the world in Yang Kai's hands. In just a few dozen breaths, Wen Feiken's cry gradually became weak and inaudible, and his breathing was in and out, and the whole person was paralyzed on the ground like a pool of mud. Sha Ningxiang watched with trepidation, as if it was the first time she knew her junior brother. After observing him for more than 2 years, has Sha Ningxiang ever seen him so madly bloodthirsty and violent? 3 dark chains of yin qi suddenly flew out from Wen Feiken's body, and at the same time, the other 5 chains scattered in the valley also flew out and disappeared into the void. Junior brother, he is already dead. Sha Ningxiang gently tugged at Yang Kai. The chain of yin qi flew out, which meant that Wen Feiken's vitality was gone. Are you dead? Yang Kai gasped for breath before slowly straightening his waist. Junior brother, are you all right? Sha Ningxiang's voice was a little sobbing. She found that the current state of her junior brother was a bit wrong, and her whole body was full of evil spirits, and it was a sign that she was going to go crazy. Yang Kai knew what she was worried about, and grinned miserably. Don't worry, this is one of my martial arts, but it looks a little scary. Sha Ningxiang looked at him with red eyes, and found that although his eyes were terrifying, there was a calmness in them, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone is dead, let's find that Jui Ningyuan Lu. Yang Kai has not forgotten his business. Can you still support it? You are so badly injured. It's okay, I'm afraid I won't be able to support it after a while. Yang Kai grabbed Sha Ningxiang's hand and hurriedly rushed towards the source of the gathering of yin qi. The night is about to pass, and there is not much yin in the entire valley. I think it should be absorbed by Jui Ningyuanlu. Arrived at the place, the baby was still there, and was not scared away by the 2 battles hundreds of feet away. At this moment, the flower bud is about to fully bloom, and there seems to be a drop of crystal clear liquid in the flower bud, which is emitting a faint light. How to collect? Yang Kai asked. Sha Ningxiang whispered. Bind it with your yang attribute vitality, then put it in your mouth, I will do the rest. Remember, you must not touch it with other parts of your body. In your mouth. Yang Kai listened in a daze. Just as he was about to ask carefully, Sha Ningxiang was overjoyed, it came out. While speaking, the huge flower bud really slowly bloomed. It was the darkest time before dawn, but with the blooming of this flower bud, the entire valley suddenly became bright as day. A drop of crystal clear, dew-like liquid slowly rose from the flower bud, whirling around. The petals holding it also turned into a strong yin qi at this moment and merged into the liquid. Like a gem, gorgeous, but it exudes a chilly energy that makes everyone palpitate. 9 yin congealing primordial dew. Sha Ningxiang moved her hands quickly, and the 9 yin and 8 chains array came into play again. At the moment when Jui Ningyuan Du appeared, there was a sound of slamming chains in midair. Immediately, the 8 yin qi chains appeared out of thin air, driven by an invisible force, and with a light drink from Sha Ningxiang, they landed on the surroundings of Juyin Ningyuan Lu, blocking that small space, completely confine it. Jui Ningyuan Lu slammed left and right, and it was actually inseparable from the range of 5 feet. Junior brother, it's up to you. Sha Ningxiang stared at Yang Kai nervously. Although after this ordeal, she didn't care too much about this thing, but the treasure is right in front of her eyes. Yang Kai nodded slightly and walked over there with a steady pace. The space blocked by the 8 yin qi chains is completely ineffective to Yang Kai. The true yang vitality in Yang Kai's body is the nemesis of all yin qi. Walking into this small world, Jui Ningyuanlu also seemed to have sensed Yang Kai's intentions, and was floating in the air at the farthest distance from him. Upon closer inspection, Yang Kai found that this thing really looks like a gem, but it is in the shape of dew, probably only the size of a thumbnail. Bind it with true yang vitality. How to do it? Yang Kai frowned, thought for a moment, and directly used a drop of yang liquid. Yang liquid appeared, Yang Kai Nian moved, and a large red net appeared in his hand, which he threw away and covered Jui Ningyuanlu. Jui Ningyuanlu still wanted to resist and swayed left and right, and actually avoided Yang Kai's blow. Interesting, Yang Kai grinned. Although he knew that many genius treasures had their own spirituality, this was the first time he had seen them. Spiritual treasures are extremely precious. Not wanting to waste any more time, a drop of yang liquid appeared on Yang Kai's other hand, and it turned into a big net again. Let's see how you run this time. Open the bow left and right, and sure enough, one blow worked, and the fiery red net bound Jui Ningyuanlu in it like a fish. With a flick of the finger, the big net that yang liquid had turned into was retracted, wrapping the Juyin condensation primordial dew round and round, completely calming it down. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch it with his hands, but directly stuffed Yang Yi and Juyin Ning Yuanlu into his mouth. The entrance was icy cold, and the bone-chilling chill spread in the mouth. Yang Kai practiced the true Yang art, and he couldn't help but shiver at this moment. But the next moment, there seemed to be a burst of energy in the body that I could not see and feel. This energy was more effective than the true Yang vitality, and it immediately suppressed the coolness. At the same time, there was a crazy attraction in his bones, and the true Yang art involuntarily moved, pulling the energy in Juyin congealing primordial dew and absorbing it into the bones. Aware of this, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he quickly stopped the true Yang art, but after a short delay, Yang Kai felt that the Juyin congealing primordial dew in his mouth had shrunk by half, instead it was in his own bones, bred a coolness, and immediately disappeared. Chapter 116 The Kiss. As a convention, I would like to express my humility to the ordinary users of QD, because this is the last chapter of the public version, and Wulian will be on the shelves in the early morning of this night. At that time, I will also invite online book friends to support it, and then ask for the guarantee in the hands of V. Monthly passes and subscriptions, relying on writing books to eat. No one subscribes to Xiaomo will drink the northwest wind. I was very nervous. Wu Lian's results were not very good, I just didn't know how the subscription would be. In addition, the new book will explode after it is released. I am still thinking about how it will explode. It will be announced in the early morning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Kai's face changed. He didn't expect such a change at all. Although he has undergone experiments, he also knows that he can absorb other energies other than Yang attributes and store it in his bones. But now, how can I also suck half of Juyin Ning Yuanlu? And the speed is so ferocious. After all, this thing is what Sha Ning Chong needs, but what should I do? Turning his head, Yang Kai looked a little embarrassed. Just when he didn't know how to explain to her, Sha Ning Chong had already come to him with a fragrant wind. At this moment, the little senior sister's face was flushed, her breathing was a little short, and her clear and innocent eyes were even more panicked and shy. Junior brother, you hold back. Sha Ning Chong spoke suddenly, and slowly stretched out a hand, wrapped around Yang Kai's neck, and gently pulled his head down. Her hands are a little cold, but they are soft and boneless, like the first snowflake falling in the early winter, bringing a refreshing coolness to Yang Kai. Standing on tiptoe, Sha Ning Chong closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled uncomfortably, then lifted her veil, tilted her head slightly, and printed her thin red lips like gems on Yang Kai's mouth superior. 2 soft slices, and an exciting daughter fragrance lingers on the nose. Yang Kai was stunned. At this moment, he finally understood why when he asked how to collect Juyin Ning Yuanlu, Manager Meng and Sha Ning Sheng had been vague and refused to tell him. Originally, Yang Kai didn't quite know the reason, but at this moment, he suddenly woke up. There are many strange ways to collect the spiritual things in the world. Every kind of spiritual treasure needs a different method to conquer. And the way of collecting Juyin Ning Yuandu is so beautiful and sweet. The 4 lips met, Yang Kai's breathing became a little faster, and his throat was burning. Even with Juyin condensation Yuanlu in his mouth, he couldn't suppress the boiling of his blood. Sha Ning Sheng was even more unbearable. After she put her lips on, she didn't move like a sculpture, her face flushed like weeping blood, and her heartbeat was as powerful and rapid as a drum of war. Although Yang Kai didn't quite understand the principle and specific method of subduing Juyin condensation primordial dew, he knew that it would be impossible to maintain this state all the time. He didn't dare to hesitate at the moment. He wrapped one arm around Sha Ning Sheng's support Liuman's waist, and took her into his arms, then wrapped the Juyin Ning Yuanlu in his mouth with the tip of his tongue, and pried open the other's teeth. Put this heaven and earth spirit into her mouth. After being stimulated by this cold Juyin Ning Yuandu, Sha Ning Sheng finally regained some sense of sanity, and knew how to accept it and swallow it in her stomach. A sweet feeling lingered on the tip of the tongue, the 2 bodies were tightly pressed together. Yang Kai was even more naked, feeling more and more keen. A young man with strong blood, how could he be so tempted? Almost instinctively, Yang Kai hugged Sha Ning Chong tightly with one hand, while the other hand climbed onto her rounded buttocks, kneading for a while. Feeling the fullness of the 2 balls in the chest, feeling the fiery heat of the other party's body, Yang Kai's breathing became more and more rapid. After playing carefully for a while, the big hands circled to the front and climbed all the way, wantonly rubbing the 2 balls of jade peaks full of amazing elasticity. An ecstasy came from Sha Ning Sheng's mouth. Yang Kai saw her big eyes slowly opening a gap, and her eyelashes trembled. Close. Heavy breathing, body communication, tongue touch, soul blending, the young men and women have almost forgotten everything around them, hugging each other tightly, wishing to integrate each other into their own bodies. Suddenly, Yang Kai's tongue hurt, and he couldn't help screaming. Taking this opportunity, Sha Ningqiang put her hands on Yang Kai's chest, bit her teeth lightly, pushed hard, and quickly got out of Yang Kai's embrace. "Why are you biting me?" Yang Kai felt that his tongue was bitten, and there was a bloody taste in his mouth. Sha Ningqiang put one hand on her chest undulating, panting heavily, trying to calm her excessive heartbeat. She said after a long while, "I'm sorry, refining Juyin Yuanlu needs your innate purity. Yang qi and a drop of blood from the tip of the tongue. To subdue Juyin condensation Yuanlu, you need pure Yang Yuan qi. The purer the better. Yang Kai's cultivation of true Yang art undoubtedly meets the conditions. But refining it requires innate pure Yang qi and blood from the tip of the tongue. Innate pure Yang energy, this is not something that can be obtained through cultivation, but a mysterious energy that exists in every man since he was born, and disappears when he has intimate behavior with a woman. It is useless, even if it is lost, it will not affect itself. But this thing needs to be used in certain situations, such as the current situation. Previously, Yang Kai felt the energy gushing out from his body, wrapping the cold energy of Juyin condensation primordial dew, which is the qi of innate pure Yang. Therefore, shopkeeper Meng asked Yang Kai if he was a boy. Only the boy's body had the innate pure Yang energy, and only the blood on the tongue of the boy's body could be used to refine the 9 yin congealing essence, in the dew. Hearing what Sha Ningqiang said, Yang Kai touched his mouth and said solemnly, "So, is this enough?" "Not enough for me. A few drops of tongue blood." Sha Ningqiang was so ashamed that she could not wait to find a hole to burrow into, and nodded again and again. "Enough. 1 drop is enough." Oh, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. When he recalled the feeling of his tongue in his hand just now, he had a lot of aftertastes for a while. It was the first time he had this kind of intimacy with a woman. "Little senior sister," Yang Kai called out to her regularly, his eyes blazing with fire. Sha Ningqiang suddenly panicked. How could she not hear the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words? He hurriedly said, "You have an injury, so you should heal it first. I will also quickly refine Juyin Yuanlu." Oh, Yang Kai recalled that she once said that if Juyin condensation primordial dew is not refined within an hour after obtaining it, it will disappear completely. By the way, this thing. Yang Kai was about to tell her that he had accidentally sucked half of the Juyin Yuanlu. Before he could finish speaking, it was dark in front of him, the whole world turned, and then ahead he fell to the ground, his consciousness quickly blurred. "Junior brother." Sha Ningqiang turned pale in shock, and hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, and after a little investigation, his face suddenly turned pale. She found that Yang Kai's pulse was extremely weak, the vitality of the whole person was also absent, and the vitality in the body was extremely depressed and disordered, and there was a feeling of exhaustion. This shock was no trivial matter, and Sha Ningqiang's heart almost shrank. How could this be? He was fine just now, and he was with himself just now. How come he was unconscious without warning? But this investigation let Sha Ningqiang know how serious Yang Kai suffered. Needless to say, the wounds on the abdomen and shoulders had already been bandaged, but after a fierce battle, the wounds opened again and blood flowed. The most serious injury is the chest, 5 broken sternums, sunken inwards, almost hurting the heart and lungs. When Feiken's palm shot with anger, how can it be easily resisted? Chapter 117 Conquest and Breakthrough. Wuba Official Bar Friends Exchange Group. 148,764,634. This night of fierce fighting, he did not know how much blood was shed. It was not until now that Sha Ningqiang knew that the calmness of her younger brother from start to finish was all supported by tyrannical will. With such an injury, I am afraid that he would have died many times in the past, but he has been gritted his teeth and struggled, just to fight with him, kill the last enemy, and put Juyin Yuanlu in his pocket. After finishing all this, I felt relaxed, and naturally I couldn't support it anymore. Enduring the bitterness in her heart, Sha Ningqiang hurriedly took out the remaining medicinal pills from Yang Kai's body, and searched Wen Feiken for a while, forcing herself to calm down, and then took out some healing medicine and fed it to Yang Kai's in the mouth. But Yang Kai is now in a coma, where can he eat the pills? But Sha Ningqiang personally chewed the pills and fed them to him. In the midst of a busy mess, the 9 yin and 8 chains that sealed the entire valley suddenly shook and collapsed. It's daybreak. The rising sun rises in the east, and the 9 yin and 8 lock formations are self-defeating without attacking. Sha Ningqiang did not notice the change in the valley at all, and was still doing her best to rescue Yang Kai. A tyrannical and gentle divine sense swept across, and Sha Ning Chang's body trembled, and she suddenly looked up at the sky. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Master. As if seeing the savior, Sha Ning Chang's emotions that she had been pressing for so long finally found a vent, and tears flowed out. Meng Wuya had an old face, and was about to scold Sha Ning Chang for a while, when she suddenly found that something was wrong, and she couldn't help but startled. What's going on? Old man Meng stayed outside the 9 yin and 8 locks for most of the night and never dared to break the formation. He thought it was no surprise that he subdued Juyin Ning Yuan Lu this time. After all, he had prepared for Sha Ning Shang for so many years. As long as Yang Kai cooperates with Juyin Ning Yuan Lu, he will definitely be able to capture it. It is his precious apprentice who has to make some sacrifices. After staying outside for most of the night, Meng Wuya also felt sullen in the middle of the night. Which master would be drugged by his own apprentice? I am afraid there is only myself in the world. He was not angry that he was fascinated and lost all face, but that Sha Ning Shang went into Haifeng Mountain so recklessly. What if he was in danger? Therefore, Meng Wuya originally made up his mind to reprimand Sha Ning Shang a little after the great formation was broken. Of course, he couldn't be too harsh on this apprentice. Meng Wuya was like a treasure. But the scene in front of him made him swallow the words when he reached his mouth, and fell to the ground in shock and looked at Yang Kai, who was lying on the ground, and said solemnly, "What happened? Master, save him first." Sha Ning Chang cried and begged with rain. Meng Wuya didn't hesitate, immediately bent down, stretched out 2 fingers to put on Yang Kai's wrist, his consciousness swept through his body and frowned, and said in horror, "Such a serious injury." From Meng Wuya's point of view, Yang Kai's injury is more than serious, and it is almost dead. I don't know what he did. The internal injury on the chest and the trauma on the body are still second, and the most important thing is that his vitality is disordered, the meridians in the flesh and blood are seriously damaged. If this kind of injury does not have some peerless elixir, it cannot be cured at all, and it requires not only elixir, but also a doctor who is proficient in medicine. Meng Wuya has nothing. Master, will he die? Sha Ning Chang asked with great grief and worry. When Meng Wuya saw the expression of his disciple, he knew something was wrong, and he sighed in his heart. I am on guard against myself, but I am still not guarded. Can't bear to make Sha Ning Chang sad, Meng Wuya comforted. Don't worry, with me, he can't die. While talking, he took out a bottle from his arms, and poured out the only pill from it. This pill was about the size of a longan, and the whole body was golden in color. At first glance, it was not ordinary. Seeing Meng Wuya took out this medicine pill, Sha Ning Shang's panicked expression calmed down a little. She knew the powerful effect of this medicine pill. With a hint of strong reluctance on his face, Meng Wuya hesitated for a moment, and then under Sha Ning Shang's coercive gaze, he squeezed Yang Kai's mouth and wanted to throw the medicine pill into it. I'm coming. Sha Ning Shang suddenly grabbed the medicinal pill with his hands, and then put it in his mouth and slapped it a few times before he bent down, wrapped the medicinal pill with the tip of his tongue, and sent it into Yang Kai, and there is blood in the mouth. Hey, the old man is still here. Meng Wuya screamed in her heart, and quickly turned her eyes away. Seeing this apprentice approaching a man without hesitation, Meng Wuya felt quite uncomfortable, as if his daughter, who he had worked so hard to raise, was about to leave him. This pill entered the stomach. Yang Kai's expression seemed to be better, but it was not as effective as expected. Meng Wuya took the opportunity to look around, and his originally cloudy eyes suddenly burst into cold rays. He saw Wen Feiken's body and Long Hui's broken limbs. Doubt gone. The reason why Yang Kai was so seriously injured, the reason why his apprentice was in a state of embarrassment, as if he had experienced a fierce battle, has finally found the reason. An anger surged in Meng Wuya's chest, and a trace of malice appeared on the face of old man Meng. I didn't ask immediately. Now is not the time to ask these questions. It's a long time coming, and there will always be a chance to find out what happened last night. Meng Wuya just regretted that he didn't break the 9 yin and 8 chains when he came here last night. If he broke the formation at that time, how could the disciple and Yang Kai have such an encounter? Anger and remorse grow in the heart, and gradually turn into anger. Outrageous fury. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wuya suppressed the anger in his heart and said softly, Teacher, have you received Juyin Ning Yuan Lu? Sha Ning Chang stupidly looked at Yang Kai, who was still in a coma, and nodded unconsciously. Then refine it first, Yang Kai, don't worry, with the old man here, he can't die even if he wants to. Meng Wuya comforted. Sha Ningqiang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Master, please don't let him have any trouble, the disciple is still alive, thanks to him, if he hadn't tried his best to protect the disciple is now. Said in the end, I cried again. Don't worry, Meng Wuya squeezed out a smile and nodded slightly. Sha Ningqiang calmed down, wiped the corners of her eyes, and took out the package she was carrying. While paying attention to the situation over Yang Kai, she refined Juyin Yuan Du. After half an hour, Juyin condensation primordial dew has been refined, but Sha Ningqiang has suppressed the medicinal effect of this heaven and earth spirit in the Danmutian without absorbing it. Because it takes time to absorb it, once the absorption is completed, oneself will be promoted to the real Yuan realm, which will take some time. Yang Kai is not awake, Sha Ningqiang is not in this mood. Let's go, let's leave here first, he is like this and needs to be well recuperated. Meng Wuya bent down, picked up Yang Kai, and then quickly galloped out of Haifeng Mountain with Sha Ningqiang. The two did not rush to High Heaven Pavilion immediately, after all, this place is not close to High Heaven Pavilion, but came to the small town where Yang Kai and Sha Ningqiang stayed last time. They found an inn in the town, and the three stayed there for the time being. Sha Ningqiang worked tirelessly, serving by Yang Kai's bedside every day and doing her best. Meng Wuya came to pour Yang Kai's true qi every day, wanting to treat his injuries. Since the coma, Yang Kai found that his consciousness came to a world of nothingness. There is nothing in this world, only the proud golden body he obtained in the black book without words. The golden body sat there cross-legged, with golden light all over his body, and Yang Kai also sat cross-legged in front of it, motionless. No sound, no light, Yang Kai has been watching the golden body, although the golden body has no eyes, but Yang Kai feels that it seems to be watching himself. Time has passed, and I don't know how long it has passed, Yang Kai and Jin Shi have always maintained this silent state. Yang Kai was comprehending the mysteries of the golden body. The last time he comprehended unyielding Jiao, Yang Kai felt that there were still some hidden mysteries in the golden body for him to understand, but he was powerless at the time. This time, after a whole night of life and death battle, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the distance between himself and the golden body had been shortened a lot. If there was still some estrangement between himself and the golden body before, then this estrangement has disappeared now. Its own indomitable and will conquer the arrogance of the golden body, and it was gratified to find a suitable owner for itself. Suddenly, Yang Kai smiled. The golden body also changed for a while, turning into little golden light, melting into his body, just like the first time he saw it. But Yang Kai knew that until this moment, he really had this proud golden body. Although it had also melted into his body before, it did not really surrender to himself. It has been observing, has been testing, and its performance has finally gained its approval, and its doubts have been eliminated, and it will willingly become a part of itself. The world of nothingness suddenly collapsed, and Yang Kai's consciousness returned to the body again. Not in a hurry to open his eyes, Yang Kai checked his current physical condition a little. The injuries on his body are basically not serious, but there is a slight pain in his chest, and the sword wounds on his abdomen and shoulders are healing well. There were originally more than 40 drops of yang liquid in the Danmu field, but now there are only 7 or 8 drops left. The battle that night was too exhausting. There were 20 drops of yang yi used on Brother Kai and Wen Feiken alone, and they had to fight for so long to resist the invasion of cold air. However, after losing a lot of yang yi, he was not without gain. In this battle, his realm jumped from the 4th floor of Kaiyuan realm to the 7th floor of Kaiyuan realm. Directly promoted to 3 small levels, Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. Thinking about it carefully, during the fierce battle against Wen Feiken, he suddenly gained the power of Qi realm while using unyielding Ao, probably at that time he broke through. This time the breakthrough didn't even notice Yang Kai himself. If it wasn't for the investigation now, he would probably have been kept in the dark. Open black lens bracket to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled lower left triangle first release filled upper right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 118 Master, you are a quack. Not only this benefit. I inadvertently absorbed half of the 9 yin condensation primordial dew. Originally, Yang Kai was still a little unclear, but now I can clearly feel that half of the 9 yin condensing primordial dew is stored in the most hidden place of my golden body. When you are promoted to the real Yuan realm, you can also use this 9 yin condensing Yuan dew to temper the real Yuan, so that your real Yuan can be improved to a higher level. This benefit is invisible right now, but will become apparent in the future. In addition, many of the original uncertainties about the golden body can now be clearly understood. This golden body of oneself can absorb the energy of any attribute except the yang attribute, then store it, and feed it back to him when needed. The more energy absorbed in the golden body, the stronger one's unyielding will, and the more help it can give to oneself. It's just that the energy and its evil spirits are fed back from the golden body, so once he uses unyielding Ao, his eyes will be full of bloodthirsty rays of light, and his body will be full of evil spirits. However, because there is true yang vitality in the body to suppress, it is the nemesis of yin and evil things, so he will not lose his sanity. The two kinds of energies restrain each other, but complement each other, so that they cannot be influenced by bloodthirsty and madness while increasing their combat power. Thinking of this, Yang Kai understood why the wordless black book gave him a true yang art, just to prevent himself from getting lost in the surge of power and to prevent himself from falling into the path of madness. Everything is clear. Yang Kai was about to open his eyes, but heard a faint sigh coming from his ear. Immediately, the conversation between Shanning Shang and Meng Wuya came over. "Teacher, I did my best for my teacher." Meng Wuya's tone was full of guilt, but also a trace of unwillingness and regret. These days, Meng Wuya has been using true yuan to heal Yang Kai's injuries every day. In addition to the golden pill he took before, in Meng Wuya's view, Yang Kai should have recovered a lot. Even if he can't recover, at least he will wake up, right? But now Yang Kai is not only not awake, but his sanity is gone. He didn't know what the mystery of Yang Kai's body was. The golden pill could not play the role it should have brought back to life, but after a little treatment of his trauma, it lost its effect. Even the true essence that he poured into Yang Kai's body disappeared, as if there was a bottomless pit in Yang Kai's body, and the true essence poured into it and was absorbed. Where does Meng Wuya know the magic of the proud golden body? The arrogant golden body absorbs all energy except the yang attribute. The golden pill and true essence are absorbed by the golden body for 90% of the time. How can it play its due role? Master, Shanning Shang washed her face with tears all day long. Her eyes were always red and swollen. She had some expectations in her heart, but now hearing Meng Wuya say this, her face turned pale in shock. Is there no way to do it? Shanning Chong looked at her master expectantly. Meng Wuya has an extraordinary origin and vast supernatural powers. If he said there was no way, then in this world, I am afraid that no one can save Yang Kai. His soul seems to be scattered. Meng Wuya's face was heavy. I haven't felt the existence of his soul these days. Shanning Shang's expression was startled, and her face became much paler. But don't worry, he won't die. Meng Wuya quickly spoke to comfort. It's just that he will be in a state of suspended animation, that is, he won't be able to speak, hear any sound, or feel anything in his body from now on. Unless what? Unless we can find the soul-returning liquid and reunite his dissipated soul. Meng Wuya sighed, but soul-returning liquid, there is no such a small place. Where is it? Shanning Shang's voice suddenly calmed down, with a firmness in the calm. Meng Wuya glanced at her, then reached out and pointed upwards. Shanning Chong was silent, but her eyes became firm. In any case, I must find the soul-returning liquid to help my younger brother reunite the dissipated soul. What are you talking about? Just as the two were in grief, a dry, hoarse and weak voice suddenly came from behind. Meng Wuya replied almost instinctively, I'm talking about your injury. As soon as the words fell, old man Meng's face changed drastically. He slowly turned his head stiffly and mechanically, his pupils shrank for a while, and he saw Yang Kai, who was lying on the bed, staring at him with wide eyes. Junior brother. Shanning Chong couldn't help but rushed over. Her long eyelashes kept shaking. There was a look of joy that could not be concealed in her eyes, and she looked at Yang Kai with worry. Looking at her red and swollen eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little touched, thinking that he had been in a coma for a long time, and these days in a coma must have made her worried. I'm fine, Yang Kai said nonchalantly, it's just a little false. Master, come and have a look. Shanning Chong wiped her eyes while pulling Meng Wuya, almost dragging her master to Yang Kai's side. Old man Meng almost got pulled over. Secretly said that girls are outgoing. If it weren't for this old man's bones that could stand the toss, you wouldn't have been torn apart. However, Meng Wuya finally regained his senses. He sat on the edge of the bed with a dignified expression, and examined it carefully. After a while, Meng Wuya's brows did not lift, and he kept mumbling to himself, impossible, it doesn't make sense, how could this be? Every time he said a word, Shanning Shang's expression changed, thinking that Yang Kai's injury had worsened. Master, she's younger brother. Shanning Chong bit her lip tightly and asked softly, her heart in her throat. Oh, Since I've woken up, it's not a big problem. Meng Wuya looked a little tangled, looking at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Is it okay? When Sha Ningqiang heard this, she couldn't help showing a strange look. Just looking at the teacher's appearance, it seemed that the injury of the younger brother was very serious. But it's unlikely. Meng Wuya was puzzled. Yang Kai, are you returning to the light? Yang Kai grinned bitterly. Treasurer Meng, do you have such a curse? Meng Wuya looked stunned. But your soul has dissipated before, why are you back now? Yang Kai's heart moved, recalling the situation when he was in a coma. It is estimated that it has something to do with the sinking of his consciousness into the golden body. Master, you are a big quack doctor. Sha Ningqiang stomped her feet angrily. Meng Wuya was embarrassed to death. I just said that Yang Kai was in a state of suspended animation, and he had to find the soul-returning liquid to reunite his soul, but he didn't expect that he would wake up in the next moment. Shame is a small thing, but losing your prestige in front of your apprentice is a big thing. Meng Wuya felt that his prestige had been wiped out. But no matter what, it is indeed a good thing for Yang Kai to wake up. Although Meng Wuya was worried that he would seduce his apprentice, he was desperate to protect him that night, so that the apprentice survived, and he also charged Juyining Yuan Lu. This kindness should be kept in mind. Meng Wuya sighed endlessly. Since ancient times, good people do not live long, and disasters have left them for thousands of years. This kid Yang Kai has just finished the disaster for his precious apprentice, how can he die so easily? I was worried about myself. But what to do in the future? Meng Wuya was troubled, and he was determined to cut the mess with a quick knife, but he was afraid that his apprentice would be angry with him, so he hesitated for a while. When Yang Kai woke up, Sha Ningqiang finally relaxed. She hasn't rested much these days, because she was afraid that Yang Kai would not wake up. Now that it is confirmed that Yang Kai is fine, she naturally doesn't have to worry about it anymore. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai was recovering from his injuries, Sha Ningqiang was serving, and old man Meng sighed. On the 3rd day, Sha Ningqiang was finally ordered by Meng Wuya, so that she must first absorb Juyining Yuan Lu, convert her vitality into real yuan, and advance to the real yuan realm. After all, although this thing has been refined, but it is not a problem to always put it in the Danmu field. Sha Ningqiang didn't shirk, and obeyed obediently. Usually, she was still a very well-behaved girl. The last time she couldn't give her master a drug, it was just a small accident. Although the 3 of them lived in the inn, Meng Wuya's strength was so strong that he wouldn't worry about someone who didn't have a good eye to disturb Sha Ningqiang, so he let her retreat with confidence. On Yang Kai's side, there is basically no serious problem. The trauma on his body and the bones in his chest will naturally take a few days to heal. He is also meditating every day. After Sha Ningqiang's promotion is completed, the 3 of them will set off to return to the High Heaven Pavilion. On this day, while Yang Kai was practicing, Meng Wuya walked in with a bowl of hot soup. Yang Kai took a breath at the tip of his nose, smelled the aroma, and quickly opened his eyes. Meng Wuya handed the big bowl in front of Yang Kai. With a hidden pain in his face, he gritted his teeth and said, "Drink it." Yang Kai didn't hesitate, took a sip and drank it low to the sky, smashed it and burped, and said excitedly, "What is this? The medicine is so powerful." He could feel that as the bowl of food was eaten, the whole person became hot, and there was a huge amount of energy in it, some of which penetrated into the flesh and blood and meridians, repairing his injuries, and the other part was being absorbed by the golden body at the moment. The corner of Meng Wuya's mouth twitched, and he said sadly, "This is the ginseng soup that this old man has made with the 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng supplemented by various genius treasures. Do you think the effect is strong? It's priceless, you'll drink it up in one sip, you should taste it." "It tastes good." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and calmed the turbulent qi and blood in his chest, thinking that if the precious apprentice didn't use this thing to make up your body before retreating, where would the old man be willing to take it out? This thing can kill you at a critical moment. The entire Han dynasty cannot find a single one, prodigal. Too loser. Is there any more? Yang Kai licked the corner of his mouth, still unfinished. Meng Wuya said angrily, "No, even if there is, I won't give it to you. Eat it again, it won't kill you." Hee. Yang Kai smiled and thought that if he had the support of his golden body, no matter how much energy and genius treasures could be stored, it really wouldn't last. "Tell me about what happened that night." Meng Wuya's face suddenly turned serious, and the anger and murderous intent that had been hidden for a long time flashed in his eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. "Junior sister didn't tell you. She only cared about your injury a few days ago, I didn't ask." Meng Wuya said solemnly, looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, "Who is the person who died in the valley?" "Attacked you." To be continued. Chapter 119 Returning to the Sect. It's the people from the Blood War Gang in the Wind and Rain building. Yang Kai looked serious and recounted what happened that night. Of course, about how he killed the other 9 people by himself, he naturally took it out of the way. This matter is too mysterious. If you say it, old man Meng may not believe it, so it is better not to say it. Meng Wuya's heart was furious. After a long while, Yang Kai finished speaking. Meng Wuya nodded slightly and said, "So, the culprit is you, but the mastermind is that Long Wei, right? This time, it was I who implicated the little senior sister." Yang Kai nodded and admitted. "Although you are the culprit, it's not your fault. Ning Chong was not injured, you don't need to care." Meng Wuya comforted him, and then sneered, "Blood Battle Gang, Long Zaishan." The old man remembered it. Quote. Looking at the dangerous light flashing in Meng Wuya's eyes, Yang Kai knew that Long Zaishan was in big trouble. Regarding the origin and strength of old man Meng, Yang Kai couldn't understand or guess, but he always felt that he was an extraordinary person. If he really went looking for trouble with Long Zaishan, Yang Kai would be happy to see it, but it was not very enjoyable. Yang Kai has always believed that the only way to feel the revenge is to personally repay it. If Long Zaishan died in the hands of Meng Wuya, he would not be able to repay the revenge that day. But Yang Kai will not discourage it. Meng Wuya should be really annoyed this time. The fire in his heart is not unpleasant. After staying in the inn for 2 more days, Shanning Shang finally got out of the customs. As expected, her strength had already reached the true Yuan realm, is effective. In theory, a drop of Juyin condensation primordial dew can be used by 3 or 4 people. After all, it is just an introduction to transform a warrior's vitality into true essence. But this thing is quite special. After receiving it, if it is not refined within an hour, it will disappear without a trace, so generally if someone gets it, it is only used by 1 person. Knowing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that he accidentally absorbed half of the Juyin condensation primordial dew, which did not affect Shanning Shang. And until this moment, the half-drop of heaven and earth spirits has been stored in his golden body, and did not disappear as she said. Yang Kai's injury has healed, and Shanning Shang has also been promoted. Naturally, the 3 of them will not stay any longer, and immediately set off for the High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai was carried back by shopkeeper Meng, and he ate a lot of wind all the way, making his head dizzy. Returning to the High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai bid farewell to their master and apprentice and returned to his cabin. He hadn't returned for nearly 20 days, but the cabin was still as clean as new. It seemed that Li Yuntian's group was helping him take care of him during his absence. In the next few days, Yang Kai resumed his usual peaceful life again, cultivating every day to stabilize his current state. It's just that in his spare time, the figure of the charming little senior sister will occasionally pass in front of him. After all, this is the first woman Yang Kai has kissed, and the sweet and soft feeling is still unforgettable when I think of it. But since returning, Shanning Shang has not appeared. She seemed to have forgotten the agreement between the two. That night, in the crevice of the mountain, Yang Kai said before he left that if he could come back alive, Shanning Chong would agree to a request. At that time, Yang Kai was just looking for a thought for himself, and there was no deep meaning. Although I felt a little lost, Yang Kai didn't really care. That kiss was just because they wanted to subdue Juyi Ning Yuanlu. Although the 2 of them were a little emotional at the time, it didn't explain much. They are all young people with strong vigor, and emotions are inevitable in that situation. Yang Kai doesn't feel inferior because of the difference in strength between himself and her. Strength, as long as you practice hard, will naturally become stronger. He believes that one day, he will be able to surpass this little senior sister and surpass any peers. Because of the proud golden body, it has infinite possibilities. Emotions are not something Yang Kai needs to consider now. It is his own that will eventually be his own, not his own. Even if he insists, there will be no result. If Shanning Shang is interested in him, what does it matter even if his strength is low? If she is deliberately alienating herself because of her low strength, Yang Kai has nothing to say. If others look down on you, do you still blame others for their high vision? But with her innocent personality, she shouldn't be so snobbish. Yang Kai thought about this right. After Shanning Shang returned to High Heaven Pavilion, she was really embarrassed to see Yang Kai. Thinking back on the passion that night, she felt a little ashamed. Even if she was covered with a veil, she had no face anymore. Appeared in front of Yang Kai. Moreover, as soon as she returned to High Heaven Pavilion, Meng Wuya let her retreat again, in the name of wanting her to consolidate the realm she had just promoted, but in fact she was afraid that she and Yang Kai would be disconnected. Otherwise, with her personality, she would come over to ask how Yang Kai's body was recovering. After cultivating for 2 days, Yang Kai was quite dissatisfied with his achievements. The speed of absorbing Yang energy by the side of the trapped dragon stream and forming Yang liquid is too slow. The amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian is scarce, so it is necessary to replenish it quickly, or else encountering that night of battle, I am afraid that I will fall into an embarrassing state where a clever woman cannot cook without rice. After thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to go to Haifeng Trade City again. First, to buy something that can condense Yang liquid, and secondly, to buy the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and Jedi dead wood grass that he needed. The incense burner has been gone for a long time, used. As for the silver, Yang Kai has a lot, and he is no longer the poor ghost he used to be. These silvers were all collected from the bloody battle gang. It was too dark at that time, and Yang Kai didn't count them carefully. After returning, he counted them and found that this group of people was really rich. It was just a search of a few people, and nearly 20,000 taels of silver notes were obtained. So much money can buy Yang Yan stone for 40 yuan. Enough to make up for his loss that night, and more than double. Just a few hours after Yang Kai left for Haifeng Trade City, Meng Wu also set off with murderous aura. His goal is the Blood War Gang. Although the Bloody Battle Gang is also one of the 3 major forces around here, how could Meng Wu be afraid of it? His apprentice was almost killed, and his innocence was almost unsafe. How could this account be reckoned? It doesn't matter if Long Wei is dead. Doesn't he have a grandfather? The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. If there is no one to protect him, how can a mere Long Wei be so domineering and arrogant? Therefore, in Meng Wu's view, Long Zaishan is more hateful than Long Wei. More to kill. The Lingxiao Pavilion was not very far from the Bloody Battle Gang, and Meng Wu's speed was extremely fast, but Zansha Kung Fu came to the Bloody Battle Gang headquarters. At this moment, the top officials of the Blood War Gang are discussing important matters. In the discussion hall, the gang leader Hu Man was sitting upright. This person was just like his name. He was born with a bare waist and a tiger back. In front of Hu Man, the hall masters, helm masters and others of the Blood War Gang all sat upright. These people were reporting to Hu Man the big and small matters in the gang in the past month, income and expenses, etc. Hu Man was very impatient. He waved his hand and said, "Don't talk about these trivial things. How has the ban on the mining area been cracked?" A young man of about 27 or 8-year-old stood up when he heard the words, and respectfully said to Hu Man, reporting to the gang master, "Grandpa already has some eyebrows, but the number of masters in the gang is too small. It's been a long time, but it's not easy to break it. Grandpa sent a letter to Long Jun a few days ago and asked me to tell him that he will do his best to break the ban there as soon as possible." This young man is Long Zaishan's eldest grandson, Long Hui's elder brother Long Jun, who already has the strength of the 2nd floor of the True Yuan realm. Although his aptitude is not comparable to those of Tian's sweethearts, it is not too bad. Because the Long family's status in the Blood War Gang is not low, so although Long Jun only has the strength of the 2nd floor of the True Yuan realm, he also holds an important position and is a hall master of the Blood War Gang. Hu Man nodded slightly. "Well, that's fine. Long Jun, if you have time, go to the mining area and bring it to your grandpa for me, and tell him that you have worked hard." "Yes, I don't know what kind of mystery is hidden in the ban, but it is buried several dozen feet underground." One of the Bloody War Gang masters suddenly wondered. "It's all thanks to our Miss Mayor who is watching the fire. If she hadn't said that there was something strange under this mining area, we probably wouldn't have known what was going on here." Yes, although Miss Mayor is young, her eyesight is extraordinary. I really don't know how she sees it. Hearing a group of people praising Hu Meyer, although there is suspicion of flattering, Hu Man is still full of comfort. But when he remembered that Hu Meyer was a daughter and always wanted to marry, Hu Man couldn't help but sigh. For his grandmother, Lao Su gave birth to such a wise and strong martial artist. There were countless concubines in the family. He worked hard every night. How could he have only 2 daughters? This is a piece of Hu Man's heart disease. He has no children in his family and can't continue his career. The group of people were still praising Hu Meier's unique vision, and even Hu Jiaoer was praised to the sky. Hu Man was just gloomy. Speaking of which, this is really strange. The mining area was discovered a few years ago. The Blood War Gang made a lot of money by using the Yongyan stone and Yin Yuan stone mined in the mining area. A large part of the rapid development of the gang is due to the reliance on this mining area. But no one ever knew that there were many mysterious restrictions hidden in a location dozens of feet below the mining area. One day nearly 2 months ago, Hu Man's youngest daughter, Hu Meier, suddenly came back and told him about this. He laughed and didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until Hu Meier was entangled and had to ask Hu Man to send someone to investigate, he was forced to dig in that direction unwillingly. Although Hu Meier had clearly told Hu Man, this matter must not be known to the Long family. But Hu Man himself didn't care about this matter, thinking that it was just a prank by his daughter's family. He used this method to attract his attention. In addition, the mining area was originally presided over by Long Zacian, so this matter did not work. Hide. The mining area was originally dug underground, and it wasn't very far from the location that Hu Meier had mentioned. After 10 days of hard work by the disciples of the Blood War gang, they found that the location was indeed a bit unusual. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at vansh.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 120, Meng Wui's Wrath. Wu Lian has the first alliance leader, which makes Xiaomo very moved and surprised. Thank you, the leader of the alliance, for blocking the 100,000 red rewards from my execution. There, it turned out to be full of restrictions, and the disciples quickly reported the discovery. After Hu Man got the news, he quickly went down to check it in person, but he couldn't understand these restrictions at all. Among the bloody battle gang, Long Zacian was the oldest and most knowledgeable, and he already knew what was going on here, so Hu Man asked him to preside over these restrictions to see what was hidden in the restrictions. Hu Man has a feeling that what is hidden in the ban must be a great secret. If the Blood War gang can obtain this secret, their strength will definitely leap a notch. It can also be on an equal footing with those first-class forces. Hu Man was also a little annoyed. At that time, Hu Meier repeatedly insisted that this matter must be kept secret, but he didn't think that he didn't take it to heart at all, and now the whole high-level gang knows about it. After returning from the mining area that day, Hu Man hurriedly went to find Hu Meier, wanting to find out how she knew that there were hidden secrets under the mining area. What he didn't expect was that Hu Meier had a big argument with him because of this matter. During the quarrel, Hu Man knew that his youngest daughter had been instructed by an expert, and it was the expert who told Hu Meier that there was a mystery under the mining area. But because of her own indifference, her daughter also lived up to the master's entrustment. The expert didn't want to let the Long family know this secret. Daughter, what kind of expert? Hu Man was in awe of the mysterious expert. He could see at a glance the secret buried several dozen feet underground. This expert's strength must be no trivial matter. In Hu Man's imagination, this person must have the power to cry out. What kind of expert? At that time, Hu Meier had the appearance of Yang Kai in her mind, her face was a little reddish and she glanced at her father. I won't tell you. Seeing her appearance, Hu Man was taken aback and wondered if his daughter was interested in this master. After some roundabout inquiries, Hu Man was shocked at the time. This tall man is actually a young man of a very young age. How can such a person be so poor? Daughter, have you fallen in love with someone? Hu Man asked enthusiastically. In his opinion, daughters always have to get married, but who is the most important question to marry? If they can marry into the 8 great families of the central capital, it would be great, and the Blood War gang can also fly to the branches and become phoenixes. But this shrewd young man is certainly not bad. What if you like it? Hu Meier sighed softly. If you like it, get close to other people. My daughter is so beautiful, doesn't he think he still looks down on it? Hu Man urged, yes, does the family already have a wife? What is this, a man has 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal. Hu Meier turned around and glared at him, because you have let me live up to their orders, how can I have the face to see them again? Humph. When Hu Man heard this, he could only laugh. How did he know that what his daughter said at the time was true? If I had known, I wouldn't have shared this secret. It has to be said that Hu Man completely misunderstood Yang Kai. If he knew that the master from an extraordinary background in his mind was just a trial disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion, it would be too late for Hu Meier to avoid him, and why would he let her get close to her? After taking back his thoughts, Hu Man let out a long sigh again, thinking that this was a mess, really worrying. The younger daughter has been in seclusion these days, and she doesn't like to go out and run around like she used to, but her strength is quite advanced, but if you don't contact that young man, how can you get married? The group of hall masters and rudder masters below are still flattering, listening to Hu Man's ears is like chewing wax, and it is not tasteful. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Hu Man suddenly raised his head and looked out the door with a solemn look on his face. The next moment, all the hall masters and rudder masters also quickly closed their mouths and turned their heads. An invisible pressure, as if the sky was pressing down, trembled in the hearts of everyone who pressed down. There are masters coming to the bloody battle gang. Everyone in the conference hall felt the breath of coming. Immediately afterwards, a somewhat old voice rang in the ears of everyone, "Where is the dragon in the sky?" The voice was very flat, and there was no joy, anger, sorrow or joy, but everyone present involuntarily shivered. They faintly felt that the sudden arrival of the master had some bad taste. Looking for the deputy leader of Long. A group of people looked at each other and couldn't help but wonder. "Follow me out and have a look." Hu Man stood up and strode out, followed by the hall masters behind him. When they came out of the house, everyone saw at a glance an elderly man standing still in the air. This man has white hair and beard, his face sinks like water, and a pair of sharp eyes swept over, like a goshawk overlooking the earth, with the arrogance and unruly that look down on the world. Being swept away by these eyes, everyone involuntarily felt a sense of insignificance. "The peak of the immortal ascension boundary," Hu Man whispered, his rough face twitched slightly. "The peak of the immortal ascension boundary." Someone was shocked. "Is he the head of the High Heaven Pavilion?" In this area of thousands of miles, there are also some masters of the immortal ascension realm, but when it comes to cultivation to the pinnacle realm, only the head of the Lingxiao Pavilion, who can't see the head but not the tail, is the only one. The age of the person who came was similar to the rumored head of the High Heaven Pavilion, so it was no wonder that some people mistakenly recognized him. "It's not him." Hu Man shook his head slowly. He had seen the head of the High Heaven Pavilion when he was young, and he naturally remembered that person's appearance, which was completely different from the old man in front of him. And, even though this person is at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, the pressure on Hu Man is far more than that of the immortal ascension boundary. Hu Man himself also has the strength of the 7th floor of the immortal ascension boundary. Even if the head of the High Heaven Pavilion came in person, he would not feel too oppressed. The old man in front of him was different. Hu Man looked at him as if he was looking at a mountain that could never be climbed, a big river that could never be crossed. This feels very evil, but Hu Man has always trusted his intuition. This old man is invincible, invincible. Where did the masters come from? With a heavy expression on his face, Hu Man stepped forward, clasped his fists and said respectfully, "Dare to ask the senior's name." The person who came is naturally Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya has been holding back his anger for a long time. When he returned to the High Heaven Pavilion, he wanted to find trouble with Long Zaishan, but he was afraid that his apprentice would secretly find Yang Kai so that he could, after guarding her for 2 days, she was sure that she was really in retreat, so Shi Shiren came. "Are you Long Zaishan?" Meng Wuya narrowed his eyes, and his hawk-like eyes were fixed on Hu Man. Hu Man's vitality involuntarily started to function, as if his life was at a critical juncture, but he remained silent. After all, he was the leader of the gang with a firm mind. If he was intimidated by a single word from the other party, what kind of attitude would it be? "Hu Man, the leader of the bloody war gang, I don't know senior." Before Hu Man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Meng Wuya. His tone was full of impatience. "It's not Long Zaishan, why are you interrupting?" Hu Man was angry for a while, but he didn't have a hard time attacking. When he was about to explain 1 or 2 things, Meng Wuya was already furious. "Long Zaishan, I'm the 18th generation, get out of here for this old man." This roar is truly shocking, and it is directly transmitted to the sky and the earth. The entire bloody battle gang and even the people in Fengyulo and Lingxiao Pavilion could hear it clearly. After a roar, the whole place was silent. A group of experts from the Immortal Ascension realm and the True Essence realm are all dumbfounded, looking at Meng Wuya's dumbfounded expression, dumbfounded. They never imagined that such a majestic and powerful person would swear at people with such viciousness and vulgarity. "What about your demeanor? What about your identity? Any expert with a bit of strength and prestige would not do such a self-declaration thing, right? How much hatred did he have to make him forget his own cultivation and demeanor? Long Zaishan stole his chicken or robbed his dog, so he moved such a big liver." However, Meng Wuya's cry also made everyone in the Blood War gang clearly know that the comers are indeed not good. Hu Man said with a calm face, "This senior, can you say something nice?" Although the people who come here are strong and powerful, Hu Man does not want to be an enemy, but Long Zaishan is also the deputy leader of the bloody battle gang, and Hu Man has to suffer half of Meng Wuya's slap. "I said asterisk, tell Long Zaishan to get out. If he doesn't come out today and cut off his head and use it as a urinal for the old man will slaughter your bloody gang." Meng Wuya came over aggressively to find fault, but he didn't see Zheng Wuya. Lord, the anger in my heart can be imagined. Bloody battle gang, he really didn't pay attention. There was a suffocating aura on Hu Man's face. The clay figurine still has 3 points of fire, not to mention Hu Man, who is already grumpy. If it wasn't for Meng Wuya's strength, how could he speak so well? But Meng Wuya didn't sell his face at all. Hu Man was really angry. Hey, why is Long Zacian a tortoise with a shrinking head? Don't you dare to come out to see the old man. Meng Wuya swept his eyes and said contemptuously. This time, it was a young man who replied with a cold face, "This old gentleman, do you want to be polite? What kind of grudge does my grandfather have with you? Why did you insult him like this?" The person who spoke was Long Jun. Meng Wuya scolded Long Zacian as soon as he came, and the foul language was extremely ugly. As a Long family member, how could Long Jun endure it? Relying on the fact that this is the headquarters of the Blood War Gang, there are many masters, so I immediately retorted. What happened to the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary? The Bloody Battle Gang also has the Immortal Ascension boundary. If you really dare to do something here, you will definitely have no return. Your grandfather. Meng Wuya narrowed his eyes and stared at Long Jun. The person the old gentleman is looking for is my grandfather. Long Jun replied in a deep voice. Okay. Meng Wuya smiled. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse can burrow. Long Wei is not a good thing. You are his brother, so it must not be a good thing. Why did it get on Long Hui's head again? Everyone suddenly felt that the old man was a little confused, and they didn't know what he wanted to say. Long Jun said angrily, "The old man is mad, this is the Bloody Gang, and it's not your turn to go wild. You are welcome to filled upper left triangle starter filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 121. The old man is wild. Meng Wuya seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, but he couldn't close his mouth, and his face turned cold again, and he shouted, "The old man is wild, so what?" While speaking, he slapped his hand and threw it out. "Get out of the way." Hu Man's expression changed, and he was about to pull Long Jun behind him, but Meng Wuya's move was as fast as lightning. Just when he saw him raise his hand, a crackling sounded on Long Jun's face. There was a crisp sound. The 2 teeth flew out in response, and Long Jun turned around in the air several times before falling to the ground with a slap. The Bloody Battle Gang was instantly terrified, and Hu Man was also cold. They didn't see clearly how the old man in the sky made his move. With a distance of more than 50 meters, they slapped him and said that he was slapped down, and there was no time for anyone to react at all. Is this what Immortal Travel Realm can do? Even if it is the peak, it won't make everyone present so helpless, right? Hu Man felt that if it was the head of the High Heaven Pavilion who made this slap, he was 90% sure he could block it. Both are at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary, why is there such a big gap? Long Jun was also stunned by this slap. After falling to the ground, he staggered up and turned around for several times before finding the right direction. Then he looked at Meng Wuya, his face was full of fear and terror. His right cheek was high and swollen, although there was no internal injury, but as the saying goes, swearing does not expose shortcoming, hitting people does not slap in the face. He was slapped in the face by Meng Wuya in public, how can the humiliation in his heart be understood by outsiders? The old man has gone wild, how are you doing? Meng Wuya waited for him to stand firm and then slapped him with a slap. Crack. Just like before, Long Jun took off again, and many experts of the Bloody Battle Gang didn't even have time to react. Damn it, how dare you say that the old man is a wild man, I don't know what it is. Meng Wuya scolded and shook his hand, as if hitting a lump of feces, with a disgusting look on his face. Hu Man couldn't bear it any longer, and said angrily, "Senior, you are an expert, and you actually do something to a junior boy, so you are not afraid of other people's jokes." Humph, if I really do it, he will still die. This is just a small lesson. Meng Wuya sneered and scolded lightly, "Come here." Quote. Holding a hand, Long Jun, who fell to the ground and hadn't climbed up, was sucked out by a huge suction force and flew out in midair. Long Jun showed his teeth and danced his claws, his face was terrified, and he shouted, "Help the Lord." Senior. Hu Man took a step forward and shouted sharply. Meng Wuya ignored him at all, just held Long Jun's neck in one hand and said with a gloomy expression, "There is a debt and a debtor, the old man is here today only to find Long Zacian. Boy, since you are Long Zacian's grandson, just be obedient. Tell me where he is." After taking 2 slaps, Long Jun became more obedient than a rabbit and no longer had the youthful vigor he used to be. He forbore the pain on both sides of his cheeks and shivered. Grandpa is not in the gang. Where is he? In the mining area. Show me the direction. This way. Under the threat of life, how could Long Jun dare to hesitate? Meng Wuya asked a question, and he replied. Even though his cheeks were swollen, he spoke quite neatly. Meng Wuya's figure flickered, and he was already 100 feet away, and took Long Jun straight to the mining area of the Blood War gang. Help, master. A group of people looked at Hu Man eagerly, waiting for him to make a decision. Follow. Hu Man was full of anger. He really didn't know how Long Zacian had provoked this master, and the other party didn't say anything. The anger in Hu Man's heart, the anger of one Chi dreaming of boundless bounds is unreasonable, bullying people with stubborn power, and the second Chi dragon has no eyes in the sky. It's not that Hu Man hasn't seen the little actions of the Long family over the years. However, the Long family has always been the right-hand man of the Blood War gang. Hu Man has the intention to cut off this poisonous tumor, but he does not dare to do it. Once the Long family is attacked, the Blood War gang will probably fall apart immediately, and the overall strength will be greatly reduced. If it weren't for him being stubborn and childless, how could such a situation occur in the gang? As long as there is one son, Hu Man can be vigorously trained to fight against the young people of the Long family, and it will not become like this. This time Long Zacian provoked such a master, and Hu Man saw a chance. It would be a good thing to take this opportunity to remove the power of the Long family in the gang. So no matter what, Hu Man wants to follow the past to see. In Haifeng Trade City, it is still very lively. With 20,000 taels of silver notes in his arms, Yang Kai walked around the trading market. First, he spent 10,000 taels to buy some Yongyan stones, and left some money for backup. Then he found an open space and sat down directly with his knees crossed. Picked up a signboard discarded by others from the ground, erased the handwriting on it, and wrote a few words at random. Purchase the seeds of the Yang attribute spirit grass and spirit fruit. Putting the signboard in front of him, Yang Kai ignored it and ran the true Yang technique, secretly absorbing the energy in the Yongyan stone in his arms. Last time, Li Yuntian also helped Yang Kai to collect seeds, but there was no harvest, which shows the scarcity of seeds. Yang Kai is just trying his luck now. Anyway, it takes a lot of time for him to absorb the energy of the Yongyuan stone here. It took half a day of work to finally absorb the energy of the 20 Yongyan stones that I bought. This Yongyan stone can condense 2 drops of Yang liquid, 20 pieces equals 40 drops, and the Dan Chok field fills up again. After a slight investigation of the situation in the lower Dan Chok field, Yang Kai is very satisfied. When encountering a battle of that night again, he can give full play to himself. It's just that after half a day, no one came to sell the seeds. Standing up, Yang Kai glanced at the wooden hut of the High Heaven Pavilion guarding disciple. Su Yan should be inside. Yang Kai wanted to say hello and tell her that he was back. After thinking about it, I decided to give it up. Speaking of which, I don't have any deep friendship with her, and Yang Kai doesn't really want to get in touch with someone as cold, noble, and unattainable as her. Looking at other people's cold faces is meaningless. When he was about to return home, a person suddenly walked over in front of him, squatted down and glanced at Yang Kai's signboard, raised his eyes and said, "You want to collect seeds." Yang Kai looked down and found that the person in front of him was a woman, not very old, about 17 or 18 years old, with a high-class appearance, a beautiful face, water-like eyes, smooth and tender skin, and a good figure. Especially the pair of breasts, big, and I don't know what she grew up with, so she has such a proud capital. She squatted like this. Yang Kai was condescending, and suddenly saw a deep concave and tender on her chest. Snow White. Yang Kai nodded without a trace. The woman straightened up and said, "I have it, but I didn't know you couldn't afford it." Oh, Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Then let's see what kind of seeds you have. This woman is wearing the clothes of High Heaven Pavilion, and she should be a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Everyone is from the same sect, so Yang Kai naturally feels a little cordial. "I'll take it out for you to take a look," the woman said while taking off a delicate purse from her waist and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, opened the purse, and poured out 2 seeds from it. These 2 seeds do contain the energy of the Yang attribute, which is exactly what they need. Moreover, these 2 seeds seem to be higher grade than the seeds of the Sanyang fruit that I bought last time. If the Sanyang fruit is a low-grade prefecture, it should be a middle-grade or high-grade seed. I want these 2, how much do you want to sell? Yang Kai was very satisfied with the seeds. The woman smiled and said, 1,000 taels. Yang Kai frowned, although it was undeniable that she smiled very nicely and added a radiance to her beautiful face, but this price could not make Yang Kai agree. In fact, I really want to say that it is not a loss for Yang Huaqian to buy these 2 seeds, because he has Yang liquid that can induce birth, which greatly shortens the growth period of this thing. But if someone else spends 1,000 taels to buy this, it will definitely be a loss-making deal. This woman is a bit suspicious of a lion's mouth. This can't help but let Yang Kai's intimacy towards her just disappear into thin air. Sister Senior, is your price a little high? Although Yang Kai still had 10,000 taels left to spare, it was intended to be used to purchase the 3-leaf remnant soul flower and the Jedi deadwood grass. Anything can be flowered. Is it high? The woman pursed her lips and smiled. It's not high, this is the seed of the prefecture-level mid-grade Ling Sao, and when it matures, it has many uses. In the eyes of people who know goods, it is more than 1,000. 20. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. You also said to wait for it to mature, which year does it have to wait? The woman pouted. Since you want to buy seeds, of course you have to be patient and wait for them to mature. Could it be that you still want to plant them now and reap the harvest immediately? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Besides, rare things matter. Expensive, seeds are rare, 1,000 taels are 1,000 taels, and I have suffered a lot for them. Yang Kai was helpless, thought about it for a moment, nodded and said, forget it, that's it. I must have earned it by buying 1,000 taels, and from what she said, it seemed that it took a lot of effort to get these 2 seeds. Moreover, this is also a senior sister from the same sect, and furthermore, Yang Kai really does not know how to bargain, and it will save you wasting saliva. It doesn't hurt to let her take advantage of it. Counting out 1,000 taels of silver notes and handing them to her, the woman took it with a smile, and then carefully put it up, looking at Yang Kai and said, you are not bad, the purse is also given to you, but Sister Shixi embroidered it herself. After saying that, he walked away happily. Yang Kai was stunned. It turned out that this senior sister also knew that she was from the same sect. Since she knew that she was still talking like a lion, if it was someone else, the business would definitely be yellow. Being slaughtered, Yang Kai is not annoyed. It's just a business anyway. If you trade with her next time, just be careful. After waiting on the spot for a while, I found that no one came to sell the seeds. After cleaning up, Yang Kai was going to use the remaining money to buy some 3-leaf remnant soul flowers and deadwood grass. Before taking a few steps here, the ground suddenly shook violently, followed by another shake, which shook several times in succession, and the disciples of the 3 factions in the entire Haifeng trade city were instantly chaotic. Everyone didn't know what happened, but when the ground was about to crack, many people panicked and ran around. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at Fuyun just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled lower left triangle first release filled upper right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Close black lens bracket.